Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Permobile Imola 12-hour, brought to you by Online Octane Octane. Yeah, good start, good one, Sean. Octane Online Racing. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be an absolute ripster around one of the best tracks in the world. 12 hours, Imola, bit of cloud cover. What could go wrong? I am Sean Muller, and I'm going to be in the box with you for most of the day today. Looking forward to this. Couple of sort of really strong teams as well. We're going to have, I reckon, a ripper pro-am battle. That's going to be sort of my big sort of thing I'll keep an eye on as well. But yeah, very keen to get into it and get started. As I said, 12 hours, so it's going to be a long day. But you know what? That's what we're here for. I love it. So big good morning to chat. Hope you are having a fantastic morning. Big special hello to, of course, my sim racing mum that is the one and only Jan Tully. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Wow, where did we start? Round 3, Imola. So we did have qualifying last week. Of course, it was Laundry House number 1. I mean, listen to this team. Just Britt, Lamb, Lawrenson, and Gallo. Like, seriously, could you get any more stacked? Absolutely ridiculous. So they're going to be leading away from pole. They put in a huge lap. Second on the grid will be Torva Messor Racing with Bubdow, Keys, and Cooley. We do know Cooley in the Aston is very quick, and we also know if it does rain a little bit, that Aston is a rocket ship. So really interested to keep an eye on that. Moving along, we've got Rockets Evolved, who will start from third on the grid. That'll be Minson, Ty, Connor Hind, and Lee in the Big Bad GTR. So we'll keep the GTR. I have heard can be quick around here, especially with those very capable drivers. That's another team that we're going to watch very closely. So as I said, 12 hours, lots of pit stops, lots of strategy, lots of information there. We are just in free practice at the moment, and it is Cooley leading the way with a 140.97. Currently it is 12 degrees ambient and 12 degrees track temperature. The track is fast. As we having a look here at Benjamin Hignett as he comes through Tamburello. So we've got lots of facts, we've got lots of information we're going to share today. Lots of reasons why Porsche is the greatest manufacturer in the world. That should get a couple of people pretty excited, pretty passionate. Thanks, Tarks. GTR was broken. I love it. So very keen to get this underway, and sort of, as I say, the Pro-Am battle is going to be an absolute ripper with Kovacs Racing Blue, Triple J, Taco Sport, some really strong operators there as well. Power Sim Sport, they're going to be pretty strong. So we'll keep an eye with that as well. Of course, we've got our AM battle, which is also really important. The AM Championship is quite close at the moment. We might actually just go through quickly our points while we've sort of got a bit of time here. I'm sort of just waiting for my second man in the box, who will be joining us up with the one and only Leo Dreyer. So it is Kovacs Purple and the 191 leading the way with a total of 265 points. Pit Viper Alpha with 213 points. Now, a little bit of housekeeping with those two teams. So they're both actually down the grid a bit more than we sort of used to. So Pit Viper Alpha are starting 13th, and the 191 are starting 20th. So they're going to have to make their way through the field. That's going to be very interesting to keep an eye on, sort of how they work their way through that field. Torva Messor Racing, they're in third position. Now they're on 203 points, so the fight for the championship is definitely not over yet. Moving along to Pro-Am, it is a double MRT, so it's MRT in the moment, and then MRT lost our way with Sofa King Slow just bringing up the rear, but there's nothing between them. Again, those three are absolute, and Kovacs Red, you could probably throw them in there as well. They're going to have a real crack. And of course, the AM battle, it is team last name with the one and only Wenzel, McNulty, and Monks, who are leading the way in the Big Bad Mustang, with Kovacs Bin Chicken Racing, who are currently in second position, and then Pit Viper Omicron, who are in third. So plenty to keep an eye on today. 12 hours, as I said, long day in the office, but we're going to have a few people in the box, a few different conversations, but really excited to get this underway with 3 minutes remaining. Now I'm just going to have literally, there'll be 20 seconds of dead air. I'm just getting myself a nice coffee. Won't be a second. How good is coffee in the morning? Seriously. And we are at the home of coffee as well. Of course, we are in Bologna in Italy. This is where the Imola track is located, or the circuit. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his full name. I was going to, but no, we're not going there. Great track though. Plenty of history here at Imola. Lots of different motorsports. Formula One, of course, MotoGP, GT3 racing. A lot of Italian touring cars go here as well, as we are having a look at the grid and these fantastic liveries. There's the 492. Of course, that is Lemon Racing. There's the Mosaic Mobile. Oh, the 500, that looks good. Oh, that looks really good. Once again, a big shout out to all our livery makers who do an outstanding job. There's the 200. There it is, the Laundry House Porsche. Probably the red hot favourite for today. They're going to be extremely hard to beat. This team is, very quick operators. But 12 hours, anything can happen. The AAA, there's the Rockets Evolve entry. Stephen Tyre behind the wheel by the looks of it. Of course, here is the Triple J entry. Very popular livery, this one. Of course, with the 3 J's on board. And we may get one of them in the box a bit later, Mr. Rondinella. Looking forward to hearing his dulcet tones. There's the 2, leader of our AM Championship. There's the 700 MRT Mobile. 676, the 777. Oh, 187. Talk freedom. That is freedom. Wow. Feel like the Star Spangled Banner should be playing. Kovacs Blue. And Sofa King Slow there. So, really quite a big grid as well. And hopefully, they all remember it is 12 hours. And they put their thinking caps on for the first couple of laps. So they can actually get into the race. So it looks like a beautiful day here in Imola. A little bit of cloud cover across. There was talk of maybe rain, but again, something we'll have to keep an eye on during the day. Imola, not known for wet weather, but when it does rain here, it rains properly. And Imola becomes an ice rink in the wet, especially those curbs up there at sort of Piratella, Tosa, through Variante Villeneuve. So it can get very wet and very slippery, but this is the track, 4.9 kilometres. Fantastic race circuit. Really is a great track. As I said, lots of history. Some of the greatest corner names in the world. And we'll go through all that. And they are all on the grid ready to go. It's a 6 a.m. start. So the sun will be rising at around 6:30. Especially when they go into Piratella. The sun's going to be right in their eyes. Also up to Grassini as well. Stacked grid. Absolutely stacked. So 40 brilliant cars on the grid. Yep. So you can see the sun rising in the background. What a shot that is. Oh. Beautiful. Of course, that is down there at Ravazza. I mean, just some of these corner names. I'll just read about. So we've got the Tamburello, Variante Villeneuve, Tosa, Piratella, Acqua Minerale, which is one of the best bits of road in the world, Grassini, and Ravazza. I mean, just gets the blood flowing.
Well done, all the Italians so early in the morning, Sean.
Oh, thank you. So it is a big welcome to the one and only Leo Dreyer, who is joining us for the first day. Top of the morning, sir.
Top of the morning, yeah. Sorry, I'm fashionably late. I had to listen to the very important driver's briefing. As we all know, these things are important. We'll be in the car later, so just wanted to make sure I don't miss anything. But yes, a spectacular view, eh? The sun coming up over this region. Great region. It's the Bologna region, right, Sean?
That is correct. It is Bologna. So home of Lamborghini, of course. Famous for their pasta as well, the bolognese. Really strong arts culture through here, and just a beautiful part of the world. And that is the shot of the day.
Time to boil the kettle and have a coffee. Time to get rip-a-roaring here with the sun just popping out. There is such a beautiful sight with all these beautiful liveries as well. Who are we looking out for today, Sean? Like, who's the main protagonists?
So I think in terms of the overall victory, I think Laundry House are going to be very hard to beat. But as I said, it's 12 hours, so anything can happen. I am going to keep a really close eye on the 111, the Rockets Evolved entry. I think they're going to be very quick around here, especially when they slot in Mr. Connor Hind and Aaron Lee, who are very quick operators. The Pro-Am battle is going to be very interesting. We've got sort of Death and Vintner. They are super close on the grid as well. So, again, another team that's going to be one to watch in that Pro-Am battle. And the 200 is two-manning it. So, something to keep an eye on as they roll away now for their formation lap. And, of course, the AM battle, well, that could be anyone. The 121 is really up to grid. Look at that. That is a massive qualifying effort. 11th position. That's huge.
That is fantastic. They almost made the top 10. I remember they were just on the cusp when we did the top 10 shootout. They almost made it in. So yeah, definitely that BMW is looking like it's. So they've got it tuned in well. The 121 car. It's got a bit of a mad livery on it as well. It's a bit of a psychedelic one, but it's really a fast car under the hand of Tim. I think starting that car. But one of the things with this track that I always find a little bit tricky, especially at the starts, is the amount of bottlenecking because of a lot of these chicanes. The inside tends to back up quite quickly, and sometimes people can run into each other. So it'll be interesting to see if people got their 12-hour goggles on today and try not to make all their positions on lap one.
Yeah, couldn't agree with that more. And there's that sun rising over at Piratella. That is going to be a factor, especially when it really rises and it goes straight through the front windscreen. So maybe some of these drivers have popped on the Ray-Bans and the aviators just to one look cool in their sim rig, but also to protect their eyes from the sun.
It will be interesting to see if it stays dry today as well. That will be another one to watch.
I think that is going to be the big thing, and blue flags around here are going to be a big talking point. It is not easy to blue flag around this place. But
coming into the variant, yeah, agreed. Like that variant Alpha is just such a difficult track or corner, I should say. But it depends also on the car. Some of the cars tend to just ride those curbs really easily. So for some of them, it's less of a problem. I know the Aston and the Beamer seems to just cruise over there. But they're just lining up now, and I'll let you maybe take this away, Sean, because we're just about to go green.
We certainly are. So it is Laundry House leading the way with Matthew Lamb behind the wheel. Next to him is Chris Cooley. Oh, that just makes me salivate. And then Ty and Death. This is going to be an absolute rip-song. This is the final round of the Italian job. Round 3, Imola. 12 hours. Get comfy, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your favourite beverage. Grab your favourite snacks. It is going to be a very long roll down to the control line when then we will get our green flag. This start's going to be crucial. We know the Aston, and looks like we are green. We are green. No, we're not. Now, went early. It's went early. Very long hold as they go. The Aston we know is slow off the line. The Porsche's a bit of a rocket ship, but that GTR behind looks ready to pounce. And we are green and racing for the final round of the Italian job now. So head down towards Tamburello. Looks like Matty Lamb's got a great start, but Cooley's, is he going to try and set it around the outside? Just tucks it in nicely. So our front two have got away beautifully. Do we everyone get clean through Tamburello? Looks like there's no yellow flags, which is great. Oh, we do have a yellow flag there in the background, but it looks like everyone has got through. So great stuff. So Lamb got the start he wanted. Now he's going to get his head down. But he's going to have real pressure on him because Cooley is no slouch in that Aston. He's in his favourite car. So go through Toaster now and pump it up towards Piratella for the first time. There's Stephen Ty in the Nissan. Super quick. Great qualifying effort by Stephen Ty as well. He absolutely sent that GTO in qualifying. But he's got a real train behind him. Hignett, Raschuti, Weatherburn, Spinazzi. So interesting there, the bin chicken race is starting with Spinazzi. I thought Bab might have started it, but apparently not. So, of course, with the Bluey entry, such a great.
Yeah. Also, no slouch as Spinazzi. I know he used to be quite quick on a previous league we used to race in, and definitely one to watch today in that Porsche as well. But it looks like Sasha is on quite a quick start. Got past Ty on the start, and will try and hang on to the top two, which I think will probably be in a bit of a league of their own today. But we'll see how this all pans out. Clean start, generally speaking, for the first lap. I'm very impressed.
Very impressive, fantastic start by everyone. I reckon they all just thought, you know what, it's 12 hours today. Let's just, there may be a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Let's just take it easy for the first couple of laps, get ourselves sorted, and then we can start racing just like this, because Cooley goes straight to the lead in the big bad Aston. Wowee, it's on. So Matt Lamb,
I was going to...
No, go ahead, sir.
No, I just want to say I did not expect that already so quickly for them to attack, but that was fantastic. Right on the outside as well. So definitely have some top line speed over the Porsche, so well done.
Oh, let's be honest, a golf cart has top line speed over the Porsche.
Is that why you love it so much?
Exactly, yep. You've got to be slightly mad to drive it, that's why it's the greatest car in the world. There's like, yeah, this is a great shot into Piratella. There's that sun right in the eyes. Great corner, and then you clip that apex, run it out wide, not too wide, you will get a track car penalty. Then down into this absolutely magnificent Acro Minerale. Normally fourth gear, they're back to second, clip it across the apex, then I punch it up the hill towards Grassini. Of course, that has been a corner name change in the last couple of years. If you know your MotoGP, you certainly know who Grassini is. They throw it over the curbs, just total disregard for any mechanical sympathy at all. And then they fly down the hill towards Ravazza. But this is a great battle. Really
yeah, I reckon this will go on all race long. I reckon in all the practice sessions they were very, very tightly close matched on times, whether it was wet or dry. So this is going to be one that will go for 12 hours. So salivating across. This is going to be fantastic. I also saw at the back the battle of the McLarens. Mia Rose got past Graham Hill. And is on Spinazzi's tail as well. So Mia Rose coming from a little bit behind. I think they were probably out of position at the start. So a car to watch as the race continues as well. So we know how fast Mia is.
Certainly, mate. Yeah, definitely no slouch. So on championship watch here at the moment. So the 191 is actually up to 15th position. So they've made 5 spots already, which is a huge effort. But Pit Viper Alpha, they're up to 8th position, as you're saying. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. And just, as the 191 makes up another position, up to 14th. JP has absolutely got the eyes on here. One of my favourite things to watch is JP coming through the field. He is so good at it. And
they've had some bad luck in some of the previous Enduros on lap 1 and then had to fight back from last and things like that. But it looks like this time they cleaner already picked off quite a few. So I initially was going to say, I wonder if we should have a poll to say, will they get on the podium by the end of the race? But I think, it's already looking that way. So that won't be a good poll to have anymore.
Did I mention it's 12 hours though? Anything can happen.
Yeah, lots can happen.
That's a fantastic shot as they come through Grassini. Whoa, there we go. Whoa, that's
good timing as well.
That is not where you want to spin, because now, as you can see, you've got to wait for the whole field to come around.
That's the right thing, waiting. Yeah, that was really good. Unfortunate there. Luckily, like you said, long race, so, that car can definitely still come back as well. So it's the 960 car that did the spin there. It's Rutama Spin, and they did a spin, so I don't know if that was part of the name. They have to live up to it. So
all part of the plan. All right, so back up with our leaders now, and Cooley's just starting to stretch that gap a little bit, out to 0.7. So he's got the Aston hooked up now. Pressures have come up, temps have come up, and now we're going to see Cooley at his absolute best. This is what he does very well. He is a good leader of a motor race, but he's got a very, very quick operator right behind him. So
that's true.
Fascinating battle. This is, I'm already thinking strategies and who's going to do what. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out throughout the day.
How are these cars different on fuel, Sean? Do you know if one of them have a bit of an upper hand in terms of fuel and tyres, one over the other?
So I believe the Porsche is better on fuel, especially if you run it in map 2. But the Aston does seem to be a little bit better on tyres. So that was an interesting.
That was wide. We should just keep a camera here every lap by the looks, mate. Really shout out to our amazing broadcasting team, but some great shots here with the sun rising and especially through Variante Alta. But it looks like Lamb is definitely picking up the pace. It genuinely takes 3 or 4 laps for the tyres to come into its own. So Cooley obviously did a quick jump there, but Matty is definitely going to keep him honest here. Only 0.3 back at this stage, so definitely dropping the rest of the pack. So Death 2.7 behind, and then another 1.8 to Ty. So the field is definitely spreading out, but these top 2 can't separate them at the moment. So yeah, I reckon with the Porsche having better fuel life, they'll probably try and save either fuel behind them here and try and overcut them maybe at the pit stop. So lots to play out here. Matty's definitely on it.
But the thing is, all Cooley has to do really is hit his apexes, hit his braking markers, and there's no way that Porsche is getting past. It just doesn't have the straight line poke down the main straight. So it's going to be, Matty's going to have to pull something out of the bag. We have seen it before, but maybe he's just biding his time as well, I reckon, and just wait. I mean, when you've got a team and you've got to hand it over to his good mate Paul Britt or Lawrenson or Gallo, you don't have to stress too much.
What a luxury! Imagine you had a long stint and you're like, oh, I'll just hand it over to them in second because the guy's coming in all idiot. So, but what a fantastic team, and good on Cooley and the 165 team to keep them company as well at the front of the race to make it interesting. They're obviously all SRO type drivers, so it's fantastic. They'll have their battle, and then there will be a battle for third today. So by the looks, which is great. So I reckon the 191 will come through the pack. They're already up to 13th, as we said earlier. So they'll be one to watch, as well as the 111 probably for third later on. And later you said that the AM and the Pro-Am battles are also going throughout. So there we go, Sonic is already up to 12th. He's just passed Kumar in the 623 Ferrari. So already almost into P10. So yeah, I wonder where they'll end up. Probably close to the podium. You would think.
I think so. I'll tell you what. If JP can keep this up, this has been a mega epic. As we are on board here with Cooley, the Tour from Messor Racing, Aston Martin through Piratala.
Oh, the 711 just spun. I saw Tawfiq is off, waiting on the side of the track there. Don't know what happened because it was he's back to the pits. Because it's been a really clean start from pretty much everybody. I saw in the chat people were asking if it was clean. Yeah, it was a really clean start for an enduro. There's been a few of the other ones. It genuinely is better than the sprints. People know there's 12 hours to race, but it doesn't always go according to plan. But this one was really clean. But I don't know what happened with Tawfiq then, and it looks like they've disconnected.
Oh, that is a shame.
Because they've just gone out of the server, I reckon.
Sorry, the Ferrari, no, actually a bit of a chance, Tawfiq and Danny Vu. So that is a real shame that they've had a disconnection. So it is Cooley leading the way, half a second over Lamb, and then a bit of a gap from Death, Ty, Hignett, Raschuti, Rose, Weatherburn, Spinanzi, and Hill. I mean,
Close battle for fourth as well. We've got Ty and Hignett separated by 0.2. So that Hignett being in the top Mustang at the moment, here we can see them. So this is also going to be a really nice battle to watch.
This is a power battle. I've got more horsepower. No, I've got more horsepower.
It's the battle of the top speed. So yeah, these cars are just uncatchable. Like if you are on any other car on this straight, like you just can't keep up. So getting here we go.
Something's happening. He's going very slow. Whoa!
He's genuinely a good guy. So yeah, that looks like an equipment failure, and he's an unfortunate part of the track there in the braking zone. Looked like barely clean, and then he just ran off, and he's gone off the server at this stage by the looks. So hopefully they'll be back. Yeah, I can see that they're back in the pits now. So I think they've had a disconnect or something, because that's just so weird. Normally with the disconnect it doesn't do that, but
we are getting word that it was maybe a throttle issue. Yeah. Back
with Hignett here. This
battle
is
of the
awesome.
iconic liveries, as Mr. Matt in chat just said. Couldn't agree more. We've got the beautiful Calsonic GTR, absolutely famous in Japanese touring car racing. Of course, we've got the Shell Mustang, iconic here in Australia. It was driven by the one and only Tricky Dicky. Well, I'll tell you what, Hignett is looking very racy here. He wants to get past his GTR. He seems to have a little bit more confidence in the car at the moment, but look at that acceleration of that GTR. It is ridiculous how it corners that thing.
Yeah, look, and this is the thing with this track, right? So it will obviously come back to him in maybe some parts of the track, but then when it matters, especially going down the straight, that car just accelerates so quickly, and you just can never get past unless there's a mistake. And we know how good Stephen Ty is, so he won't necessarily just make mistakes. So it's going to be really hard for him to get past here. But it definitely looks like he's got speed over him at this stage of the race. And we've got Sasha Death coming up the road, creating a bit of a gap to Stephen, so he's probably trying to get past you as soon as he can. And just to make it interesting, we've got Mia Rose in 7th, also having a massive battle with Rashudi. So there's battles all over the field, as we like to see it in the endurance.
Definitely, it's what makes endurance racing the best kind of racing going. Yes, the sprint series is cool and that, but nothing beats endurance racing. Calling it, driving it, is the best. Honestly, I could do this all day. It's so good. Jump on board actually with Mia Rose here right now. So this is championship stuff as well. So they're currently second in the championship, and Rashudi in a BMW. I still can't get my head around that. Rashudi in a BMW, no slouch. Rashudi knows how to drive, but Mia Rose looks like got a very confident car underneath her, and he's ready to absolutely put it in a position where Rashudi's going to have to make a decision.
What's impressed me with Mia's stint so far, Sean, is that she's been able to get past cars that's in faster straight line speed, because the McLaren has been nerfed quite a lot, but she's been able to get past Weatherburn as well in the Pony. So yeah, it's not an easy feat in the McLaren at the current. I wouldn't say the car has been nerfed too much, but there's only 2 or 3 in the field. Obviously, this being the top one at the moment. So already made some really good ground. So interesting to see where she'll be able to get past here.
A couple of points with that point you raised. First, you definitely sound like a disgruntled McLaren driver. Second of all, McLaren, you are right, carrying 19 kilos. So that is quite a bit of weight. And with weight when it comes to these cars, it affects stints. So not so much pure lap time, but over a stint will make a difference. So Mia kind of really wants to get this done early, but Rashudi is putting up a great defense here as well. And we'll just check it on the 191 up to 11th position. So JP is absolutely wringing the neck out of that Porsche. You'd love to see it. But now he's got a bit of a gap to Hill. There's, of course, the Peppa Pig Porsche. Beautiful thing that is. Oh, gorgeous. Of course, you can listen to the greatest engine sound in the world. This is the beautiful Porsche.
The Nissan GTR. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh,
The wrong
wow. You started
I thought I'll
early.
bring that one up. Yeah, we'll start early. Why not? We've got 12 hours to go. So, yeah, it's about 3.9. We've got Sonicus back to heel. So keep an eye on it.
So back up the front, yeah, Cooley 1.4 now. So Kekas has entered Kekas mode and is just absolutely flying. Got the purple lap as well. So this has been a mega opening stint from Mr. Aston Martin. He's got Mr. Porsche behind him as well. So this is a battle of two drivers that are very brand loyal, especially Kekas. I mean, at tracks where the Aston has been bopped or nerfed and that, he still drives it and drives it very quickly. The man is a serious operator.
Yeah, 100%. I battled him in the GT3 Cup, and it was a hard work. He's just on a different planet. So when he gets it right on the day, he's almost impossible to catch. And they're catching up to Tofiki, who's getting out of the way, who they finally have rejoined. They've probably lost 2 or 3 laps there. Hopefully not too many, but yeah, he's always a really clean driver and gets out of the way of the leaders. So he'll try and stay here, not to lose too much time. Got a second between Cooley and Lamb. I don't know if that's Lamb maybe dropping back. One of the things we felt when we did some practice is sitting really close behind a car here. There is definitely a bit of aero wash, so we'll scrub the tyres a bit. So I don't know if Lamb thought that he can't get past and maybe just conserve fuel and tyres a bit. I'm not sure. So we'll see how this one plays out.
It's almost like they're trading here. So Cooley will get a fastest lap and then Lamb will go, no, I'll have that back, thank you. It's a bit, yeah, it's real cagey at the moment, which is great. That's what we want. Oh, that's close. Don't want to go any wider than that, Mr. Lamb, because that will come with an invoice.
It's an important corner though. If you get on it too late, you can lose an easy 3 seconds or 0.3 down to Aqua Minerale. So it's good for lap time, but yeah, it's on the edge. And we haven't spoken about track limits yet today, but that will be a massive factor. 12 hours around this track, it's hard to keep any 3 laps clean. So it will be key to see how many drive-throughs we'll get today for track limits. I would imagine there will be a few. We can maybe do a poll. I don't know when we'll see the first one, but I reckon probably within 2 hours there will be a few already popping up. So that will be quite interesting.
I give it 30 minutes.
Well, you got 10 left.
Look at a great battle down here on camera too, with 700. So that's Matt Empress behind the wheel of the Mustang. And in front of him looks like Harrington and Babby there in front as well. So nice battle down there in sort of that 17th, 16th position. As Empress just fires it straight up the inside, says, I'll be having some of that, thank you. Oh,
that's a great
nice
pass. Going down the Ravazza there is so hard to make that
no.
work. That was a really good pass.
I feel sorry for this Porsche.
He's about to get ponied.
So, yep. Porsche for breakfast.
Probably had a bit of a bad exit there, but we'll see. We'll definitely get him on the next lap. This battle with Pro-Am is...
Yeah, this is a great Pro-Am battle. This is what we sort of come to expect. I think the top 2 in Pro-Am are going to be very hard to catch. But this battle for the final spot on the podium is an absolute beauty. And we know Nipper is
some of the best battles are always that. Yeah, he's already doing alternative lines there to try and make sure that he can get better exits to try and catch the Porsche. So yeah, this Mustang is definitely one of the better cars around here at the moment. These Pro-Am battles, there's probably some of the best racing in endurance. Like sometimes we get ourselves caught up in here as well, and it's just fantastic. It's close. They're all very closely matched, and yeah, it will be interesting. I agree with you that the 2 Pro-Ams at the top are probably out of reach today, but this battle for P3 in Pro-Am seems like it's going to rage on quite a while. We've got about 7 cars here in a line.
So you can just, like, this is the one thing I like about GT. I say it all the time. It just, this, we've got our first penalty. Tony Spencer, the 420, 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 9. Strength
Love
and
to see that
weakness.
it's lap 9, not lap 1. How good's that? And I haven't seen one penalty for a lap 1 incident. That's great.
So we've got our first poll up, first drive through for track limits. So get voting. Results when they come through, as we are looking here at Nipperson 700. Lost our way. We're currently second in the Pro-Am Championship, so these positions are all important to try and close that gap up to the 200, which I think, as we were saying before, 200 is going to be very hard to beat today.
Yeah, they've been really good. I wouldn't say that they probably not likely not in a pro badge, but the thing with a lot of these teams is they've got a lot of different drivers that's got different strengths and weaknesses, and so as a team they are rated. And as an example with Sasha Death, I know many years ago Darth that was with her was like an AM, which I think he improved a lot, but there's definitely as a team that they're pro-am, so they'll probably come back depending on the stints and when other people are in the car, but yeah, they are definitely cut above at the moment.
Say, 200 is only the two-man team, so it's such a difficult start. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. So fatigue may play a factor there as well. That's a long day for two guys.
Yeah, we're on board here with Mia Rose. Still behind the BMer, and this is kind of what I explained earlier, and it's not that I'm a disgruntled McLaren driver, because the only reason why we picked the Macca is because it's all the only thing we had, and we didn't have time to worry about setups before the series started. But yeah, the problem with this McLaren just can't get past, and I suspect the same problem here for Spinazzi. Trying to get past Weatherburn and the pony is just going to be really hard, because even though in the midfield or in the tight corners, these cars will, you know, the McLaren and the Porsche will definitely gain on these the bigger engines. They just can't, you know, kill them on the straight. So yeah, it's one of those days you're going to just sit behind some of these cars for a bit and wait for a mistake, or, you know, do strategy.
Patience is going to be super important today. Currently 22nd position, second of our AM drivers. So working James there really hard. So that is Aaron James for Freebie Racing. Freebie, very good team name, I like it. Oh, a little bit tailing there on the exit. Which is weird to see from BMW. It's not normally a tailing car. I've been to a lot of Nürburgring laps in BMW the other day. I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Which, again, I know it's weird.
Yeah.
But
because it's a boring car, no?
Oh yeah, it's boring as hell. Not Ferrari boring. That thing's just. Yeah, it's nice to drive some different cars and learn their strengths and weaknesses. He's got to run here though. Is he going to set it up the inside here? At Grassini's probably not side by side enough. Pulls it back in. Smart move. 12 hours. Long way to go. Takes some curb and something.
Yeah, he looked very fast in the practice service. So Mr. Noor, I'm not too sure. He's one of the newer names from Mr. Apex Racing, 888. But yeah, they've been very fast. So I would imagine that they're obviously trying to not lose too much speed to the 1-to-1 car, which is obviously their battle for the AM today. So he was really pacey on the practice server. So he's got a good run on him now. The Beamer on the Mustang. Let's see if he's got enough. Almost looks like he did a bump. Oh, that was late. As he goes to the inside, let's see. Enough room there. Yeah, just about. Yeah, that's a great move. It's gonna.
Oh, touch there in the background. The rejoin. Oh wow. Oh, he's got another touch. He's off again. This is McDowell. Oh, that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, McDowell put his nose in there because the Mustang lost traction on the back of that little overtake, and he put his nose in there. He backed out of it, which is great, so there's no massive damage for anybody, but he lost a few spots there, probably 2 or 3. That was really good. Well, what a save over the grass. That was awesome.
That was a massive... Oh, the Mustang again kicking out the rear. Now, the Mustang does do that as well. So... That's the standard Mustang thing. Now, I do believe we've had a change up the leaderboard as well. So Hignet's got past Stephen Ty. So, wow. the Shell Mustang is on a charge. But this battle is fantastic.
And some really excellent liveries here as well. The Hoonigan there.
Stunning.
Love
I think
it.
That's the best thing about the Outland custom liveries. We get to sort of see people's creativity. Some people like running a mean livery, some people like a full race car style livery. It just depends on what you enjoy. And there you've got there's Mark Bushell right behind as well for Kovacs Blue.
Just for those in the chat, there's still the poll out there for the track limits. I would like to get your thoughts on when you think we'll see the first track limits, because we're just about to creep into the first 30 minutes of this race. We know it's going to be one of those days, so especially when you're battling people, it's easy to hop over some of the curbs. So about 5 minutes to go on that poll. As you said, Hignett got past Ty and he's already stretching his legs. He's almost a second up the road already, so he's going to now try and get after Death. So that was 4.5 seconds when they started battling, and he's now 8.3 seconds behind Death. So it will be interesting to see if Hignett can close that gap into Death, who's having a really good race at the top Pro-Am at the moment. So one to watch. Amir rose up to 6, and the 191 car, when we started watching Sonicus, he was 4 seconds or so behind Hill. He's now 2.3 behind Hill. So slowly but surely creeping back into that top 10. But as we know, it becomes a lot more difficult, right, to make up time, because everybody at the top is going that a little bit faster. So, but still making really good ground, and he's half that gap in probably 4 or 5 laps. So he'll be on Hill's backside probably within the next 4 or 5 laps, I would imagine. It looks like Hill is also creeping up to Spanassi and Weatherburn. So Weatherburn has dropped a few spots now, because Rose got past, Rashuti got past, and now he's got Spanazzi on his back as well. So it looks like this is all going to be getting close towards the end of the stint.
Some really great battles there. Just a little bit. Housekeeping is 16, so that was Neil Haynes behind the wheel. Got a drive-through penalty there. Causing a collision. Certainly served. 3 laps, and it's a long pit lane as well, so that is going to hurt. But we've got Weatherburn and Spanazzi here. Pixel Racers versus Ben Chicken. And it is a beautiful race car style livery on the Pixel Racer with a definite mean livery Bluey. Of course, Bluey, one of Australia's greatest exports. It is actually mega popular in America. Like, hugely popular. Which is something you don't expect, but I'll tell you what, Spanazzi's looking real racing here. So we jump on board now with the Bin Chicken Racer. As they come through, Rossini heading down towards Ravazza. And again, you just see you can close up so much under brakes and through the corners, but once that Mustang unleashes into moving along, it's just, this will give a really good show. Watch this. So it comes through the second apex of Ravazza, and then Yoda just goes, hi. Crazy fast. A lot of fun.
Like you said, patience. Yeah, it's very disheartening when you're in this position, because Benazzi was up to like 0.3, 0.2 behind that car, and it's 0.5, and you're meant to be on the slipstream.
Car off. Oh, watch the rejoin.
It's Taufik.
Taufik at Tamburello.
Yeah. I think he was probably trying to get out of the way of the leaders as they are coming past, so he probably just ran off instead. That's what I'm guessing. Hopefully he didn't have another technical issue there. But yeah, he'll probably just try and stay clear. So yeah, we've got Spanazzi now 0.7 behind, and Hill has definitely closed the gap. He's as far behind now to Spanazzi. So this is all, and then they've got the 191 car joining this battle too. So it will be a battle of 4 very soon. So Weatherburn is doing really well here on this lap, definitely eking out a bit of the gap. Like you said, with the 2 different liveries, it's difficult to know. Like, everybody loves, like you said, proper race car liveries, or the meme style, like this light bluey car is. It's a really good meme livery. One of the better ones I've seen.
Just watching that there while you were sort of talking away, and just through Aqua Minerale, the Porsche just chomps out the time. It is so quick through there. And again here through Ravazza, but then once again the Mustang just he's gone wide. So that's ruined his top speed there. So here we go, Spinazzi. He's going to have a go around the outside as they head down towards the Tamburello. The Mustang
He's not going to make it. There we go. It's already back.
Look at that. You just can't beat horsepower.
Talk about disheartening. That is just gut-wrenching. So the Mustang went on... Bad, so that's a show of power right there, 100%. So there we go at the back. We've got Sonicus now on the back of Hill as well. So, yeah, that's going to be the thing of the day, like you said earlier.
Here we go. It's JP on Hill. Does he get it done? That is a lovely move. That is classic JP right there. This is a mega open. This is turning into a mega opening stint now.
Yeah, up to P10.
Up to 10th. So that's 10 positions made, and we've just ticked over the half-hour mark. So huge opening stint here from JP. Now, can he get up to the back here of Spinazzi and Weatherburn and really put an exclamation mark on his stint?
Yeah, look, we didn't expect Pete not to be on it today, so this is really good. I'm just lucky or happy for them that they didn't get unlucky in the first couple of laps, which has been the case for some of their endurance. And obviously they're in the championship hunt as well, so, you know, they're the leader of, 100%. So trying to make sure they get to the top close soon would be key for that. So we've got Lannon's Cooley up the road quite a while. So we've got 422, Mia Rose is also in the hunt. They're up to 6, and then you've got Sonicus now in the top 10.
Yeah, so the 422, another one having a great opening stint. So they started in 13th, so up to 6th position. And of course, they are second in the championship, so they're trying to gain ground on purple. So that battle is going to be fascinating to watch all day as well. We'll definitely keep a very close eye on that. There's just so many storylines out of this race, being that it is round 3 of the Italian job, so it is the final round, and it is the longest race as well at the best Italian circuit. Don't at me, it's true.
That's why they left it for last, right? Shot
exactly. Here we go, Pit Viper Alpha, Mia Rose behind the wheel. Of course, Mia did compete in the qualification for the motorsport games coming up. That was in Melbourne, I believe, last week. So she did compete in that with quite a few other drivers as well from OOR. So they all acquitted themselves quite well, which is great to see.
It was a great representation. I actually tuned in as well, and it was amazing to see that the top 6, I think 5 of them were all OOR drivers. So yeah, they just represented really well. Well, they all have participated in OOR, so it was really good to watch that. I think on the day it was the 89 that took the honours for BS competition. Yeah, but it was
congratulations does go to Pip, who did take out the victory. So well done, Pip. Now she'll be off to, I believe, Spain. It's been held up this year. Yep, to represent Australia, which is absolutely awesome, and go and show the world that Australia produces some of the best sim races going around.
Yeah, how fantastic, man. I know she was doing the previous one as well for Australia when they went to Paul Ricard, which I know she did pretty well in as well. They had bad qualifying, but she came through the race. So yeah, we wish her all the best of luck. And yeah, I don't know when that is. I don't know if you've got any ideas exactly when that is, but wish her all the best. Yeah, so Mia no slouch on the hens while they're up to 6 already, and actually catching Stephen Ty here as well. So only a second behind now. The Ty's dropping back for the whole of the stint. They started in 3rd, and Higgett got past, and now Rose is also catching up. As the poor old Bluey car is still behind the pony. Surprise, surprise.
So I do know the GTR does like to push this level. Just tell you what, that car is looking like it's hurting a little bit, very much so. But he just nails that every time, and it's just like, oh, Spinazzi, God damn it.
Oh, we've got a spinner in the T2, the 420 car. Looks like they still off the track there.
420, so that's the Cap Speed Motorsport entry of Spence, Waru, and Farkroy. There's Hayden Marsh in the Taco Sport. Well, some would say Taco Sport, but I'm going to go with Taco.
There we go. We're on board with Tony Spence now. See if we've got any damage on that car. I don't know. It looks like one of those run-off type corners, so hopefully they don't have any damage. I'm not too sure what went on there, but yeah, it looks like it's fairly unscathed, and they've got a 10-second penalty, but on they go. So that's dropped them down the order quite a bit. I know that they were in that big battle up front, so they'll probably come back as the race continues as well.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, we ran very wide there. Yep, that's not the fastest way through Aqua Minerale.
Here's Parrington for Power Sim Sport. Currently in 16th position. We're having a nice battle here with Jay Sweeney in the Triple J entry.
And I'll say that Sweeney and that Aston was fast, man. Sean, I don't know if you saw in some of the practice servers, but he was very fast. You know, it was dry or wet, he was one of the fastest drivers pretty much all the time. So I reckon this Aston, you know, depending probably on whose hands it is, but I think the 20 car will be one to watch today as well as the race unfolds for the Pro-Am battle.
I think so as well. They had some rotten luck in a couple of rounds the last round, so this round if they can just get a bit of luck, they're going to be right up there. Three very quick drivers. Jay Parrington, Jay Sweeney, Ron Janella, and Jacob Fleming.
Looks like the Bluey Porsche's trying on Cam 2 there to do the same. They got an overlap again.
Yep, got past Weatherburn there. I've just seen that position change, so he's got it done.
Yep.
Nice work.
Yep. Just in time as well, because I reckon the one-on-one Sonicus cars are right on their back as well, so that will be one to watch, because I reckon Sonicus will now try and get past Weatherburn as well. So that's really good. But this will be great. This Pro-Am battle is just going to go on all day. And this Aston Martin looks really good. As you can see, it just eats the curbs a lot easier. Really got great drive out of that corner. No real passing spot here unless the guy gives you enough space. Into this, we saw an overtake into the chicane here. I should say into Toza earlier when it was Peach on the 70. Yeah, Jay Sweeney trying his very best to get past the 41940 here. He's definitely quick in some parts of the track, and then it looks like the Porsche just has enough at the moment to just keep him ahead of him.
So we are getting word through that 716, that was a led by for the 161 and the 191. Clearly Yoda thought, you know, this is my battle. Okay, that's real smart heads up enduro driving right there. I love it. Love seeing that stuff. Yep. So Page is passed as well. Going on board with the Cadillac purple entry. Now, I don't think Spinazzi's going to be like, oh, you go through, Peach. I don't think that's going to happen. Look at Yodi. Look at the power of that thing. I love it.
It's like left, right. Where can I pass all of you? Come on, man.
Solid. So Peach is through now on Spinazzi. Now we get to see Peach unleash. So he's up to 8th position. That is 12 spots in his opening stint. We've seen some mega stints before from pro drivers, but this is one of the best I've commentated here in OOR. This is a mega stint. I just checked in with the lead as well, so Cooley's out to 2.6 seconds, so he's got the absolute bit between the teeth as the number 2. Oh no, cops a 10-second penalty. That's a shame. Long day, they'll work their way back.
10 seconds in the bigger scheme of things is nothing. I reckon stop goes and drive-throughs are a lot worse, so you know they'll shake that one off. But yeah, I agree with you. Page is just on it here today. He's really had a really good stint. I can't remember where they started. What was their starting position? Mana?
20th.
Yeah,
Oh.
so up to 8th already. As the
999
999 gets a stop go. Unsafe rejoin. You never want to see unsafe rejoin, so I suppose that the stewards are out there slapping wrists quickly just to make sure people are across what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. So they've got obviously all the angles, and I don't think we've seen that specific incident, but yeah, that's a harsh one. As this battle rages on, and I reckon like I think JC was saying that they've let them by, and they've got they're now racing the 70. So the 70 and the 716 looks like they'll be in a battle all day, but the McLaren will have the same problem. To try and get past the Mustang won't be easy. Impossible, actually.
Yeah. Well, that's your car, the 70, I believe, is it?
Yeah, I'm in that car later today. Hopefully, I'll do a good as job as what Hill's doing. But yeah, we'll try our best. We picked this McLaren early in the season before any other things came out, because it was the one we knew. And a lot of us don't race often in OOR or in ACC anymore, so it was just the easiest option to just make sure we have something that we knew. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a good day. We've not been turned around on lap 1, which has been great. That's happened to us both of the previous 2 races. So so we've had a good stint here from Hill. So we'll see how it unfolds. And we're not really too sure who we're racing, because we knew the 191 will come past, and so will the Mia Rose McLaren. And so as the race continues, we'll kind of figure out who we're battling. But yeah, at this stage, just trying to stay clean. First few hours. I'll be in the car a little bit later.
Yep. That's cool. We'll try not to curse you too much then.
I'll appreciate that. Thank you, Sean.
No problem.
So we had the poll earlier, and we asked, when we think the first drive-through will be. We've extended the polls, another 21 minutes left on that. It looks like the consensus is somewhere in the first hour to hour and a half. So most people believe that we'll.
Yeah, we can end it, yeah. So, we're going to probably close the poll and we'll reveal the results, because I like the results. That's the one thing, as we are looking at JP here, who's just got this thing on rails. Look at it, just looks so nice. And there is our results. So, the consensus here, as you were saying, the first 60 to 90 minutes is where we'll get our first drive-through for track limits. We've got 16 minutes of the hour mark ticks over, so yeah, plenty of time. Just looking at that gap between Rashuti and Sonekas, and that is definitely coming down. But the gap I'm really interested in is Cooley and Lamb. That's out to 3.2. So Keckers is absolutely flying.
Yeah, well picked up, Muller. I was going to say the same thing. He's definitely got the hammer down at the moment, and it's interesting because it's in the final part of the stint. So with the fuel burning off, and obviously now where they're at with their tyres, it just looks like the Aston is enjoying the second part of the stint better than the Porsche. So one very interesting as the day will continue to see if that is a trend that will continue as well. But it could just be that Cooley is just on it. It could just be that the car is enjoying it more at this stage.
That's the thing with the Aston. It's a good qualifying car, but it's a very good race car. It's really nice over a stint. It doesn't do anything too surprising, as he is coming up to some lap traffic here. So we're going to get our first proper blue flags. And so what's that? 45 minutes and he's already up to bloody hell. So he's down into Aqua Minerale. Now, this will be interesting. So it should pull over here. Does well. Lovely. That is how you do a blue flag, ladies and gentlemen.
Long may that continue for the day. That was well done.
That gap now 3.7, so he is absolutely on it.
Yeah, we'll lose a bit of time here through these reversals, or not.
Beautiful done. Oh, wow. That's decisive.
That's how you do it. That was really well. That was amazing driving there, because he could have lost easily another second there by just sitting there too long and waiting for the next exit. So he just jumped. So yeah, he still lost about half a second there, but could be worse. And obviously Lamb still has to pass them as well. So Cooley on a charge here. So the stop-go 30 sounds like it was not holding brakes. So that rejoin that we saw for the 999 earlier. So yeah, one of those just basic things. It's always difficult because when you're in a crash or something's going on, you know, you see red and you're not really thinking. But you know, the best thing to do is just to try and hit the brakes and to let the other cars go around you. But I'm not sure what happened there. So. Yeah, I don't know if they've served that yet, but they will definitely ruin your race if stop-go 30 around here. Just because the lap time is also only a minute 40, that you'll probably lose a lap on that quite quickly. So, yeah, Lamb is definitely enjoying a better lap this time around. Gaps down to 3.1 to Cooley. It could just be traffic things.
Yeah, I think so. Well, of course, we are watching this. We are getting to my absolute favourite time of the day around this place. 7 a.m. is just chef's kiss stuff. It's gorgeous as... Oh, hamster! Mark Bushell gets a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. That is a big one. And that's, of course, the Kovacs blue entry, I believe, top of my head. So, we'll be very interested to see what happened there. But that is a fairly significant stick.
Yeah, and that Kovacs blue car, I really like that livery. Mark's car there at the moment. So yeah, and they always genuine contenders in the pro-am. So you know, 15 seconds can. It sounds crazy, but over a 12-hour race, something like that can definitely, you know, make or break a couple of positions. Which is why the endurance racing is just so awesome. You know, you spend 12 hours racing different strategies, and then, you know, at the end in the last, you know, couple of minutes, you're racing people still for position, you know, 2 or 3 seconds apart. So will be one to watch as we're on board here with the 888 with Noor. And I said earlier that he's got pace, and he's definitely continued that. He's now on the back of Partrington here. I don't know if that was the same one as earlier, if they were still sitting behind the same car, but he's up to 18th. And only 4 spots behind the 1-1 AM car that they are racing for today. So, yeah, definitely got some speed in this BMW.
Very much so. And I think that's the exciting part as well. Maybe hook on the back of Parrington here and just get dragged along, and they can close that gap up to Purcell, who's currently in 14th position, who's got Kumar and Sweeney behind him as well. So 2 very quick drivers. So this mix of Pro-Am and Am cars in between each other is really interesting to watch. But we've got the proper with 676, I believe that is the Converse and Colonials entry. So that's David Bartlett and Austin Carter two-manning it. These 2-man teams deserve a pat on the back. I don't know how they're doing.
Almost as crazy as the 12-hour that the AVR car did on its own, right? Who can get that? I reckon those people deserve chocolates. Maybe we bring up the chocolate livery discussion. Maybe we give them a Turkish delight.
Noise just close up there a little bit on the back of Parrington. Can it get close enough to get through the Buster and maybe have a go down the straight? BMW is not too bad under brake. It's not as good as the Porsche. Nothing is. But it does have a bit of poke with its vacuum cleaner.
It looks like it's a very closely matched battle, to be honest, because across the whole lap they are very, very similar. Like you said, the brakes, they're quite the same. And it looks even here on the straight that the BMW is not really... I don't know if they're carrying a lot of wing maybe on that car or something, but they're not necessarily, you know, catching the Porsche, you know, hand and fist on the straight. So, yeah, finding it hard to get past here at the moment. So good little battle.
So just 11 hours and 9 minutes to go at round 3 Imola for the Italian job, the final round of the Italian job endurance season. And it's Chris Cooley leading the way from Matthew Lamb, which is not surprising at all. I actually didn't expect Cooley to get past so quickly. That one did surprise you. Stint of the day so far is definitely JP Sonicus, who's made 12 spots in the Kovacs Purple entry in the 191, who is our championship leader. So a mega opening stint. Also a great opening stint from the 422 with Mia Rose behind the wheel. They've made up about 8 positions as well. Oh, as Noor had a big look there. That was definitely showing the old nose.
It's such a hard place to overtake though. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
it
you
is.
can show the nose there, but going in there is just, it's going to end in tears unless you have a proper overlap. So he's really on it here as well now into the Ravazza. Yeah. That Porsche just too good on the brake, Sean.
Yeah. See, I told you. And of course, it is the 200 leading the way in the Pro-Am battle with, I believe, Sasha Death behind the wheel. And then Rashudi in the 90 is second in Pro-Am. And then Carl Johnson in the Kovacs red entry, if I got that right. I have got that right. Go me. He was third in Pro-Am. And then Purcell in the 121 leading the AM class from Noor, who we're watching on screen at the moment. And then Kay there in 21st position, the 492 Porsche. And there's your sort of, I was going to say hourly update, but there's your 40, don't do math, Sean, 53-minute update.
Look, might keep that up. I'll let you know every 53rd minute, Sean.
All right, excellent. Yep. Just coming to 7 a.m. local time at Imola, 13 degrees ambient, 13 degree track temperature. Just a slightly overcast day, not too overcast though, as Brent Sykes in the 666 gets a drive-through according to collision on lap 23.
Yeah, we saw that earlier that he dropped down the rankings a little bit, and so he was probably involved in that collision, whatever that was, and now copying a penalty for it as well for good measure. So that will make the day a little bit harder on the 666 car, but long day still to go. And interesting you talk about the weather, like it was 13 degrees. Can't really see too much rain on the radars, obviously, at this stage. I don't know if we're going to see any today, but it's always good in an endurance when the rain comes in and, you know, messes everybody's strategies up a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that, but at the moment it looks bone dry.
Oh, is that it? That triple, that was for a collision, not a track limit. So, right, just...
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. I'm confusing
Yeah,
myself.
so that, yeah, it's easy to do. With there's going to be a lot of drive-throughs still to come for the day, but I reckon that one was for the collision. So,
So here is Rashudi in the Sofa King slow entry, currently in 7th position. Of course, still can't get my head around Rashudi in anything other than a Lamborghini.
isn't it weird? Agreed. Yep.
This is a very strong team, this one, the number 90. So that will be Vitnar, Kane Clips, and my old teammate, Josh Hill, will driving in this car, which is really cool to see. So looking forward to seeing how they progress throughout the day.
Yeah, they're all into the back markers. So from this point onwards, it's getting a little bit interesting on track because, yeah, you've got people, you know, all sorts of different positions out of each other and blue flags and trying to cope with everything in your individual races. So we also haven't seen any safety car incidents. Been really clean, genuinely speaking. So that's been good as well. But yeah, I reckon this 90 car is that, and the 200 we said earlier would be in a race of their own. But I do believe that the 91 and the 700 is probably, you know, as it all will shake out, well, they might be close, you know, we said earlier. So, but yeah, Rashudi is in the Sofa King slow. Even if you say it's slow, it still doesn't work. But anyway, I try that every time and I fail every time, and I'm sure that was on purpose. So, but yeah, they're a really good team, and no doubt that they will be a pointy end. I'm still running in the top 10 here, P7. and good 3 seconds clear of Peach, who's obviously incoming.
I think for the 200, the key for them is being as a two-man team. They've got to get everything right. Everything has to go right. Because with a sort of 3 or 4-man team, you've got a bit more what I like to call fudge factor.
Yep.
With a 2-man team, everything's got to work. So,
I think the only thing that goes for you if you're a 2-man team, though, is that if you do double stints, you kind of maybe get into a bit of a zone. And once you're there, not a lot can go wrong because you're just ticking along. So sometimes it can be, better than coming in and out all the time into the drive. But it's hard because fatigue might be a thing. 12 hours is a long time, and like you said, you've got to get everything right and think of everything. So,
so Sasha's in. Sasha is in the pit lane. That's
early.
60 minutes. That is very early.
Yeah. So what surprises me on that is that doesn't mean that they've gone for. Either they've gone for lower, small. I don't know. That's just weird. I'm trying to get my head around this because you ideally would like to go 70 or 75 minute stints, I think, so that you stop less. But stopping at this time means that you'll have one extra pit stop potentially. So I don't know if something went wrong with them or if that was a planned pit stop. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
but
that's interesting. Here is the man himself, Scarney, in the pixel or polygon racer. Currently down there in 24th.
We got Chris in the car now, so yep. So they've done a driver change. Interesting, very interesting. So we'll see where they feed out here.
Watch the blend line.
Ooh.
That looks like our leader has just put a lap.
I thought the same. Yeah, I thought that was Cooley just coming past this. So yeah, going a lap down already.
I believe that's Scarney right on his hammer.
Guys, if I can just jump in for a sec. And I've just been unpacking all there's been a number of penalties come through, and they've all sort of led from this part of the race where 500 got into a bit of trouble going off the track and got clipped a couple of times, and there was all a bit of a mess. Remember this?
Yep.
So there was that one, and then this is the 19 who's just swiped to 500 on the way through, and there was a couple of little incidents there, and that seemed to have drawn the ire of the steward. So I just thought I'd unpack that one because we were sort of looking at those coming through and wondering what had happened.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's very interesting. I think that was quite unfortunate for the 19 to touch that car because I think it was so much slower. So I obviously don't think that was on purpose. But yeah, that's quite a few incidents there all together. And I reckon that first chicane there is always quite tricky because once you lose drive there, like what happened there with the 500 car, you can quickly spiral out of control.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bottleneck actually, sort of through there, especially due to his speed. We are looking at Chris Darth here, who has currently dropped into 23rd. It looks like Scarney did get past as well, so 200's got a bit of work to do. But long race. But I'm still trying to unpack that early pit stop. It's a strange one.
That's a weird one, definitely. On board here with Sykes, they're the ones that copped the penalty earlier, so they probably served that already. So they're down in P29 now.
And a lot of racetrack. Correct.
Yeah, I think it popped up on the screen. It was for an accident. Yeah.
The 666 was put in.
As we're just coming up to the hour here of the third and final Italian job race. So, Sean, I will probably have to at some point say goodbye. I'm going to have to get ready and help my team with a few things. It's been an absolute pleasure being here in the box with you guys, and yeah, it's been really clean racing so far. Hopefully, it will become a little bit more interesting in terms of weather. We're hoping for a bit of rain, to be honest. We'll see how it turns out, and yeah, to everyone watching, hopefully we'll have the chocolate liveries vote come up fairly soon. It will be quite interesting to see what people would like to see on the cars. I promise you, it's not a Turkish delight from my side.
Couldn't agree more. Well, thank you, Leo. Have a good run. Good luck. And as I said, I'll try not to curse you too much.
Yeah, no, we hope it hasn't happened in the past with us yet with commentating cursing. So the fact that I just said it, probably there we go. So hopefully that won't happen. But thanks for having me. I'll catch you guys later.
No problem. So we are looking here at Sil Sykes on screen at the moment in the KO Motorsport 666 entry. He's got after that earlier sort of drive-through, he's got a nice bit of clear track here at the moment. So you can just get the head down, hop in some fast laps, and try and make his way up through the field. As we've got Parrington's in now, Brownard's in. So we're starting to see some stops here around that 60-62 minute mark. Now, it'll be interesting also to keep an eye on the 200 and just see if the undercut does work here. So they're currently in 23rd. We'll have to wait for quite a little bit longer there for once the stop sort of cleans the field a little bit. But very keen to see how that all plays out, because yeah, that early stop's just throwing me a little bit. So just to check in with our leader gap. Ooh, that's not the line there, Sykes. Leader gap, it is out to 6 seconds. So Cooley has just absolutely dropped the hammer here. This is a fantastic opening stint. And then Sonicus is up to 7th, and Megan Rose is up to 5th position. So great opening sits from those two drivers as well to make up those positions. But here is our race leader. That's right. And we're back with Stephen Ty here, who's currently in 4th position in the GTR. And here comes Mia. I'll tell you what, the way Mia's been driving, this is not a matter. Oh, no, Mia's in. I like that. Very clever. Thought, okay, it's Stephen Ty. I may get held up here. Let's come in, get this stop out of the way, get ourselves some clear air, and see if we can do a bit of an undercut. So smart decision making there from Mia Rose. Now the question is, will she stay in the car or will she swap over to someone? So it's either Joshua Holmes or Regan Herbert. Again, keep an eye on that. Two very quick drivers, by the way. I'm a big Joshua Holmes fan. One, he runs the 24, best race number in the world. And I just like the way he goes about his racing. I wish ACC had pit crews that come out, like on Gran Turismo. They come out and change the tyres. It's great. It looks awesome. And Joshua Holmes is in the vehicle. So this will be a very interesting stint to watch here from Josh Holmes. Very quick operator. Knows what he's doing. It's a strong team, this one. Of course, second in the championship, so vitally important to get as many positions as possible. And see what happens here. So he's come out in a nice bit of air as well. He's just got, I think that's Scani behind, if I'm not mistaken. So, as the Porsche decides to go off. Yep, okay, interesting. It is Scani, and Scani, look at him. He's such a racer, Scani. Just loves getting stuck in, rolling the sleeves up, but I'm pretty sure Josh will be able to hold this. Oh, in the background, that's the 200. It is the 200. So the 200 has had a bit of a slide. We did say that being a two-man team, everything has to go perfectly, but it looks like something has gone and missed there on the Ferrari. So let's keep... Maybe we'll get a replay, but yeah, that was definitely a slide and an off-track excursion there for the Chris Darth and the 200.
Yeah, luckily no damage there. Sorry, I thought I'll come back. I love it so much here, Sean.
Oh.
I thought I might as well just come back. Why not? You know.
Well, no, we're more than happy to have you.
Yeah, I saw that little off there from 200. I reckon didn't cost him too much time and no damage, so live to fight another day. Yeah,
Definitely.
quite a few pit stops coming in now.
Yep. The Nor's in the pit, so that was our second position AM driver who's come in to service stop.
And the 716 is in as well, which was Weatherburn, who was up there holding off Hill from Emery, so out of the top 10, so they're in the pits as well.
I reckon that's because it's really the Mustang's really tires are absolutely cool.
Yeah, so that Tonkin there with a 15-second penalty. I didn't. In the 512 car.
Oh, drive-through for weather. Oh, is that MRT on MRT? It is. Oh, wow. So the 500 has bumped into the rear of the 200. Oh, that'll be an interesting team brief.
Yeah, the debrief will be fun.
Ooh, I like it. Oh, no. Oh, and that was a blue flag as well. Oh, dear. Oh, that's
Some milk for the chocolates. Let's go. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't think that was on purpose.
The 716 has got a drive-through. Now, that, I believe, would be for track limits. Or could be speeding.
Yeah, because I did not see...
Be one of the two.
Speeding in the pit lane would be a stop-go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it normally is. So that could be track limits there. And well done, Yoda. It's like hand it off. Oh, yeah, here's a drive-through as well, Gibbo.
And we're within the 90 minutes, so there we go. So on the clock. we didn't think it will take too long. But that's unfortunate for the 716. But I reckon a lot of people will get it, so it's just a matter of when you get it, I think, today.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Unless you're in the laundry house car, and they in the Tofik 711 car, they're the only ones that, after an endurance car, they don't even get one track limit. Never heard of that. Like for us, it's normally, let's hand the car over to the next guy with 3 to make their life interesting, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You got to make it challenging.
As he's serving that now. Yeah, so that's going to drop them down.
We've got word that it was speeding in the pit lane. Apparently hit the limiter, extended the ignition. That'll do it.
So we're still waiting for a track limit, yeah.
Could we go 2 full stints without track limits? As our leader, that was our leader who's in the pits as well. I just saw the Torva Mesa car. So our leader's in. They're stopped and they are back out track. And Curley's doubling. Curley is double stinting here.
And why not? I mean, once you're in the groove and you've
exactly.
got such pace, like just, you know, it makes absolute sense. Understanding where the track is, and endurance racing is a little bit like that. You just get into a rhythm, in my opinion, and it's sometimes a lot easier to do double stinting than it is to keep swapping drivers and try and come in and get accustomed to the current climate of the track and various things like that. So yeah, I reckon he'll be quickly catching Hill here, who's on all tyres and hasn't stopped yet as well.
So that's only dropped him down to 7th position there. So really good spot here for Curley. This has been a mega opening stint, and he's going to continue it on.
The important point to maybe make, sorry Sean if I could interrupt you there, is the fact that Matt Lamb is still out there means that they're going 70 minutes, and if that Porsche can extend it, in my opinion, to 72 or 73 minutes at least, at a minimum at a stint, they could potentially gain 1 pit stop over this car. So it will be something to watch in terms of strategy, how long Lamb can stay out there and where that will feed him back in, because he would probably be slower because Cooley will be on good tyres now, even though he's got a full tank. But yeah, I reckon there's some strategy going to be playing out here as well today.
definitely. I know the Porsche, if you run it in map 2, can run pretty long. We've seen it quite a few times. The BMW and the Nissan also can run quite long as well. So Cooley's going to have to really get the skates on here, but he got a bit lucky there as well because he'll come into the pit. So that's opened up a nice gap. It's got 7 seconds to Spinanzi now. So watch out because here we go. This will be Hollywood numbers. Make no mistake, Chris Cooley will absolutely foot to the firewall and drive this Aston right on the edge.
Yeah, I reckon the little purple dot will get close to these. That's it, man. Should actually just turn up the volume and listen to that engine as well. Do you reckon, how does the Aston compare for you, in terms of engine noise, Sean, to the Porsche? I know nothing will ever, be as good as the Porsche for you, but it's not a bad sound track.
For mine, it's the third best engine sound on the go, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys
Got the pop.
have you seen the hypercar shakedown that they've done the other day? Oh my goodness, that thing sounds incredible. Well,
the order does go Porsche Cup car first by a long way. That thing just sounds amazing. Then the Porsche GT3, the 992, and the Aston. And then I would say probably the Mustang. Mustang sounds pretty good, and I do like the sound of the Lexus as well. The GTR.
Yeah, the Lexus is.
That's down the.
That's the easy pick.
It's above the BMW. I'll put it above the BMW.
Yeah, the BMW doesn't. I think it sounds better in real life than in the game, in my honest opinion. But
yeah,
as you can see, Cooley is actually, he was harassing the car through there. It was not necessarily smooth, but he is obviously pushing really hard at the moment. And he's on the edge of the track everywhere, which is obviously what you want to try and optimize lap time. So he's pushing hard, and I wonder if they will stop once more than the 992 car. Hence, they will need to, the course of every stint push that little bit harder. They definitely want to watch.
187 gets a drive-through as well, apparently for speeding in pit lane. So the speeding in pit lane penalty is actually nice today.
I know, I was going to say the same. It used to be stop-go 30s, and it seems like it's only drive-throughs. I don't know if that's in-game or if that's by design by the team. So either way, that's good. The drive-through here is not too bad. It probably only loses you 20 or 30 seconds, probably. Maybe a bit more, but it's not
an invitation for everyone to go speeding in the pit lane now.
Just get track position. If you feel like track position, cut a few corners, go through, get yourself some open space. As the 191 also hasn't stopped, so the three Porsches, the 191, 161 and the 992, all three of those Porsches are still out there, and they're 73 minutes into the stint. So Matt Lamb now leading Stephen Ty. All these people have not yet stopped. So the first of the stoppers obviously is Cooley, and then by the looks Cook in the number 17 car. So yeah, interesting.
Certainly.
I'm not surprised, but
as we introduced, yeah, definitely trying to cut us up out. I feel as we do introduce the one and only Mr. Jamie Conboy. Top of the morning, sir.
Good morning, handsome gentlemen, and thank you for the very warm welcome. It's been a very nice start. What a clean start to the race we had. No safety cars and everyone making it through that first lap really nicely, and goodness gracious, that glare was something shocking, but that's cleared up pretty nicely now, and we're tucking into the second hour of the day.
absolutely, it was almost boring. It was almost boring how clean it was. But yeah, it was beautiful pictures. The sun rising over the Bologna region. It was awesome. Nice to have you here, Jamie. Looking forward to the day.
Thank you, Leo. Yeah, we got off to a great start. Yoda getting us off to a really clean start and tucking himself into the top 10 there, but unfortunately, just hitting the wrong button on his way into the pit box there.
Oh.
Very unfortunate. We have a cheeky roll
in our I won't repeat it, it's not very nice, but we give it to the person who makes the most mistakes for the week, and Yoda has never ever had that role in the Discord, so it's his first time, and yeah, a bit disappointing for us, but we've got a long day ahead of us, so we're not too stressed. We're already back inside the top 20 with Gibbo behind the wheel now, and yeah, we'll fight on for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a really lovely touch, man. Love that.
Yeah, lovely touch.
I used to play a few last man standing cricket rounds, and obviously, you know, there's always fines at the end of things, and it's nice to introduce some sort of fines into the motorsport teams as well. So yeah, nice touch, love it.
It is honestly a bit like that. It's the fines system for sure. Yeah. Was very impressed with Chris Cooley getting the job done nicely on Matt Lamb very early on, and then carrying on with it too with some really impressive pace and stretching himself a bit of a gap. So a really good start for the Toro Mesa boys. And Sean, as you rightly pointed out, what a start from Jean-Pierre Senekis to make up that many positions that cleanly, that early on, in a car that is not. It's weird because a lot of people who are driving the Porsche are saying it's really nice here, but Page and his camp have not had any fun at all trying to set up that car and have been really struggling to get the car working all week. So the fact that Page has put that up there in P3 at the moment is, as you said, testament to the quality of that driver.
And to make it even better, they are the only Porsche not pitted yet. So they're staying out where Lamb and everybody else is already pitted now. So he's actually leading the race. I know, he still has to pit, but that's incredible.
77 minutes on a stint. That is huge. That will play itself out towards the end of the day as Paul Britt jumps in the laundry house entry. So from Matthew Lamb to Paul Britt, yeah, it's such a downgrade. Oh, geez, how they cope.
It probably sucks to be in a team like it's like pick me, I want to go next. It's like, yeah, it's what a strong team, you know, having Britt in the car next. So, yeah, on corrected time, they're only 7 seconds behind Cooley, which is more than it was prior to this position. I think it was about 3.7 odd seconds from memory. So Cooley has definitely increased that gap towards the end of the stint. But as we said, we reckon this car will do one less pit stop. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out.
Well, the 191, I think, will definitely do one less pit stop because that's their strategy. And I believe they've still got 2 more laps of fuel as well. So they're going to try and go for the 80 minutes stint, which is just mega in a Porsche as well, which once it loses its rear tyres, it's not fun to drive. So JP is... that's an interesting line. Yep. Okay. We're fine with that. Ooh, the rejoin was a bit interesting as well. This is all just starting to close up, so we'll just keep an eye on this. Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Could we have a code brown for the 992, please?
Paul Britt doing very nicely there to be aware of the situation unfolding in front of him and just getting right out of the throttle there and allowing all that to play out in front of him, because that could have been much worse.
That could have been horrific. Yeah, bring out the brown chocolates. That was crazy. Well done, Paul Britt, to not get involved in that. It's always tough when the blue flags ahead of you are fighting for position and potentially not aware of what's coming behind. But yeah, he just hit the inside curb there and almost side-swiped Paul Britt there. So it would be good to see an onboard actually of Paul, because I reckon he had to take evasive action, potentially even hitting the brakes there, coming down into the Ravazza. So yeah, well controlled.
Yes.
Would have got a very nice view of the underside of that BMW, because it was skyborne. It was right up there. What a bounce that was.
Wow. It's those little moments, isn't it, in endurance racing, that if you're smart enough and you just play it right, you can have a good day. That could have been a very long day for the laundry house entry, but they got through it. Paul Britt's probably saying some very interesting things over the radio at the moment. Being of the professionals that these guys are, that'll be head down and get on with it pretty quickly. So we've got a battle there for 5th, so between Cook and Minson as well. So they're resuming their battle, and the battle with the iconic liveries. Lovely shot.
I reckon Mia might be suggesting that her team, the 422 car, also involved in that battle. So it might be a three-way battle for P5 that she's interested in viewing. She's, of course, just jumped out of the 422 McLaren and has put Joshua Holmes into that car. So, yeah, this is going to be a pretty spicy one. Joshua has been driving the Lamborghini all season and hasn't been a huge fan of that vehicle, so I'm sure he's pretty happy to be driving the McLaren around Imola today. But have a look at these manufacturers here. You got the Nissan, the Ford, and then the McLaren. Three very different cars going about their business. And, yeah, this should be a cracking little battle to keep our eye on.
Yeah, who said BOP isn't working? This is fantastic. But it will be interesting to see if the McLaren can stay, because with that double toe, I'm not sure if we'll get there by the end, but 17 and Cook is obviously very capable hands here, and he will probably be able to have legs over the Nissan by come the end of the straight. And you can see the McLaren's already dropping back a little bit. But here comes Cook.
Look at this Mustang.
That's too easy.
That is raw power. Ooh, runs it a little wide.
Yeah, he had to go a little bit deep. I thought the Nissan might just get a nice little punch out of there, and in fact he has got to go defensive, does Cook, but this is a pretty hard corner to get any sort of move done, so it looks like he's got that finished up. Ben Hignett doing the first stint for the Smokestack Racing entry, and not particularly favoured by Hignett, this Ford, but this man, Brad Cook, absolutely loves this car, so you can expect now that he's got that move done to pull away, I would suggest. That's yeah, nice move down to turn one from Brad Cook.
Yeah, and it looks like Joshua Holmes is straight away caught up to the back end Nissan there as well. So the Misano and the Nissan, and yeah, I reckon he will in the midfield once again through these tight corners. The McLaren worked very well, and come the straight, we'll see how close Joshua is here. I think he's probably on a little bit better tyres. They stopped a little bit later than the Nissan, from memory. Just look at that. He just dropped back so far coming out of that chicane.
Quickly interrupt there. JP's decided, I've got a pit now. So that is, I'm not even going to do maths. It's too hard. 83 minutes, I believe, around that mark. So that is a mega opening stint. And we'll see where the 191 pops out in terms of the rest of the field. Because
so Sean, in your opinion, is that a different fuel map? Like, can you do that without
100%.
doing a different fuel map? Yep.
That is fuel map 2.
Yep.
On fuel map 2, the Porsche has a little thing where it doesn't lose pretty much no power, but it just sips the fuel. That's a German engineering for you.
Right. Not just the brakes, eh?
Yep.
Not just the looks either. Or the engine.
Where if you try to do a Mustang, it'll just go, excuse me.
There are a couple of different fuel maps happening for the Porsches out there. I know that the Bin Chicken guys are racing in map 4. At least Spinats was in the first stint. Obviously, map 8 is the general go-to very fast map for the Porsche. So I think there's probably a couple of cars out there running map 8. And then, as you said, the purple guy's probably running map 2 to get it that far into the stint conservatively, which goes to show the pace that Peach has in the Porsche. Considering that he was running probably the slowest of the 3 engine maps, to get that much pace out of the car was again just a stonking effort from Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, and just wanted to just say quickly that we talked about the 290 earlier, the Pro-Am battle, and the 90 is now leading the 200. We knew Chris, they stopped a little bit earlier, but the 91 and 63 still in there. But the AM battle, we've got the 888 now leading the 121. So they've, in that round of pit stops, been able to pass the 121. So the top AM at the moment is the 888 car. So just a shout out there to Noor, who's been driving really quickly lately.
Okay, so now we've got all our pit stops. We can do a bit of a field cleanse and work out what's what and who's doing what. So yeah, definitely the 888 here, they're having a really good run today. So Noor's put in a mega stint. Yeah, he's got Austin McNeil right behind in the 700 Mustang. But of course Noor's going to be like, well, no, you have to get past on your own merit. I'm not going to just open the door. So mega stint there from Noah. Huge job. So it is Cooley leading the way from Paul Brett, 13 seconds to the good as well. So if you don't mind umpire, that is a huge jump. So 13 seconds, that's almost 6 seconds more than when they came in. So what's happened there?
Well, we watched Britt get caught up in that blue flag shenanigans down into Ravatz's, so probably most of it happened in that turn of events.
And then Cook in the Shell Ford, Minson in the Nissan, Holmes in the 422, and Shady Sammy on the 191, and they are closing up. So that's our championship battle as well. Vintner leading away in Pro-Am. Murphy, aka Lunchy, in the 161 Bing Chicken entry. Darth in the 200, who's added that off-track excursion. So that's been a position change in Pro-Am. And then Mr. Hill in the 70, who is double stinting, I believe. And then Pickers, Webb, and Nor are your top 13. And McNeil as well. We'll throw down 14.
Yeah, so early movers and shakers, definitely the 191, as well as we said the 422. So, and they're battling obviously for the championship win here for over the 3 rounds. So those are the 2 leading, and obviously with a 992 not too far behind. And another battle I'll be looking at early, probably in the next 3 or 4 laps, would be probably the 70. It looks like it's catching up to the 200 slowly. Each lap they were 5 or 7 seconds back a few laps ago, and it's only 2 seconds now. So he'll 1.3 seconds. So he'll be up to on Breathless tail fairly soon. But it just looks like the 700 can't get past Nur here. So, Boston McNeil, we know how quick he is, and the Mustang, we know how quick that car is. But he just doesn't have enough to get past the Striplators. Cooley just shows everybody he is still out in front and just sets another fastest lap. 40.2. That is mega fast.
I can't even comprehend that.
Yeah, I couldn't do that even without being qualifying, so...
Here's McNeil, though, gets it done. Mustang Power says thank you. Freedom, off we go. I actually I've tried the BMW around here, I've tried the Porsche, of course, I've tried the McLaren around here. Haven't tried the Mustang around here yet, but from what I've been told, it's not too bad. I'm sure JC will be able to give us more information, being a Mustang driver himself.
It's pretty good. Obviously, we've seen it demonstrated a couple of times as Yoda defended pretty hard on that straight, and it's just the power it's got when it gets into 3rd and 4th gear. It can defend from almost anything. And then, of course, we watched Cook get past the 111 Nissan as well. So, yeah, very, very strong in a straight line. And handles the chickens pretty well too, as long as you've got it set up, you've got the suspension set up properly, which we've got a nice car under us. It handles the chickens pretty well, and you can attack them pretty hard as well. So yeah, it's a good car. I reckon it's probably the most fun I've had at this track, which doesn't say much, but it's pretty good.
Gibbo's done really well here, mate. He's come through a lot of this traffic as well, JC. Yeah. He's cleared a lot of them now.
Yeah, I've been watching him at the corner of my eye. It took him a fairly long time to dispose of Huddy, who defended very nicely a couple of times down into turn 1, but then he finally got that one done. Oh, there's a bit of action in the background there as a couple of them go through the last chicane side by side, which is always very difficult. As I said, he took him a little while to get past Huddy, who defended very well, but now that he's got him done, he's into a bit of clear air now and can get some moves done and get some laps done.
Yeah, that definitely caught out the 7.6 or the 676 Carpenter behind them as well in that little excursion they had there, because they were all right on top of each other. And it looks like the 716, 676 were all coming back after the earlier... you guys had a penalty there, the 716 JC. What was that? It was the drive-through, right, for the pit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yoda just a little bit of a finger slip, unfortunately. So anyway, here's what it is. As I said, long day.
I'm a big fan of Gibbo. You want to talk a plug-and-play driver, this is the plug-and-play driver. Pretty much doesn't race during the sprint series or nothing. Gibbo, we need an endurance truck. Yep, no problem. And jumps in and is super quick.
Super quick and super solid. And that's why we were blown away with his qualifying performance too, because as you said, like, he does no practice whatsoever. We threw him a setup with about 2 days until the shootout, and he put it in the shootout, and then put it P8. He said, just let him go, and he'll do his thing.
Incredible. And a lovely man as well, which always helps. So currently in 15th at the moment, so they'll just be working our way through. Gibbo will get to work, and he's actually catching these people up in front quite quickly. So got the Mustang hooked up. And we are just an hour and a half into this race, and it's been a really interesting race so far. A lot of sort of storylines that have just starting to make sense and play out a little bit. And we've got some great battles in terms of championship points as well, which is always exciting. That battle for the Pro-Am Championship is going to be an absolute beauty, I reckon, between Vittner, Darth, Pickford, Webb, McNeil. That's going to go on all day. The AM battle is going to be fascinating to watch between Nor, Austin and Kate. And of course we've got our big time battle for the race win and of course the championship as well. So heaps to keep an eye on. Here's the 200 now, doing very well.
Yeah, Kramer's just got past him in the last couple of laps. I just noticed that as well. I haven't seen the overtake, but Kramer was behind him. Yeah, and he's already 1.5 up the road. So, always good. But yeah, we've got the 716, Gibbo is coming, so it's a good thing we've cleared 200 there. So it will be definitely, like you said, there's a lot of great battles in this endurance to play out as the race goes on. So, yeah, this two-man team, shout out to all the two-man teams. It's a tough job as it is, but yeah, hopefully they'll continue to doing all the right things for the rest of the race.
Big shout out to your teammate as well. Mr. Hill is one of my absolute favourite drivers in OOR. No fuss, just gets in and gets the job done. Mega quick, but super smooth as well. And just never seen get involved in incidents. He just knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's probably one of the calmest heads we have in the team. Like he doesn't get involved, he doesn't say bad things. Like he just gets on with it and just loves racing. And he's a really consistent hand, so he does consistent lap after lap. So it's a really fantastic driver to have in an endurance team. So yeah, he'll no doubt have some Yorkshire tea later. He put me onto that as a Brit. And I was like, we had a massive tea conversation, like the chocolates and the milk and everything else. But he's a Yorkshire tea drinker, so for anybody watching. But yeah, shout out to him, and thanks for having me, guys. This time I'm really off. I've got to go because I'll be in the car next. So thanks for having me, and JC, I hope you guys have a great day. And yeah, I'll catch you guys all a bit later.
Same to you, Leo. Looking forward to potentially having a bit of a battle with you fellas later on in the day, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Catch you guys. Yep.
Thanks, Leo.
And I don't think I'm too far away from nicking off as well, as I'm in the car next as well. So we've got another commentator joining us shortly, and you can introduce him when he gets here. But that's very well pointed out by the man in the sky. It was Fezzer who called it first, and now our goat's in our ear saying there is rain in 30.
Yeah, oh, yes. Wow. So Bender's obviously done a rain dance in the pits.
It has been slowly clouding over the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes, and you noticed on a couple of the corners that the sun had completely disappeared behind the clouds, and that is why our first taste of moisture is on the way.
Excellent. Well, that's going to throw a spanner in the works, considering all these drivers have just stopped as well, which is what we love about endurance racing.
Absolutely, it is awkward timing, isn't it? Yeah, the guys who went really long into their stint especially are probably just going to have to bite the bullet and pit again. Oh boy.
Excellent. I'm all for it. Matty Power says, oh good, just in time for me to take over in the steward's box. Here he is, looking at Graham Hill still. Just such a good driver. Oh, smooth. Just could watch him all day. He's in a McLaren. It's kind of his thing. And currently in 9th position. Now the gap up front out to 16, nearly 17 seconds. So Keckers is just on it at the moment.
And double stinting too. That's a supreme effort from Cooley. He's taken the purple lap back, and as you said, has really stretched his legs again out the front there. Once all these pit stops are cleared up, and he's obviously got a bit of traffic, he is cooking.
It's great to see, because we did think when I saw the entry list, I thought, oh, Laundry House is going to walk this in. But it's nice to see them actually in a proper fight here. And we can't count out the 191 or the 422 either, or the 111, or the 17. So we've got a proper pro battle up the front, which is awesome, which is what we want. And then we've got a really nice pro-am battle bubbling away there in the background. So I reckon this could have the potential, I don't want to call it too early, but this does have the potential of one of the best enduros we've had here in OOR for a long time.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I don't recall seeing one. Maybe. No, I think you're right.
And we've got a few drivers that have jumped out of the car now, just jumping in the chat, which is great. That's the best way to sort of get updates on all the different teams and their strategies and that. Paige pretty happy about the rain and its timing.
Speaking of the rain, that rain image has gone from medium rain to what looks to be heavy rain too. So it's going to start off as just a sprinkle, and most of the cars will be trying to stick it out on dries, but it won't be too long before that rain increases, and it is definitely going to be a pit stop onto wet tyres based on that heavy rain image in 30. So the rain coming in about 20 minutes will be of the light variety, and then in 30 minutes it's certainly going to pick up. So strap yourselves in. Ho, ho, ho.
Now the Aston apparently is pretty good in the wet, I've been told. So, and I know the Porsche is very good on the wet. The Mustang, yeah, probably not so much.
Nope. And of course I'm getting into the car. I'm dreading it. Honestly, I'm sitting here dreading. I know everyone's excited for the rain, but I'm scared. I'm a little scared. Oh dear. All right, well, I've just popped in for a little bit to say hello to you, Sean Muller, and to wave at chat, but I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to go, as I said, jumping in the car next, and with this rain on the way, I'm going to go get repaired and prepared. Neil Haynes will join you very shortly. Feel free to introduce him. I'm going to duck out. I might see you all later.
Thank you, JC. As we do, welcome the one and only Neil Haynes into the box. How are you, Hainesy?
Yeah, going pretty good, thank you. How are we all going on this fabulous Saturday?
We are well. How'd your opening stint go?
Oh, my opening stint went all right. I had a little bit what you call a brain stoppage and ended up having a bit of a dive bomb and causing myself a drive-through. But hey, got that out of the system, so we're all goes now for the next 10 hours. So here we go.
Excellent. Well, that's the way, isn't it? If you want, just get it out of the way early. You know, just deal with
Get
it.
it out of the system. That's right. And it's good, great to hear you again, Sean. It's awesome.
Thank you. Good to be back and properly back. Did the first did the Misano Enduro, and it was good, but didn't feel properly back. But I feel proper back now, so feel good. And this is very interesting. So we've got a bit going on here. So this is lap traffic. So that's the 17 just going past Austin here, and then that is a Porsche trying to fire it down the inside. That's the 492. So that is a battle for position, and the Porsche just gets it done and says thank you very much. So this is an AM battle as well, so really important to keep an eye on that. And then we've got Boxy there in the Polygon race, the GTR. And then we've got, this is all kicking off. And then
Yeah, so leading by, I think it's the M there, I think of Lucas K, isn't it? And it's been pretty intense, them getting all through, because some of the faster cars, I think, getting a few little blue flags as well at the same time, so it's really bottlenecked these ones up. And our actual team cars amongst all that too, just hanging at the back there, the ANZ CRL car, car 16, you can just see it go past there, the BMW. He's been having a lot of fun watching front row seats of this battle though, guys, so yeah, it's been pretty good.
That's Josh. So currently 5th position. So he just got a couple of blue flags in front of him. And this is where you really hope when you're in Josh's position that everyone just stays nice and neat, nice and tidy. You don't want any side-by-side shenanigans, and I say that. Oh boy. Yep, this is where you're nervous. This is where you're very nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh, you could see that one coming, couldn't you, Muller?
Yep, 100%. That just had a sort of bit of danger written all over it. Look, it's worked out not too bad, but that was some damage on that McLaren, and as we all know, once that McLaren gets damaged, it is not a very nice car to drive.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I was going to say Shady Samuel in the Pepper Pig car. He's licking his lips here, and he will be pouncing as soon as he can if he get through this blue flag Mustang, I think it is.
Certainly is. That Mustang needs to drop the throttle now. That Mustang needs to let it. Yep.
Anyway, it's probably through here. He looks like he's pulling it over to let the car, to let Shady go through. He wouldn't have been too happy there, but look, it's a long way to go. We're not even 2 hours into this race. And Shady's actually, they're in a good spot, aren't they, in 6th position? Doing a really good job.
Mega opening stint from Page. They went.
Oh, so it was Page.
Well. Yeah.
Oh,
so
awesome.
They went 80 minutes on a single tank of fuel. So, unfortunately, though, going long in that opening stint may come back to bite them because that rain has kind of made that null and void. So, but long day. Anything can happen.
Yeah, definitely. Isn't this shot great where you see the river just down on the right-hand side of these trees as well? Such a picturesque track, this one.
It is. It's in a beautiful part of the world, Bologna. There's a bit of a Porsche on Porsche action here. So we've got Huddy and Kay going at it.
Yeah, Power Sim Sports. He's been trying to hold off Kay as much as he can. They've been having a ding-dong battle, but it looks like Lucas may just have Liam. I keep thinking Lucas, sorry, but Liam almost had a little dive down the inside there of Huddy. Paul will make it hard, though, make that Porsche as wide as it can be.
This is where the Porsche is so strong. Like through Ackerman Rally, and it just feels mega. And they've got a very fast GTR ranging up behind them. He'll be basically saying, "Excuse me, I'm a GTR and I am coming through." Actually, that's implying that the GTR has manners. Oh, geez.
He's playing mobile chicane by the look of that too.
Wow.
So he's inside, outside. He's like on a slalom course there. And is this given an opportunity? Okay, no.
You're going to have to get out of it again because that is Joshua Holmes who's ranging up to the back of the well. And then Shady shouldn't be too far behind. Oh, that's deep. Oh, that was incredible. I didn't think that was going to pull up, but it did. So
Actually, I got caught out.
Yep. First-hand experience. This is what you get.
Exactly. You soon realise that gap does close very quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there's a bump. Oh, how did Holmes do that? Wow.
Probably with the class there of being a pro driver, I'd say that was very good awareness and good driving by Joshua.
That is threading the eye of the needle, very much so. But that would have been a bit of a heart and mouth, considering we're passing two Porsches that are prone to oversteer and a bit of snap. But he got that done and now he can get his head down and get after Vincent.
And I'm assuming that all the viewers would have enjoyed the start of this race as that sun just started to come up over the horizon as the green flag waved. It would have been some great visuals on the screens.
It was absolutely beautiful to look at. Probably not great for you drivers, but to be honest, as a commentator, I kind of don't care. Oh, Shady here. This is looking a little messy. Hopefully these two in front just get out of the way. Nice work. Nice. See, that's perfect. That's what you want. Just a nice little throttle blend. And we've got the Kovacs blue entry behind there as well. I believe that is Michael Pickford behind the wheel.
Yeah, doing an outstanding job. Up in the 10th spot, you know, at this stage of the race, they're looking pretty good, actually.
Yeah, been a great drive. Oh no, that's Pickers. That was a Kovacs blue entry, in the red entry. Oh, Kovacs everywhere. Ah, Ducks.
Oh, it's a Pete. Okay, so he's right in the middle of the Porsche,
Yep.
battle.
So we've got an on-track fight here. This is what we want.
So you've got the Porsches that are very nimble, can get that turn around the corners, and then you've got a BMW that just loves bouncing over the curb. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, the Beamer, you can just absolutely monster the curbs here. It just laughs at them and goes, yep, no worries.
This is my favourite shot of all time. Love this shot.
Tell you what, Tarks is absolutely on it here. He is making moves.
It's a nice move. He planned that really well. Got a good exit. Oh, and the lap traffic car's doing a good job.
That was a really good battle, and yeah, Pete Viney just said, I'll take 2 positions in 1 lap. Thank you very much. Off I go.
Yeah, and look at Huddy though. Paul's just right under the back of the wing here of the BMW, looking for a move. See if he can get through these first chicanes nice and easy, and maybe a run up into the hairpin, but he's just looks like he's not been able to stick with the BMW.
Yeah, it's... Once the car gets in front of a Porsche, it is so hard for the Porsche to fight back. You've really got to do it into a braking zone with a short straight.
But yeah, he's doing a good job there. He's been leading Liam for a good part of this stint. So Paul's obviously eyes forward. He's not worrying about the mirrors too much. He's not getting distracted by that pink Porsche, which is probably pretty easy to do. You know, especially when we've seen Liam moving around a little bit, trying to distract Paul.
Now, I'm just having a look here on the time screen now. I'm just going to double check behind them. There is it. Yep, no, I thought so. Boxy's coming in the Polygon Racer GTR. I was just keeping an eye. There he is right there. So here we go. This is about to really kick off. What shot this is. There he is. There's Boxy.
Yeah, the Polygon Racers team, they're always there or thereabouts. They're in the thick of things in most endurance racing.
Watch this. It sucks though.
Oh, here we go. He's got to be around the outside here.
The outside. That's bold. That is very bold. That is beautifully done. Lovely move there from Boxall.
I tell you what, that car did not even move around in the braking either. It was so stable. So it got a very good setup here at this moment. Running very well. Getting good rotation. Oh, a little compromise there.
Of course, this is the Mobile with 3 very keen GTR lovers in Scarney, Boxall and Mr. Crick, who absolutely adores the GTR, thinks it's the greatest thing since the last breed. So I reckon they've got their heads around how to set it up. Each of their own. It still sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
Like a Dyson, you reckon?
Oh, 100%. Not as BMW bad, but it's up there.
Speaking of Mr. Crick, how was that intro that he did for us at the beginning of the event?
Incredible intro. For those viewers that did watch, the start of the stream, that intro video that was done by the one and only Mike Crick. How good was it? Just gets you fired up for the day, and yeah, really, he does some amazing work. I've been lucky enough to have quite a few liveries made by Mr. Crick as well, and every one of them turns out absolutely magnificent.
I believe he's also the resident photographer, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Always some beautiful snaps at the end of these events always come up, and he does a good job showcasing pretty much all teams as well. Oh,
yeah, definitely. Boyce Bacon gets a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. I think that was what we were looking at before. Of course, if you do want to go follow Mike Crick, jump on his Twitch at the Valiant Night. He always provides really good content. He's just a top lad. Here's a lovely shot on the side of the gym. Oh, look at this. Here we go. So we've got Murphy and Vittner going at it. So Lunchy's jumped in the bin chicken racer. Very quick operator. And Vittner's not exactly what you would call slow either.
No, that's just going to say he's that Porsche. So team driver to the Peppa Pig, isn't it? This one, Bluey. Is the Bluey is the Peppa Pig one bin chicken or not?
Yep. No, Peppa Pig's Kovacs, and then Bluey's bin chicken. Well, there you go. What would be a good third option, chat? So they've got Peppa Pig and Bluey. What? Jeez. What would be a good third option for them?
Astro Boy. Bring back
Astro Boy. That works. Yeah.
Something that has to be on the ABC by the sounds of things.
Oh, definitely. 100%. I mean, it doesn't count if it's not on the ABC. Oh, the background, that is a dive. Oh, that looks like the Polygon racer there's just been elbowed.
Yeah, it looked like the Power Sim Sports car may have been involved in that one, guys, but it's interesting to see what may have happened there. Was it?
Yep, certainly was. Boxy had just got the old hip and shoulder. That'll be 3 weeks in AFL land. We'll get a replay of that one, because yeah, that looked just awkward.
But look at the gap between all these guys from basically 19th all the way down to 23rd, if you don't mind. It's just a train, and Huds is just leading that. Be interesting to see what happens there, because I think that Huds may have been involved in that little bit of a moment with Vauxhall.
So, looking at that rain radar as well, that rain has changed again. So it now looks like light rain in 10.
It may not even happen. The way it keeps changing. We got the clear skies after that too, so it may even change to maybe some overcast skies, who knows. But still going to be tough if they get a little bit of light rain. Like, do you think that the drivers may stick it out? I'll probably stick it out on the slicks, I'd say. It probably won't get wet enough.
Yeah, you would think so. If the track, even if it goes greasy. Is it damp or greasy? No, damps. I think
it's greasy, isn't it? And then damp. I'm not too sure, but even so, that the 15-degree track temperature is still pretty cool out there on the track. We do see that, I think most of the time in the practice over midday or a bit after that, it's sort of getting around that 30-degree track temperature. So it's still pretty cool out on track. So if it does rain, it's not going to help. Yeah.
Which is rare for this part of the world in Bologna. It's only beautiful weather here.
It's a nice cooling breeze as well, 5 kilometres an hour.
Yep. So, of course, many people were just waking up as Boyce Bacon gets another 15-second penalty for blue flags. Oh dear. That's not good. That's now up to 25 seconds. So.
KJC saying that 7 minutes of rain beginning and about just under 10 minutes per the Pixel Races weatherman.
Here's the replay. Yeah, that was awkward.
It's
So
a
it
tough
looks
one,
like
but
it's a tough one. Let our fantastic stewarding team take care of that. Big shout out to the stewards, as always. They do an amazing job. Just definitely couldn't go racing without them.
nah, they do a sensational job, don't they, Sean?
They certainly do, and they do have VIP status at Dan Murphy's now, I believe.
Cool. You're going to need it when you've been a steward around here with 40 cars on track.
Sean, it's actually VIP with Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, okay. Noted. So looking at this battle, it's Liam K currently on screen in the Lemon Racing 492 Porsche. We've got Wenzel in the number 2, just getting out of the way for blue flags. Love to see it, as I believe that was our race leader flying through. Kecker's doing Kecker's things.
Yeah, doing a great job. It's also doing a good job his car 888 as well. I think they're the AM drivers that qualified 11th, if I'm not mistaken, where they just missed out of the top 10 shootout last week. Holding 13th, so, you know, holding pretty good there. Not too far from McNeil in the Mustang in P12, so...
Look at that gap, 24 seconds. This has been a huge drive.
Yeah, good opening stint from the team.
No, this is not going to be, you will not enjoy this at all.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've got to sort of think sometimes err on the side of caution, I guess, but that BMW should probably be letting him through before we get down to the end of here.
Sure. No, oh dear.
Not looking like he's going to be doing that, so...
That'll be a 165 over the radio.
But he's got a nice healthy margin there on the Porsche, the 992.
I think also, just to keep in the back of our mind, and this is no disrespect to their third driver, but you know, there's no problem in saying that Noski's probably not as quick as Cooley and Lucas Keys. So this is all about gap building at the moment, because we do know that the 992 are strong across the board and can probably run longer as well. So this is more about building a gap and just building in a bit of fudge factor into their strategy.
Oh, definitely.
Done very well to get through that. That's, geez, just decisive. That's the thing with blue flags as well. You've got to be decisive if you're the passing car. You've just got to get in, get it done, make sure you do it safely, and then also, from the blue flag point of view, move out of the way at a safe spot and a smart spot.
Yeah,
always,
that's
my pet hate is when a blue flag will park it on the apex or go wide. Just wait till it's straight. Just makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to tell. Yeah, bouncing over for Paul Hardy. He's
Wow.
lucky to hold on to that. But yeah, I was going to say, that's what we try to tell our guys in our team as we're developing slowly, is obviously try and let the faster cars through. Get out of the corner, off the throttle once you get out of the corner, so you don't balk the blue flag car or the faster car on his exit, and then just roll out of it, let him through, and try not to race him all the way to the corner. Let it done nice and early, so they're braking in their preferred braking line, and yeah, so that's, I think, the best way. You don't want to be still racing them through this part of the circuit. You want them to have their nice race line so they can get their braking done, and you just follow them through.
Couldn't agree more. So, here we go. So we're just about to hit 2 hours into this 12-hour round 3 Imola for the Permobile Imola 12-hour last round of the Italian job. Been a really interesting opening sort of couple of hours here. We do have rain on the way, but it looks like it's only, now it's changed again. So
yeah,
now it's saying it's medium rain.
Oh, medium, so yeah.
Yep. So this is actually a battle here. So look at the look at Wenzel here. the team last name, getting very aggressive with Austin and his nice AM battle. This is a great AM battle, actually. This is fantastic. Wenzel now, he's going to place the car on the inside, set him up for a move up there into Grassini. Should be able to get it done, and he does. That is a love. Oh, he's run it way too deep. That might come with a naughty, but I don't think he cares because that's her position. That's a great bit of driving.
Yeah, you're talking about the leaders. You know, the faster cars have to be committed to when they come up to lap traffic. But I tell you what, that Wenzel Robert just absolutely was committed into the chicane, and you know, as you said, he may get a track cut there, but you know, it was full commitment, and he got through it without an issue. And Box has come back again after being a little bit muscled by Huds earlier on, so he's still, you know, lurking there with his Nissan. Obviously, would be loving to see if he can get through these 3 AMs before maybe the rain hits, but we don't think the rain's gonna. We don't know what's going to happen with the rain.
It is definitely clouded over again in the last sort of couple of minutes. That is proper Melbourne style clouds there.
Yeah, so I'm feeling like I need to put my jacket on, Sean. Just you know, just got that feel, doesn't it?
It certainly does. There was talk it could be just could be like that Bathurst race that we had earlier this year, where it was just cloudy all day. You know, well, when's it going to rain? When's it going to rain? It just didn't end up raining. So,
it looks like
geez, another 10
Mr.
seconds.
Bacon got another one.
Yeah.
Have a look at the track map, don't you mind? Look, there's cars littered all around. Try and pick a nice little healthy little margin where you can get a few laps there with a clean run. It's the nature of Imola.
Still the best racetrack in Italy, though.
Oh, without a doubt. It's amazing. It's a great challenge driving it. And, you know, it's nice flowing circuit. And it's cool.
Here we go.
We've had a little bit of rain on our screens that we can see now. So it's got from optimum to fast at a blink of an eye, the track condition.
Wow.
So that's dropping.
That
Definitely dropping down here.
So this is going to be extremely interesting now. Track's gone to green already. Green already. So that was so quick.
Yeah, not mucking around.
This is where your good enduro drivers are at their absolute best, when they just know how to sort of drive around the cars. Huddy gets a 10-second penalty. That was for that collision with Boxy.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, that's obviously probably comes at a good time too. If this rain and they have to come in for a pit stop for tyres, so he'll clear that very quickly in the next pit stop. But hopefully you can try and minimise the loss by trying to get that done quicker, and maybe another car gets stuck out sliding around with these wet conditions. So would you go in now or not? With how quick that track conditions change, would it be an option for the drivers to start coming in or stay one more lap out?
This is really tricky as well, considering. Oh, yep, here we go. So Cook's in, he's decided up. I've had enough of that. The Triple J entry looks like it's in as well. Yep.
So the interesting thing, though, the top 3, though, they have not pitted.
Look, Shady's
so the
in.
top 3,
Shady's in.
Yeah, I think you'll probably find a lot of these guys are going to follow one another through now, but it looks like the top 3 did not pit at that instance with that rain, so it'll be interesting to see if any of these drivers that are, especially Cookie, if he narrows that margin from the guys that have elected to stay out.
I think these teams here put a bit of a master stroke here, because
I think you're right.
Proper throwing it down. This will be wet tyres for sure.
As you can see, it's going to get a little bit wetter before it clears up, and we just don't know what's going to happen in that 30-minute time too, if that becomes a wet symbol as well. So you look at it in the foreground there, like in the background, I should say, how dark those clouds look.
If I'm these Porsche teams, so if I'm... Yep, here comes Brett. So if I'm these Porsche teams, I am filling the tank, throwing on wets, and driving those wets, even when the track dries out till they literally fall off the car.
Tell you what, that livery there, as we all know, looks like a big rust
Ooh.
bucket. It must enjoy these type of conditions.
Look at that rain radar. Look at that weather thing. That's gone to. That's heavy.
Increasing.
When that,
Yeah.
Yep. So Cooley has to come in this lap. Has to come in this lap.
Did you see the power slide just out of shot there of
Yep.
that camera? He's definitely still pushing, but man, it's getting slippery out there. They went from greasy to damp, so that just clarifies what we're trying to think there, Sean, early. How the conditions go. So it goes from greasy to damp, and then obviously probably wet.
So we'll keep an eye on this because this is important. So Gallows jumped in the laundry house entry. Yep, I thought as much. Cooley's like, yeah, okay, I'm good, but I'm not this good.
Yeah, as Chris Taylor said in the chat as well, medium heavy rain is definitely hard on the dry, so it is the time to come in now. Any other driver hoping that weather will improve is going to lose out. So you'll expect this pit lane to get very busy in these next
Definitely
minute or
looking
two.
busy. We've got quite a few cars in. The Rockets Evolved entries in as well. Now, has that been a long stop? I feel like that's been a long stop. I could be wrong.
How's it?
Just feels like. There we go. Nah, off we go.
That's nicely done. How's this for initiation for one of our first team drivers? First time from the Xbox onto PC and into the endurance scene, and it is his time to jump in the car. So he hasn't raced online, and he's going to be straight in the wet.
Well, there's no better way. Just throw him straight in the fire. Why not?
That's it.
Here's Pete Viney. So he looks like he's served his stop. Got a set of wet Pirellis.
Nice little blue LED light at the front of the grille there. It looks pretty smart.
The leader's probably filled up as well. Set of boots. And he has lost a lot of time because that is the bin chicken racer of Lunchy who has gone past him. So that has been a huge loss of time. Yep. So the 191 has jumped him. So that has not worked out as well as Lucas is actually in the 165 now. So we're going to have to wait for all this to cleanse out because all these pit stops and all where it's happened has just thrown a bit of a spanner in the works with some of these teams. So we'll just wait till it all cleanses a little bit and the leaderboard updates, and then we'll go through the field. But this is definitely... Yeah. I think he is. Is that...
Oh, he's got right in here into the thick of things.
That makes me
Sends
very
it
nervous.
Down the inside at the bottom of the hill. That's that's can be a little bit tricky, especially in these conditions.
They are, yeah. I was just thinking that. Thank you, John, in chat. Yeah, they are lapping him. So no, they haven't lost any. I didn't think so. And Lucas Keys behind the wheel, driving it like Lucas Keys does. Yep.
Yeah, master in the wet.
Now, I do believe we've got a bit of a masterclass happening here. Apparently, Gibbo is on slick still in the 716. If that's the case, surely not. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
That is bold.
It sure is. And he's staying out again. Look
Yep,
at the
and he's
BMW
like-
behind him. He's struggling to get traction.
He is giving the middle finger to this rain.
Isn't that what all Ford drivers do?
That's a good point. Chuck a set of
It's usually
stockies on and do donuts.
Yeah. That's what you usually sort of see. Roundabouts in the wet, you see plenty of Fords doing doughies.
So here is the 191 with Shady Samuel behind the wheel, currently in 6th. As I was saying, their strategy was to run very long, so it's kind of nullified that, but as I said, long day, and if they can keep running long, they're going to buy themselves a pit stop. So They're the ones to watch towards the back end of this race.
Yeah, but even running long too, that you got to sort of think too, Muller, is that pit stop for those wets wouldn't have been as long either for him to whack on the like to top the tank up either. So it might be a change of strategy a little bit here. But yeah, it has hurt them with the rain, but we're predicting maybe a little bit more of this shower activity throughout the remaining 10 hours of this race. So going to just have to play it as they see it, really.
Also getting word that Holmes is on dries as well. These are some serious brave boys out there. Wow, look at that.
By looking at that, I think that is correct to say that he is on the dries.
Now this is, I like to call the hero or zero strategy.
But you can't, he couldn't even get the power going up the hill there. He was sort of squirming all the way up. And these guys just sort of caught him so easy. He's a monster Mustang.
They really need this rain to stop, I reckon, in the next lap, 2 laps tops. Because if it doesn't, then it's a wrong call. But if it does stop at the next lap or 2, huge. Oh, we're seeing there. We're looking at the 960. What's happened there?
Oh, he's coming
in.
in.
He's in. He's in.
So the Pit Viper car's in.
Josh is like, nah, I've had enough of this.
And a lone BMW in there as well, getting serviced.
So the 960 was the Rudimata spin. Apparently that huge accident. We're getting word from our spotters all around the track.
So
I believe so. He's back with Shady now, currently in 6th position. Porsche, wet, Imola. Yeah, pretty much doesn't get better.
now, did the car 17, they came into it as well. I
look.
think pretty sure we saw them come in when they got wets on as well. I
Look
think
at
so.
this for blue flags. You have a blue flag. You have a blue flag.
It's your turn. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
That's Shady
dear.
Samuel.
Oh, Shady, that is massive. What has happened there? We just saw
they're
it
coming.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I think it was just on the little kink coming into that corner there. That Ferrari, I think it may have been, maybe just got in the way. Maybe a misjudge from Shady. Here we go.
Here we go. So what
So
has
it looks like
happened here?
he's slow, letting the faster cars through.
And he's just come across him. Oh no. No.
Maybe just got confused of who was where.
I'm just calling it. That was a little bit amateur hour there. Dear oh dear. And the 191 again. Oh. This team just does not have luck.
Nah, but look at him now. He's
oh wow.
if anyone's got an example of red mist, here it is by Shady Samuel. Sends it down the inside and gets through these lap cars. And I tell you what, he would be fuming. That the pit radio would be very interesting to hear from the car 191.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't play it on here.
Oh, there you go. But anyway, look how much he's been able to gap him since there. So hopefully he didn't get sustained too much damage, but I can't remember now. My memory's lost. It looks like it was a front left corner into the wall, so that could be a bit of a lock-up.
It says lock up there. Oh, that was beautiful though. See that? The Porsche on the slide through Ravazza. Beautiful bit
It
of
looks
driving.
like I come up here 13 seconds of damage for car 191, so they have got a bit of front end damage for the Kovacs Purple, but look, we'll see how they can motor on from here. We're just talking how they had an alternate strategy going in this wet weather has not sort of helped them with that, so now with the extra little repair for damage that wasn't any of their doing, so Shady will just need to calm down a little bit and move on as he's doing right now to try and see if he can bridge a gap to, bring it a bit closer to the Nissan in front of him. of Myson.
So it is still raining out there. So this rain is continuing. Here is our leader, currently just driving beautifully. Drive through for Hamilton. Drive through for the 17.
Ooh. I wonder what that was. That was maybe a track cut.
Yep, track limits. We have our first track limits, ladies and gentlemen. And it's been, wow, it's a lot longer than we thought, but there it is. So, and that will be a huge positional change as well. So the 17 that was on for a third position currently at the moment, they're going to have to come through the pit lane and serve that, and that's going to allow then the 111, the Rockets Evolved entry, and maybe the 191 as well to gain position. So it's all kicked off with this rain, and normally happens in an OOR Enduro. As soon as the rain comes, everything changes. The only thing that hasn't changed is the 165 leading.
No, nothing's changed there, but I've just had a little chuckle there. Old Cookie saying it's his fault because he got the 2 track cut limits in his first stint. So that's a beautiful thing. Sometimes you can go out there, go hard in your stint if you've got 0 track cuts, and hand it to your teammate and say, oh, sorry, mate, you're on the last track cut.
Yeah.
But anyway, Liam, gets on through here knowing that there's a possibility of a mid-race safety car as well. So as long as he can stay within, on the same lap of all the cars that he's battling, obviously they can obviously be close together on that restart if we do see that yellow safety car. But how good's Bruno going here in the wet in this Porsche? He's lapping up these conditions at the moment, and it looks like that the cloudy skies are going to grace us very shortly. But this track will stay wet for a while. Look at the track's actually dropped. Actually, I was just said it's dropped down to 14. It's gone back up to 15 now. So,
but that's not warm at all.
No, it's not.
This track
not at all.
Will stay wet for quite a while. Oh, Gallo, that's a mistake. Oh, that was a little too deep there. Just took too much curb as well. So even the very best going around make mistakes.
It was how they handle themselves, Muller. I think they keep it on the straight. They seem to not spin out as you can say when they do go and have a bit of a mistake. So that's why they always up the pointy end of the field. They limit their mistakes and the effect of them.
All I know is with what's going on, we've actually got a proper endurance race going now.
Oh, have we what? This is so exciting.
Is a beauty. Here's our third position. Minson in the Nissan. Rockets Evolved entry. One of the nicest looking cars on the grid as well. There's just something romantic about a Colorsonic blue GTR.
I always admire when they come through and put a lap on us. It's a great looking car. Even better on the screens here while we're watching.
They were kind of my outside pick for this car, the Rockets Evolved entry. Now apparently there's an Easter egg on the car. Okay.
There we go.
To quote for it, we are checking.
Okay, anyone watching the stream in chat, if you find the Easter egg somewhere on this car, there's something there. We'll have our wonderful cameraman start looking around to see if we can have Cookie drive through, causing a collision on lap 75. That's a lot of dirt grime on the car, no Easter egg on the sign of things. Whatever they've done, they've got it somewhere.
It's well hidden, whatever they've done.
So that Cook incident, as we've got just, I'd say that maybe from the chat, it was from the shady, the Samuel incident, I think, the Ferrari. Not seeing it, not on the mirrors, nowhere on the mirrors.
Hang on, we'll
No.
go back to the names on the drivers up the top where the drivers' names are.
Oh, there's a cross out.
Very nice.
The smiley
That's
face.
good. I like it. I like it. So
There you go, people.
Thompson's out, Lee's in. Beautiful. And Minson isn't even there.
No, he's not, is he? What's happened?
Apparently under the spoiler as well.
Well, we had a look. I couldn't see anything there. But anyway.
Very. So now we've got a bit of cleansing. Let's go through the field with 9 hours and 39 minutes to go. We've just had some weather, which the rain has stopped, by the way. So keep an eye on the 716. That's who we have to keep an eye on. But it is Lucas Keys in the 165 top entry leading the way. Bruno Guller in Laundry House in the 992 in second. Minson, who we're looking at on the screen for Rockets Evolved, in third. Shady Samuel in the 191 Kovacs purple entry just had a bit of an incident in fourth. Chris Murphy, aka Lunchy, in the Bin Chicken 161. Hamilton in the 17 in sixth. Regan Herbert in the 422 there in seventh. Leo Dreyer, who was just had it in the box, in eighth position. Austin McNeil in the 700 leading the Pro-Am battle. Was leading the Pro-Am battle because Pickers has gone, I'll have that, thank you very much, for Kovacs Red. So this is a great battle between MRT and Kovacs. They have history, these teams. They go back a long way. This is a proper good old slobber knocker. Leading away
That's
from
good to hear
McNeil.
some rivalry. Yeah, awesome.
Gibbo there in 11th for the Pixel Racer. Then Webb and Brooke. And then it's Noor leading the way in our our AM battle from Austin and Kay. That is your 57-minute update. And I'll tell you what, I said it earlier on. I thought I was putting the mods on it. This has got all the ingredients to be one of the very best enduros we've seen.
Yeah, the 12 hours obviously bring out great events as well, but as you said, it's shaping up to just be an absolutely bell ringer of a race. But right through the field too, there's little spot fires everywhere, isn't there?
Certainly. I just want to... Yep. So Kay has got past Austin. Just want to give a shout out and chat as well. Lukey Johnson had their first baby boy last night, so congratulations from everyone here at OOR. I hope Mum and Bubs are doing well, and it won't be long until we get him in the Castrol McLaren there.
So Sean, I'll just jump in there for a minute.
Yeah.
If the baby was born last night, why couldn't Luke race today?
Oh yes, good point.
I mean, where's his commitment to the team?
I know, like
Disappointing.
born last night, should be back.
Yeah.
Like footy players.
Yeah.
Have a baby and then get back into it. So good point, Glenn. I like that.
And look at now, the sun's
sit
just
here and wait
beating
for
through
the
these
reply.
clouds.
It is coming
we're
back, sun is-
not
yeah.
going anywhere there as we see a ray of sunshine coming through. So obviously a ray of sunshine for the Johnson family. So well done there. And yeah, looking at Liam, seeing if he can power on through here now with this drying track. And now it's going to be to
my
see.
favourite time of
Yeah,
day
how long-
when it's like to take photos.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to talk about this as like good time now to sort of decide how long you're going to stay on these wets
Oh,
as well
that
with
too.
this drying track. It's it really
we
gets
can
you
talk-
thinking, and in the endurance side of things as well. Like, do you hold
We
on?
can talk strategy, I suppose. Yeah, good point. No,
As one of the cars
a wet
is
track.
coming out now.
Ooh, that's the Pixel Racer. Oh, please tell me that's for dry tyres.
It'll be a master move if he did get that done. Hopefully, it wasn't just serving a penalty.
If they've gone back to dries, then that is a master stroke, definitely. If they've gone to wets, that's a... Oh, crap. It is... it's JC. JC is in. Here we go.
If anything, he
That's
would
dry
go the
tyres.
dries.
Oh,
So,
this is a bit of a brilliant move here.
They've got their weatherman on the pulse at the moment. He predicted when the rain was going to fall, and in chat that was. So he's obviously got them working
look at the
hard.
TC. Have a look at the TC he's running.
Yeah, it's up.
TC 211. TC 1711. I love it.
But it's looking like there is that slippery line there. It's starting to get that point where they'll start drying up.
Well, the sun come out really quickly. Those clouds clear. So sometimes when it rains on ACC, the clouds stick around and that, but that has not happened here. So this could dry a bit quicker than we thought. And if it does, keep an eye on this Mustang.
Yeah, there's still a bit of water spray coming off those tyres.
It will move up the field quite quickly.
So currently in 16th, so we'll keep an eye, as you said, Muller, and see what happens as cars decide to come in for those slick tyres. And when they do that, you got Viney in front.
That is a dry line, 100%. Oh, this is sketchy moments though. Don't touch too many curves, JC.
We're just keeping an eye here.
Oh, jeepers.
So we're just keeping an eye on car 716 as he's the first car to go back onto the slicks and just seeing how it's behaving. I'm sure a lot of other team members in the garages are probably watching this coverage just to see how the car's moving around on track, to see when they're going to bite the bullet and get back onto these slicks.
Timing is going to be everything here. Oh.
Wow. We're just hearing that if he did stay on the dries all race here, Herbert, during this wet period, he'll be looking fairly good too. So I don't know where he was.
Gee, see that.
Does anyone know what position they were in before the rain hit? Up to 7th at the moment. They should gain some more positions as the others come in for their change of slicks, but I'd say these, if they haven't come in to go for the wets at all, they'll probably be due for a stop anyway.
See
for
that? That was the
change.
laundry house car already searching for water.
Yeah, there you go. The track conditions are drying up, as Sean just mentioned. The laundry house car of the Porsche is chasing that wet part of the circuit, and look, he's up already now. Herbert?
I can tell you guys, sorry, I'll just jump in there. The 422 car came in 8 laps ago, according to pit wall, and that's when Regan Herbert jumped in for Joshua Holmes.
Okay, so they've stopped and they've kept dry tyres on and they've just slotted Regan Herbert in. Again.
So they're going to gain some position, aren't they, if that's the case then, Sean?
Surely.
By the look of it, when all the others all have to come in on the slicks. Get a nice power slide on exit at the top of the hill. It's always a good feeling.
When you don't spin it into the wall, yeah, it's a great feeling. Oh, there you go. Difference between wets and dries right there.
And I think that's where most of the cars are struggling on slicks there, Muller. What we saw earlier when some of them elected to stay out, they just couldn't get the power. They were squirming up the hill. But then they're okay the other parts of the circuit. So you see Herbert now, he seems to be a bit comfortable in this part of the circuit now.
It's brave. I like it. I'm a big
fan of... That's
what
we're talking.
Yeah.
That's all endurance, isn't it?
Yep, I'm a huge fan of different strategies and someone rolling the dice, and 2 cars here have definitely rolled the dice and it's going to play out soon. It's a bit of a long game strat, but I am a big fan of it.
Yeah, so as we said, probably around about 8 laps ago or so that the car, or I don't know, 7 or 8 laps ago that did pit. So they have full tank and also the slick tyres on. So yeah, when others start filtering in to get those tyre changes, you will see this Pit Viper car staying out and maybe pick up a few of those positions as the others come in for the change. But he's so quick in this first sector, isn't he? But coming up the hill, as we saw earlier, it's just struggling a little bit. Not so much here, but as he comes over the hill, over the rise here, he's just finding the traction a little bit hard in the gully here.
What's going to give him confidence, though, is seeing the cars in front searching for water.
Oh, 100%.
He's on a lap here.
Yeah, this is where he's been struggling, though. The
Yes!
previous lap he did that too, with the laundry house just behind him, and he just could not get the traction through there. So this is probably the slipperiest part of the circuit at this stage. And you can tell, you just look at it squirming coming out of the chicane. He just, yeah, very hard to get that power down.
Well, that's our first Moz of the day. Done well.
He might actually have to try and do what JC's doing, turn that traction up a bit. He's only got it 3, fellas, so, you know.
Yeah, I know. Crank it up. Yeah, you've got to
crank it up, use it. That's it. It's there to be used and abused.
But supreme skill this takes. Like, this is not easy to do.
No, it's not. It's, oh, look at the cars just in front there. Oh man, it's getting dicey there. I think he got away with it, but yeah, you've got to be careful of those rejoints. Interesting to see if he's maybe on slicks and he got a little bit slidey.
It's Leo there just saying, excuse me. Oh, Regan again, jeez.
But this is for position though.
It is. Yeah, if I'm Regan, I really want the track to change to damp, like in the next lap or two. Oh, that's, yep, BMW, the braking marker's back there.
Probably not the first car to do it over the event today.
Oh, definitely
look at the track.
No.
Look at the track now, though, Sean. Now getting to 16. So this is the hottest we've seen all race. So, you know, we've had the wet conditions and it's now starting to warm up out there. And we won't take it too long, I wouldn't imagine, to see some of these leaders starting to look at coming in to make this stop out of it, get a change from the slick, or the wets to the slicks.
Well, I'm going to call it, though. We'll definitely see rain again. I've just got that feeling. Because normally when you get a shower like that, you will see rain again.
So you just think they're just playing smart, just holding out just to see what that little weather widget's showing them as it ticks by every 10 minutes or so?
This sort of portion of the race, but maybe in 3 or 4 hours' time, I reckon we'll get another dose of rain. So mixed condition racing, easily the best type of racing, and on a track that really does reward brave strategies and early calls and late calls. So this is good to watch. We are looking at Leo Dre at the moment, currently in 7th position for Mosaic Motorsport after a very strong opening stint there from Mr. Hill.
Yeah, and they're on slicks as well.
No, I think they're on the wets. They're pretty sure they're on the wets.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why he might be because Herbert wasn't too far behind at one stage about 2-3 laps ago. So he's pulled a gap, Leo, to the car 422 behind him, who's obviously in a big battle with Pickford in that BMW. So that looks very tasty as well for position 8.
So back with our race lead, because I just want to cover that off. So they've now got a gap of 53 seconds.
Wow.
To Gallo.
So
that
they've actually made a lot because it was 20. I think it was under 30 seconds. It was about 23, 24 seconds the gap when the rain started. So to double that in not even an hour, that's some impressive driving in this wet session here, Sean.
And they have lapped up to 4th position.
Oh,
So
wow.
I said Cooley put in a mega stint. That is a drive of the day stint. That is huge from Keggers. I'm a big Keggers fan. He's a lovely guy.
Well, when he jumped in, I think you mentioned, he's a raid master as well and just absolutely loves, gets it a bit sideways. The only way he knows how to drive it in these conditions and pushing and getting every little bit out of the car. He's just a master driver in any sort of conditions, really.
I mean, I changed my academy car for next round to the Aston just for Keggers. Because he's done some great things for me. He's helped me out quite a bit, so big fan. Here's Lucas Keys though, another great driver as Kumar comes in to serve a stop go 30. Spending in the pit lane is normally frowned upon. And Bishop's in as well to serve his SG30. Back with LA, Lucas Keys. Young man who's very quick as well, as the track has changed to damp. He comes through Tamburello now.
Yeah, so in saying that as well, it's also during a stop go for the viewers, are they able to also service the car during a stop go penalty to wipe it? So can they go and do a driver swap at that same time?
Ooh, that's a good question for chat. I'm sure someone in chat will be able to answer that, but I'm going to believe no.
So we're just hearing there.
So you've got to serve it.
Yeah, as Flicky Luke's letting us know. So yeah, it's good for all the viewers to understand that. So a stop go 30. If they see that pop up on the Christmas tree, that is an extra penalty there that they got to serve. They won't be able to come in and use that during their pit stop and serve that 30-second penalty. They need to do it separately and then come back into the pit lane to be able to service the car, i.e. change drivers, tyres, fuel. So if they've got just a 10-second penalty, it's usually where they can actually, I believe, come in, change and service the car, and the 10-second penalty is added on to their stop time.
I think that is well explained, Ainsley. Well done.
Oh, it's good for all people watching, just understanding. It also brings people into the race too, because as I say, we've got this really on the point here, Sean, that this is going to be a great race.
Drive through for the 161 bin chicken entry.
All straight in too. So track cuts.
Definitely track cuts. So Lunchy getting obviously a little excited with the track limits there. So
yeah, that's a long return now for the car 17 of Hamilton. They got to drive through earlier too for track cuts. Remember we said Cookie used up all the track cuts. So there you go. Hamilton's just gone past to get that position that Chris was able to get on Hamilton while he was in the pits doing his drive through.
That is a shame
because evened itself out.
He was setting Hollywood numbers as well, really starting to make some inroads. So he'll be disappointed with that. I know Lunchy, he's an operator, but I also know he'll go, right, now it's time to really drive. But
yeah,
again,
definitely.
Long day. It's a long day. So Lucas Keys currently is a second quicker than Gallo, pretty much. He is absolutely flying at the moment. Oh, as Brad Gosling now gets a drive-through for causing a collision on lap 85. Jeez, with penalties, they come in clumps, don't they?
Yeah, well, that would have been when the rain first started too, when it just got a real hectic as well. So, you can sort of forgive him for that, because I reckon he might have got into a point there where it was just all bedlam. But you're right, they do come in clumps at different stages throughout the race, and all of a sudden stewards are just handing out penalties left, right and centre. And then next time you're into their Dan Murphy VIP membership and relaxing with probably a stiff scotch.
tequila. All right.
Tequila here, you know?
Yeah, just go straight in. Oh, background, that's a Mustang.
I think that was Gallio just in the Bruno, I think in the background too, coming up to put a lap on Chris.
So track is still damp, but as you can see, a lot of these drivers now are searching for water. Keep those wet tyres cool. They're pretty durable, the Pirelli wet. They can go a while, but once they drop off, they are absolutely horrible. So timing is going to be everything here for these drivers that need to change back to slicks. And as I said, we will keep an eye on the 716 with JC behind the wheel, and also I believe the, what was the other one that was on the drive? Was that? No, I've lost the track. The 422 of Regan Herbert. That's right, correct. That is also on slicks as well. So we'll keep an eye on them. Here is Bruno Geller for Laundry House, currently in second position. Classic livery. Here is Regan.
Definitely. Yep.
Now Regan, this is where Regan will now start to feel like, okay, I've got some grip now. Now I can start making moves. You can just tell by the attitude of the car. It just looks nicer now.
Yeah, he's not fighting it. He's got that grip under him now. The wind's dropped off too from 5 kilometres to 3. As that temperature starts to now settle here at Imola. Starts to get a little bit warmer. Well, it's not even 9 o'clock yet in the morning, so it's still fairly early.
And we've got 9 hours to go. But fascinating race building up here.
So it's looking like, yeah, definitely the wet tyres, it's still, the wet runners are still a couple of seconds quicker on average to the guys on slick tyres. So the changeover's not quite there. That's why probably quite a few are still on those wets. But I would imagine the changeover to get onto those slicks will be very, very shortly.
And it normally comes pretty quick too. There's only a point
didn't
where
that-
it just go bang, changing like, oh,
Yeah.
where'd that come from?
And we saw the rain when it came in. It was optimum. Then it went fast, you know, green. the track conditions just changed within 2 laps. It just came down really quickly, that rain.
That's why I'm saying we'll get rain later in the day, for sure. Now I've said that, it'll be dry and 30 degrees in a couple of hours and it'll stay like that. But what this rain has done is just thrown, I wouldn't say a large spanner, but definitely a spanner in the works. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. So I just want to give a couple of quick shout outs. The 91 entry, that's Kovacs Red, I believe, in 8th position. So Adriatic Pro-Am, they're doing a great job at the moment. With Pickers behind the wheel, who is a very quick operator in the wet. So really shout out to him. That's a huge effort. Anytime you're in the top 10 in this field, especially as a Pro-Am team. Regan, that is not the line.
Keeps it out of the sand though. That's the main thing. And
That's
fights
okay.
another day.
And of course, a big shout out to Nor as well in the 888 AM entry. They are currently 12th. You want to talk mega? That's huge.
Yeah.
And here he is on the screen at the moment, and I believe I feel like he's been driving for a while as well. So
Yeah, double stint, I think. Maybe going for quite a while.
So an amazing job.
Interesting to see how it goes once he swaps it over. I'm not too sure. Oh, hang on.
No!
Hold on to
We've
it.
done it. There it is.
Oh, there's the commentator's curse.
That was a
Dustin
proper
got
curse,
going.
that one.
Yeah. But when you don't hit the wall, I think Tassin will still be happy with that. So, you know, obviously lost probably 10 seconds there. Doesn't the Shell Helix Mustang coming up look very good as well? Very impressive.
Does look
looming in the
impressive.
background.
Just something about a Mustang with shell on it and a 17.
That's Hamilton behind the wheel, I believe.
So,
As the chat lights up about the curse that's come, we've got stars, we've got the magical wand waving. Well done, guys. Keep that chat coming through.
hope you are all enjoying this action. This is the Permobil OOR 12 hour from Imola, the final round of the Italian Job Endurance Series. And I'll tell you what, this is gets out of the way. Nice work there by Nor. Hope everyone is having a great Saturday as well. It's actually a beautiful day here in Melbourne town where I am. Sun's out. I don't think it's overly warm, but the sun's out.
We are here on the central coast of New South Wales. We've got nice sunshine, and our team driver as well over in Adelaide said it's a nice day over there as well. So it looks like Australia's probably been getting a good dose of nice weather over this weekend, hopefully.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it's always nice to have nice weather at this time of the year because it doesn't happen often. Well, it depends where you live, but where I live, yeah, it doesn't happen often. As we are looking at more there currently. So since we've got a bit of time, and sort of is that part of the race where it's, I wouldn't say it's quiet, just sort of things are settling down at the moment, as the track does still stay damp. So, but definitely the wet runners are looking for water. This I actually didn't know. The Enshini Tower is the tallest tower in Bologna.
Oh, there you go.
It offers panoramic views of the city and is a popular tourist attraction.
We'll have to put that on our list when we come to Imola next. Is that correct?
I think so. I think it's definitely the way to go. It is one part of the world I'd love to go to, the Bologna region.
Muller's World Facts. There you go. You stick with OOR and you'll have a human atlas at your disposal with Muller.
Well, I do love a random fact. Of course, can't compete with Bender. Bender is the master of the random facts, but as the 191 past the blue flag there, does it nice and easily. Well done, Shady. Alright, so as you may have seen in our Discord, we've got a special round coming up at the Sprint Series next round. That is from the French car park at Paul Ricard, and it is chocolate round. Now, basically what has been organised is all the cars basically will be dressed in chocolate liveries, and then of course a winner will be, there are some great prizes on offer as well, which is going to be cool. Now the commentators get to vote, which is excellent because I am a commentator, and that is going to be very interesting to see. And of course there's been some very robust discussion about chocolate in the Sprint chat, which is awesome as well. So do you have a favourite chocolate bar, Hainsey?
Oh, I'd have to say I don't mind the Kit Kat. That's one of my favourite. I could just eat it on its own, have it with a cup of tea or a coffee. Yeah, I love Kit Kat.
You love a Kit Kat. Well, what I found, I was doing a bit of searching today. And I wouldn't say I was booked. Yeah, I was booked. I found the top 28 chocolate-related products in Australia.
Right.
So number 28 was the mint patty. Now I feel that's a bit low. That's a bit high for the mint patty.
I'm thinking that too.
Oh, hang on, watch this. Oh, Shady, that was gorgeous.
I think he's agreeing with the mint patty as well. I think he's listening in.
How good was that? That is the Porsche in its natural habitat. Out on the slide. Beautiful. Yep, those wets definitely don't you need. Nort and Viney are in as well, so they've had enough. They've decided we're coming in. So this is where all that timing now is really crucial.
Yeah. So let's go on. What about these chocolate bars?
So 27 was the chomp. Now I feel that that's way too high. The chomp's
a bit of caramel. They had a bit of caramel and a bit of biscuit in there, isn't it? Like a wafer biscuit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. The caramel's really chewy as well.
One that you pick up at the servo.
Now, 26 is called the Pinky. I have never even seen one of these. Apparently, it's more popular across the Tasman in New Zealand. So, there you go. Yeah, because I've never seen that in Australia. Now, 25 is a bit of the old gold dark chocolate. Yeah, that's normally enjoyed with a nice glass of Cab Sav. Oh, shady. That's... Yep, keep on the track, son. Good work. Are you a dark chocolate fan, Haynes?
I don't mind the bit of dark chocolate. Definitely.
Oh,
I don't know about the old gold, though. Cadbury old gold.
I'm not sure about that either.
No. I don't mind the lint. The different flavoured lint ones, you can buy.
Oh, yep.
The dark chocolate.
Now, here's one if you're sort of my age and older. The old Europe summer roll.
Ooh, yes, a summer roll with a coconut over the top, smothered. Is that the one? Summer roll? Yeah, a bit of coconut. Yeah. Blue packet, I believe.
That's correct.
Packet. Oh, there's a car off there.
There is a car off. Keep an eye on that, make sure nothing untoward happens here. This is now, we're at our pick, so the 91's in. The 91's like, oh, yep, it's time to get rid of these wets. So, interesting to see. There are definitely a couple of teams that are rolling the dice a little early, which is good, just what we want.
Yeah, definitely. It's holding this damp condition for a long time too.
It is. I thought it would have gone a greasy by now. And the sun's gone away as well. Have you noticed that? It's clouded over a bit again.
Yes. It's got that haze to in the sky as well. The humidity.
Such tricky conditions. Number 21 is the Humble Caramello Koala.
Good old Aussie favourite. Always at a kids' party.
Yes, definitely. Oh, number 19. It's been the butt of many jokes, the Chiquito.
We got a floater.
There it is. Oh, I don't agree with 17. Flake come in at 17. Who's voting on this crap?
Oh, that's just a whole lot of mess, the flakes.
Yeah,
Try and eat a flake in a car. Try and eat it while you're driving. Not very...
Oh, okay. So, we'll go down the list a bit more and get some more of the top tier chocolates.
Yeah, that's it. We're just going through Muller's top, what he's researched, top 25. We're going through, breezing through it.
I just want to cover this off and then I'll go. A twirl is ranked higher than a flake. That's just wrong on so many levels.
Oh, it is, definitely. I will agree with that. I had a twirl the other day, Muller, and I tell you what, I nearly had to just put it aside and call my son up and say, here, got a chocolate bar for you, mate.
So, top 5, here we go. Oh, yes, leader is in. Lucas is in. Lucas has made the call.
This is giving me a little bit of, Days of Thunder. We're a bit busy. We're eating ice cream. We're talking about chocolate. Don't come in for a pit yet.
So, Good job here. And Shawnee Bubnow is in. Noski is in. Keep an eye on that. So at top 5. Mars Bar at number 5. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, that's worthwhile.
Number 4, the Freddo Frog. The humble Freddo Frog.
Yes. Good chunk of chocolate. Goes down a dream.
Number 3 is the Cadbury Dairy Milk. The good old-fashioned Cadbury Dairy Milk.
Yeah, on a block. Yeah, block bar.
Number 2, this is quintessential Australian. It is the Polywaffle.
What is a polywaffle, please? I'm mystified.
So it's like marshmallow, and then it's got biscuit around it. Yep, it's pretty nice. But number 1 in Australia is the Cherry Ride.
Oh, yes. Yeah, good old cherry ride. You can always impress your date with a cherry ride, can't you?
Yeah, there is some.
I think we're just having some audio issues there with Sean.
Sorry about that. Yep, I pressed the wrong button. Go me. Push to talk for a minute.
I think you got excited by seeing the cherry ride there for a second.
Oh, look, the Cherry Ride is good, but I don't think it's that good.
So out of those top 5, what do we think, people? Are we going to use those top 5 and see what people think? Or are we going to change it up a bit?
I just want to cover off one bit of controversy. How the hell is a bloody bounty not on this list?
It's not even in the top 25. You're kidding me.
No, absolute. No, it's cooked. This is cooked.
And you've got a Twix bar in there somewhere. You serious?
Yep. Absolute cooked.
And what? Yeah, it is, definitely. What about the old Milky Way? Was that even in there?
That wasn't even in there.
Wow. There you go. Actually, we got people loving the Twix bar. So there you go. So this might have to be a poll. Might have to put the Twix in for a top 5 selection of what's the chocolate bar. Top 4. We're going to have a top 4. So what do you reckon? We've got to have a Mars bar in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Should we include the cherry ride? Yeah.
We might actually
put the
bring
Twix.
Our new commentator as well, Nick and Mary. Hello, good sir.
Welcome along.
Probably.
Yeah, so
What? No idea what we're talking about either.
Just been waiting off of the wings.
Also good to hear from you, Nick. Good to have you here. As we're just hit 9 o'clock in game time at the moment with 9 hours remaining of this 12-hour event. 3 hours into it.
Yep, it's I mean, Imola is one of the circuits I really enjoy running. I don't know, it's just, you know, out of the 3 Italian circuits we have in this game, Imola is probably my favorite, and then I would say Monza, and then Misano. Drivers have been, I'm used to, we're just about 100 laps into the race, and drivers very much settled in, so we can't really call anything yet, but of course we do see a lot of these gaps starting to form. Of course, we're following on board with Bob now in the 165 Aston Martin. These guys are just about a lap down from the leaders. I haven't really been keeping too up to date. I've been rather busy this evening. So what's the news like, boys?
So currently, go on, Haynes. You can have it.
I was going to say that, the Bub now, like the 12 Mesa Racing, they've actually come in for a driver change for Lucas Keys. Keys has come out, I think it was. And we have now got Bub now in, so they were actually nearly a minute in front of Gallo before the pit stop. So once Gallo pits in the 992 Porsche, I believe, in the laundry house car, you should see this car 165 back in front again.
Yeah, definitely. So we are waiting for a couple of teams here to just come in, get rid of those wet tyres, and then pop on some dryers, and then we should get a nice cleanse of the fridge and go from there. But on that note, because I want to keep an eye on this list as well, because yeah, don't worry, chocolate chat will return. That list is absolutely cool. We can definitely come back, but I am actually going to jump out of the box for probably for about half an hour to an hour or so. Grab myself some lunch, and I'll leave in very capable hands of Neil and Nick.
Well done. It's good to hear back from Sean for the opening 3 hours. Hope you all enjoyed Muller's comments and Muller's chocolate poll. Might come up a little bit later as we sort out what we should have there for the top 4 chocolate bars, the poll that we will have running very shortly, I hope so. Yeah, well, there's some interesting ones there.
Oh yeah, it's getting there. The race is slowly starting to come together. We have the track conditions starting to get a little bit better out there. Track went from I was hopping out, I was getting a little ready. Had the wrong mic selected, so classic Nick mistake. I saw the track was damper back to greasy, sun's out, not a lot of clouds, so we can talk about the switch from the wet weather tires to those slicks, and we do see Sam Misson in the Nissan, not the Nissan, coming into the pit lane, so we should be seeing the 111 hopefully changing on. We also have the 70 of the Mosaic Motorsports driver Leo Drainer also in the pit lane. I would assume most of the grid who is on those wet tires would start to come in as their performance is starting to fall off. I mean, you can see the dry line there forming on the circuit, and anybody that is on those wets, they're going to be getting off the lighter bit of track and onto those darker areas just to keep those temps down, because those, let me tell you, those wet weather tires, when they get up there in temperature, they are not gripping anything.
Yeah, you're right there, Nick, exactly, mate. So, yeah, with that track now still going to greasy, but I reckon we will start seeing the track condition evolve a little bit better, and the temperature's slowly rising as well. So anyone still out on those wets will be really needing to come in for the slick tyres. Could be waiting for also to opportunity to keep to a stint plan as well, maybe.
Yeah, stints are something that, I mean, I can never predict it. I'm sure you can't. It depends really on the team. I know some teams, depending on how many drivers they have. I believe the minimum for this race is 2, and I think max is 4. So we should be seeing a variety of strategies. Some will opt for splitting the responsibilities, but evenly, 4 hours across however many stints. Some drivers will take a bit more, a bit less. Some will. There's probably a few teams that just sort of throw the dice out and say, well, there you go, that's how we're gonna do it, and if you like it, great, if not, too bad. And it is probably something to look forward to in terms of who has been practicing for the wet weather. Of course, we're coming to an end, so we will probably get back to sort of that regular, always dry pub type of weather that we're used to shortly. We actually just had the 992 Porsche come in not too long ago, so that has promoted the Aston Martin of Bob now back into position number 1. Matthew Lamb right now in the Porsche driver's seat, and I believe he is just getting around a blue flag right now. So, it's we're getting back sort of into that very comfortable, I'd say a bit more aggressive racing with these slick tires.
Yeah, I think so, and Bubno's on the north part of the circuit, just coming on the main straight now as we look at Matthew Lamb in the laundry house in second position. So they're probably roughly just over half a lap difference separating first and second at this stage. So yeah, they did a really good stint at the 165 during the wet, extended their lead. Nick, they basically, as the rain came, we were talking about this earlier, the 165 had a lead of around about 25 seconds to the 992, but then once the rain sort of stopped, they extended that gap to almost a minute. So, in less than 30 minutes or so, they just, doubled the time that it took them to get that lead. over about 2 hours of the open part of the race. So an absolutely sensational stint in the wet.
Yeah, it goes to show you just how quickly some teams can take advantage of those changing conditions and timing their tire changes a lot better than other teams. I'm not going to say that it's something nobody practices, but it's a very small percentage of drivers and teams on this grid who probably do practice for those ever-changing conditions. I know for the most part we would like to say, oh, well, you know, just play for the dries and then go from there, but the reality of endurance racing is things can change so quickly, and what started off as a dry race can soon turn wet, and that's where you either see the sort of sink or swim type of performances from these teams, and those that have actually gone in and prepared for it and practiced for the changing from dry to wet back to dry are really the ones that prosper the most.
Oh yeah, right on point. That's exactly what we've seen too, and we actually saw some drivers, you know, put it right through the session. I think they stayed on slicks right through that session of rain as well. So, you know, they gambled, and they looked like they got out of it. One of it that we're looking at, well, we're not looking at, but I'm looking at the screen. It's the 422 of Herbert. I believe that car there stayed out. I think this Pit Viper car on slicks right through that session, and they're up in 6th position at this stage. So they didn't really lose anything in the end, because I think they were around that position when the rain did hit. But yeah, it was a good, tough challenge for those guys, and they did really well, came out of it unscathed.
Yeah,
but might just introduce also Cameron back into the box, Mr. Nissan himself, Cameron Thistlethwaite. Welcome, my friend.
Hey Neil, yeah, it's great to be here. Yeah, I haven't been in this one here for a long time, to be honest, so not sure if I'm deserving of that title, but yeah, it's great to be here, and the first time jumping in for today as well on this crisp Bologna morning at 9 AM as well, so we've still got a long way to go. And I can see we've had a brief rain shower, and everyone's kind of transitioning back to the dries, and looks like we're all going to pretty well.
And most, it looks like all the drivers, as you said, are settling back into these dry conditions, back on the slicks as well. As the track ever so slightly warms up again, so we've got ambient temperature of 16. We've got down as low as, well, I think we started the race at 12 degrees, but during the rain it dropped from 15 back down to 13 or 14. And as you can see now, it's starting to increase, as is the track temperature. So lovely day out there racing, guys, and I might have to bide my farewell, because I've got to get myself ready for my second stint in this race. So I will catch everyone a little bit later in the race when I return, and have a good call, fellas.
Absolutely. Neil, thank you
Best
for
of luck.
everything. So, Cameron, from my understanding, you just finished up your stint out there, is that correct?
I finished up my stint of the sleeping this morning, but no, I'm not driving. I'm not driving. This is the first time I'm jumping in for today at all. So yeah, a little bit missing the mark there, but I'll let you have that one. Understandable. I think I'm one of the few people who hasn't got a stake in this race, as most of our commentators are racing today, which is fair enough, fair game.
Can't relate. I'm also in the same situation. No skin in it. I'm just here for the good times, really.
Absolutely, as well. Yeah.
So,
but it's always great to watch the great show that everyone always puts on with these races.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are guys that are putting. I mean, I don't even want to guess how many hours into practice day in and day out, tweaking setups. One thing I want to sort of talk about when it comes to endurance racing is you have teams of 2 to 4 people, and these are guys who all drive differently. Some of them, it might be a bit close, but you know, more often than not, you do have guys who are vastly different in certain areas, and making sure that each setup is as accommodating as possible. I don't know how much experience you have with that, Cameron. Can you maybe talk about sort of the process that goes into actually making a setup that works for everybody for a certain race?
Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely a massive factor as well, depending on how many, as you said before, how many drivers that are in your team, how many are racing, and also how many are actually, partaking in that given weekend. Since that this is sort of a micro championship that we're having with the Italian 12-hour Italian job, I should say. And obviously, this being the final round, it's all a little bit like on the line for anyone who's in the championship. But yeah, it's definitely comes down to, obviously, car factor is a big part in it. Some cars are very compliant, even with an edgy setup. But it's definitely, I'd say, like, cars on screen like the McLaren, having recently been driving it, it's definitely probably one of the more edgier cars once it's taken the wing out. But yeah, it's a fine art, a fine balance in a way. Like when I drove the GTR at Nords, like I preferred it a little bit more pitchy because the car was very understeering in places, but some drivers weren't able to come back, so we had to kind of dial things back. But and obviously, not to wax lyrical about, it's all very variable because there's lots of variables in it, but it also depends on how flexible your teammates are as well in terms of their driving styles.
Yeah, and that sort of brings into just conversation the compromise aspect of endurance racing. We hear about a lot in things like Formula One, where certain drivers prefer their cars to be a bit understeery, some like the oversteery, some are sort of in this weird like middle ground. And here with ACC and with the 12 hours of Imola, we have you see drivers saying, okay, well, I can maybe get away with a little bit more aero here, maybe some slightly different bits of brake bias here, but that's just for them. That's what they're willing to compromise on. And if it's a two-person team, it's a bit easier because it's sort of this one-on-one conversation. If it's three, it might be a little bit more trickier. Four, obviously, it's a bit more difficult from that. And I haven't had a chance to look at the running list, unfortunately, but from what I can gather from previous events that we've done, you can get drivers from all over the world. So while you may have, say, a team of four and three of them are kangaroos and the other one's a bald eagle, those three guys can get together, work the setup how they like, and then they sort of just leave it there on the bench for the other guy to pick up. And that can cause a whole lot of problems later on down the line. So it's really up to the teams to make it. Have you ever had issues with those compromises? Have you had sort of long calls about oh well, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking, or have you been able to thankfully kind of work things out in a way that benefits everybody?
Personally, I've not had too much, but it's definitely it is a factor. I think it is also very direct dependent. I think here as well, we're not actually under too much issue with setup. I'd say, I'd wager, not that I have skin in the game, like I mentioned, as we see also Sasha Def there having to serve a drive-through for track limits, I'd wager, which is very unfortunate, and definitely won't be the only one today, as there'll be my apologies, it was for a collision penalty, not a drive-through. No worries. Thank you for that, Glenn. And unfortunate for the Sasha Def from car 200, but yes, drive-throughs means they've been appropriately misdemeaned. But yes, to continue what you were saying, Neil, not Neil, not to Neil, yeah, Nick. There we go. But yes, this circuit I don't think is too much of a factor. There's not too many like pitch sensitivity corners that are really gonna spike too much. The only real danger zones here are the Variante Alta chicane, which, as I say, with Sasha Def is about to come up to now. But frankly, everyone's really going to have the same take in terms of setup. I'd wager over this chicane, and obviously over the race, you're not going to run it as hard as like you would on a qualifying lap anyway, every lap. So there's a little bit less danger from that regards. It's more so places like Spa and like with Eau Rouge, where a difference in the setup can be very, to say the least, people are going to have very different ways of taking that corner, and it's very decisive, especially with a mid-engine car with how much like a pitch it's allowing to know how much rear slip. People are going to have very different takes on what they find is something that they can do lap to lap for what we did, 24 hours last year. That's I think, the tracks are going to be the more decisive we've set up as opposed to what we have here at Imola.
Different tracks are call for different sort of setups. I mean, you can compare something like Imola to Spa. We can go to Bathurst, Nordschleife, Watkins Glen. I mean, really anything is gonna sort of lean one way or the other as to what exactly the car demands and what the drivers demand. In the meantime, oh, never mind. That battle is well and truly gone. Never mind. I was gonna say, someone in chat pointed out Battle for P6, and I was watching the splits there, but that is seems to have fallen away a little bit as Benjamin Hignett here in the 17 or Ford rather. What a God! And the sort of Shell V Power. It's not quite the same, but I'll still take it. I mean, it seems kind of weird saying how much of a fan I am of the V8 Supercar series, especially up here in the U.S. But it's good to see the Ford out there. I'm a huge fan of it. I love watching that thing run. I mean, you put it on a straight line, and that thing is here, there, and gone before you even get to the brake zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Ford has been very competitive since its first outing here in the virtual world. To be honest, unlike its actual real-life counterpart, I will say. And obviously, there's a few grumblings out there. I think people want it still pegged back a notch, even with the current LFM custom BOP. I think there's been a bit more months of data. There's a little bit more used to it. There's been more self-developed. I think it's it's proving its capabilities as a very strong all-rounder, and particularly on the straights. And it's I have to say, very frustrating being stuck behind one.
Oh yeah, because you get the slipstream, but it doesn't really matter because it sort of punches its own hole in the air. We are getting the replay here from the 200. So this is that drive-through earlier. That is on one of the BMWs that looks to be the 19 of Bushel there.
That Blue.
It's about lap 104. So that is the reason why the 200 Ferrari was called into the pit lane for that drive-through penalty, and it didn't look malicious. That just looked like some slightly misjudged braking points. But that is, I mean, that's really all it takes at this point is one slight slip up, and you're going into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think anyone's going to say that there wasn't a penalty coming for the Sasha Def car, the 200, and funnily enough, that's now put them behind that car that they hit for position. So it's don't know if that was the case on track at the time or whether they were lapping, but I think it might have eventually been for position. I do not recall on that regards. Well, but very unfortunate just on the braking, but not malicious like you said, and just a little bit too deep. Downhill braking, still wet, like we still got somewhat of wet curbs. I think at the time it has now actually gone to optimum, so it looks like those curbs have finally dried out. But I think at the time that was definitely an optimum track 8 laps ago, greasy tracks I should say.
Yeah, that was looked to be P14, as you can see there. The 200 Ferrari's down in 15th, the 19th BMW, or number 19 BMW's down in 14th. So yeah, that's going to be the deal with that. And I'm sorry, is that a Peppa Pig livery on the?
Absolutely.
Jesus Christ. You know what? Yeah, sure, dude. I'll take it.
Just be thankful it's a international cartoon that people actually will recognize, and not something a little bit obscure.
Sorry, Bluey? Do we have a Bluey car, perhaps?
We do have a Bluey car.
Wait, do we actually? Oh my God,
yes.
We do. The 161. Wow. What a great... I mean, it makes sense. You got teams from Oz. They might as well have a little bit of fun with it. For those that don't know, I do the Sprint Series here in North America, and at the start of every race, and I'm fairly certain that has trickled into the other AP splits, is at the beginning of the race, or rather before the beginning of the race, after qualifying, I like to do a grid walk, kind of go over what the lineup is for the race, and you really do get to see quite a lot of the creativity come out. I've seen some rather intricate looking liveries out there. I've seen liveries of all time out there. Shout outs Kevin Parody for the tortoise on the BMW. That's still etched into my eyelids. But it's good to see that kind of carry over. A lot of the teams here are pretty serious, but some of them are like, you know what, let's have a little bit of fun here. The 191 is definitely one such team.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a shame, we have those two. Where's our Clifford the Big Red Dog Porsche as well to make it 3 out of 3.
Oh, there you go. Well, we've been told from God or Glenn, depending on who you ask, that car's not here, unfortunately.
But yes. Who knew God was a Kiwi?
You know what?
Okay,
God's
well,
an
never
Aussie.
mind.
But
That's
does
a
that make
downgrade,
sense,
then.
though? Would you expect God to be a Kiwi or an Aussie, though?
Anyway.
Stepping away
Before
from
the Bible bashers come out.
Oh God. It's been a pretty solid race though overall from a lot of these drivers. Jean-Pierre Sanikas, this is one of the more well-known characters here in Asia Pacific, whether you're talking Sprint Series or Endurance Series. This is a driver who has been part of some pretty hard-hitting teams in the past. We have seen plenty of results from them putting out impressive finishing positions. Do we see the 191 making it onto the podium? They're just about 19 seconds behind the 111 Nissan, and still just about 8.5 hours to go. Is this a potential position change in the future?
Well, yeah. Well, ask me again in 8.5 hours, and I'll tell you the
Deal.
results. But looks like Babby getting a penalty there for causing a collision for the 161, which is unfortunately Bluey car.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, Bluey has gone and bitten someone's leg. Got a 10-second penalty as a result.
Bluey did nothing wrong.
He's such a sweet dog, as he's like, "Wah."
Bluey's a girl.
Oh, I didn't watch those. I grew up in England, so I had completely different TV shows to you all use anyway.
It's called Disney Plus, man. Look it up.
I'm sorry, I wasn't born this millennium, and I didn't get it, so I don't go watch Disney Plus.
What are you, like 96, 97?
94. Thank you.
I'm 98, dude. Come on.
Oh,
Lenny.
so
Yeah.
so you're younger than me.
Yeah.
So you're not winning any arguments then.
Hey, Cameron, I swear to God, I'm gonna go over there and slap you.
It's
I don't
Nissan
know.
as well.
It's Nissan.
It's not.
Nissan.
I agreed with you off screen once, but I will not agree with you on screen.
Deal. I will gladly take that. Oh boy, that's a little bit close there. Oh,
right up the back
goodness.
of one of the BMWs.
Glenn apparently is older than dinosaurs, so keep that in mind.
As long as we don't get any arguments, Glenn, that's fine.
I don't think the people on stream can hear Glenn, so it sounds like you're just talking to yourself, Cameron.
I pop in
Nah,
occasionally.
strange.
I pop in occasionally, like right now.
Oh, Glenn, what a trooper, just popping. Everyone say hi to Glenn. This is the man running the show. Shout outs to him. He does so much here, honestly, not just here with the Endurance Series, but even in the Sprint Series. I've had some last-second calls, DMs to fix a couple issues, and Glenn has absolutely turned up. So, yeah, thank you, Glenn, for what you've done. It really is a huge help.
There's a big team, and we're very lucky to have so many volunteers, especially around the stewarding area as well.
Humble as ever. Won't take it. We'll have to. It wants to spread it around, but yes, we will give as much praise as needed to everyone as well as the on due appropriately. We'll call out everyone who does volunteer, Quickie, everyone, all the stewarding team, all the broadcast, everyone behind the broadcast. We do appreciate. we all put on this good race, whether we're racing or just waffling on the mics.
We seem to do a lot of that.
A few BMWs to negotiate.
Yeah, I thought that was Brooke and Bushell there, 13 and 14, but that's not even close. Those guys are truly a little bit apart of each other. The highest ranking BMW right now, 91, Clark in the top 10. One of only 2 Pro-Am teams here in this third round of the Italian job here at Imola for 12 hours. You have to go to Begg there in 10th position. In the Ford, that is another Pro-Am team, and the next closest Pro-Am team is, I believe, Tim Brook there. In the number 5, that is 13, and Bushell 19, BMW is 14th, and then Death in 15th. And then our first amateur is actually Kay in the 492 Porsche, leading the way for the red banners right now. So, I mean, even with the drivers being ranked in the Pro, yeah, they're all in the same area. The top 8 positions belong to them, but there is that break with Clark and Begg getting ahead of one of my personal favorite drivers, Carpenter, one of North America's best, and Jamie Convoy, the other Pro driver, just outside the top 10, looking in. Could change in due time. There's Austin Carpenter. Gotta love it. For one of the most, I would say the most famous team in endurance OOR, the Convicts and Colonials, the powerhouse between the Australians and the Americans. They've had some pretty good runs and some pretty, runs, let's say.
Yes, I like to spring to fond memories when we last shared a commentary booth at the Bathurst 12 hour, and every time you opened your mouth about your American compatriots, they found a wall.
Yeah, it's really funny how easy it is to forget those things. You just, it's.
I'm just waiting for this car to become a spaceship at this hairpit, the chicane right now.
Carpenter, listen, dude, you can't, don't do me dirty like that, alright? I apologize for Bathurst. He's done really well in North American Sprint. He's been holding his own. I just don't want to do it again. I don't want to do what I did again because that's not funny. Okay, kinda.
It was very funny. I don't know what you mean.
It depends on who you ask. If you're his competitors who are behind him, it's hilarious, but if you're me, it's one of those, like, I'm so sorry, I forgot the powers that I have. It won't happen again, kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, as they do get up position, as Regan Herbert has now come into the box. That is a normal serving mandatory stop, not mandatory stop, but the gas is reading empty, and they're finally going to take some jungle juice in the box. So we got a few coming in now. It's a little bit off kilter to everyone else. I believe everyone kind of stretched their wets until the end of the hour to try and get back on the schedule somewhat with the rain interruption. So Regan Herbert's a little bit off kilter here.
The rain always throws things off. I mean, even when you talk about slight setup changes, from what I understand, most drivers don't have any buttons or knobs set to ABS and TC. And if you do a pub race, or you do something like our Sprint series, or even, if I'm not mistaken, I believe our Academy League also does this with wet weather races. Excuse me. You do have drivers sort of setting up for those conditions, but once you get into these longer events, you do have those changing conditions. So being able to change those little bits of information on the car, as we see Sim O'Brien with that drive-through for a collision on 108, that'll hopefully get served in the next few laps. Being able to switch, either being able to switch the traction control and the ABS to something more wet weather friendly, or just toughing it out. I mean, that gets a little bit dicey when you really look at it.
I think, sorry to interrupt you, I think 42's got a problem. They've been in the pits, like, we were on board with Austin Carpenter when he hopped, and they've gone around for a whole another lap. So that car's got a problem. there's a serious problem there with 422 and subsequently sinking like a church down the field, which is really unfortunate as they were right on the edge of the top 10, I believe. I think they were P10 before they came into the box, so that's massively disappointing for them. Whether it's a hardware failure, whether they were expecting a driver change, whether it's, where it's not a real race, we're not real life drivers, stuff comes up and, life has to come first.
If I could just jump in for a sec, the 422 was up as high as about 5th or 6th, and they didn't take wet tyres when everyone else did. This is actually their 3rd stop, where everyone else has done 3 or 4 stops to date. But I don't know why they are stopped for so long. Maybe our friends in chat might be able to see or hear something and pass it on to us.
Well, either way, it's a long time there. I mean, Cameron, you talked about sort of the real life things, whether it's a responsibility, but sometimes it can just be internet. The world's a big place. Things take time to get to places. We've had this happen multiple times, not just in this race probably, but in races in the past. Drivers who are looking to get that switch in and they just can't connect to the server or something like that, or they drop from the server, and that can really throw a wrench into the works when you're looking at these schedules. Or disconnects, Oh yeah, they're gone. So hopefully we can get that sorted out and get back into the race soon enough. That is, as Glenn said earlier, running in the top 5 for a while and then pulling out. Mia Rose saying we decided to call it due to circumstances outside of our control. So it looks like the 422 is in the garage for the rest of the race. That is not how you want to end this.
Massively. Real shame for the 422 car. Joshua Holmes, Mia Rose, Regan Herbert. That's a damn fast car. We're doing very, very well. We're very much in it as well. I'm very sad to see the shutter door come down on that car. Not to say they can't rejoin the race later, but I think you'll have to be. I think at least the driver number 1 car, the driver number 1 on that team will have to rejoin first and follow all the appropriate parameters to make sure they continue carefully.
Yeah, the rejoin, or the joining process for these longer endurance races, you have to have whoever is designated as driver number 1 has to join the server first, and then the rest of the team can come in. It's a system. It's, I believe, how ACC does it. I don't know how other sims do it, but I mean, it can make things a little bit difficult if you do have that number 1 driver disconnect or the whole team disconnect, because then you have to go through, instead of just sending whoever can get there the soonest into the race, you have to sort of do it one at a time, and that just slows things down a bit. And yeah, it's a long race, but those seconds can matter quite a lot in the long run.
Yeah, yep. I'm fighting now here between Kumar and Crick, and I'm sure Kumar is probably feeling some of the pain of being stuck behind a very rapid car on the straights. GTI has actually been a very competitive car around this part of the various circuits we go around the world, but yeah, GTI's always gone very well here. It's not really doesn't have any high-speed corners to really rely on, and all the short accelerations, and especially coming up out over this mountain as well. You can see the little bit of a gap that it's already pulled on the Ferrari, which will now shrink completely as it comes through Piratella and down into Acqua Minerale, where things are a little bit dicey here. The GTR closes right up, but as soon as it comes to this little bit of a hill here, but not a great exit there for Mike Crick, but doing a good job to keep a driver of the caliber that is Harsh Kumar behind him.
Yeah, Kumar looking for a move there into the chicane that does put Crick offline a little bit, but he is not going to falter there. And I think just behind him we saw Turcolini and Monks as well fighting for position 18. So this is actually wearing up to be a pretty good run for all of these guys. You can see Kumar right in there into the penultimate corner. He wants the move if he can, but now we are heading onto the front straight. Kumar should have the slipstream and that straight line speed. We're gonna split this side by side for you guys, because behind them it is the Porsche versus the Mustang, and despite Kumar's best efforts, it's not going to go too well. Side by side, though, as we head into turn number 1, it is going to be around the outside. The Mustang putting down all the power, getting around the Porsche. The slipstream almost not even needed there. And it is going to be the amateur class second place overall, moving up the grid again, everything. And it seemed like he didn't have to put any sort of effort at all, but it might all come undone as the inside line for the Porsche. Does the power get down soon enough? No, but I do not think the number 2 is out of the woods just yet.
No, absolutely. And yes, Nathan Monks in the Mustang doing a very exceptional job did get it around the outside of Fercolini. Fercolini unfortunately succumbed to a little bit of the Porsche straight line woes, and the straight here is definitely long enough for it to be a factor. But Nathan Monks, that car is, I have to say, is an AM badge car, but I'm sure as JC will allude to, Nathan Monks is quite a recent, adopter of ACC, but he's insanely quick. He was here doing 40s. I've seen him doing like 56s, 57, not 56s, 7. As Kumar sends it up the inside into Ravazza, but it's way too deep. It's in the gravel, and the GTR goes back past. It was a bit of a send as Nathan Monks now comes through as well. Whether or not Adriatic Fercolini will have enough horses underneath him, whether it will count at all, because the Ferrari has now got the slipstream from the Mustang, and I think he'll be safe from the Porsche driver, but a decisive error from the Ferrari.
Yep, 3 cars famous for their horses, really getting up there and comfort with each other. That's great news if you're Crick there in the 474. If these guys fight for quite a long time, even just a little bit longer than is deemed as comfortable, you can really start to pull things out. And speaking of pulling out, it's Thurcolini there on the inside. Kumar, it's going to be the inside, then the outside. They both make contact, and they're just going to run wide into the gravel, but it looks like the Porsche is going to get the better of this, and that is one of the BMWs. I'm not quite certain who that is behind.
I don't think slow car.
Bushel, but it might be one of the slower cars here. But things are starting to get a little bit argy-bargy here. I don't know if drivers are getting impatient or if they are just looking to get around. But the Ford of Monks is just absolutely pulled away from everybody. This battle's still not done.
Yeah, it was a little bit of frustration there coming out from Hashimar, and they dipped a gravel on the exit of turn 3, which gave him a bad run, which let Damiano get up there as he clobbers the curbs as well. And an even worse run, though, for the Ferrari driver, so he'll be clear of him now. That is the number 90 Super King slow car, which is unfortunately far down the field. I believe they've had an earlier incident with the rain and such, so they're quite a bit far down, and they're not really in this fight as they are lapped severely by even these cars. But yes, Harsh Kumar, unfortunately, they're going from second in this fight now to fourth, and yeah, unfortunately getting a little bit too much, and lucky those cars are still going, because quite frankly, going into the Villeneuve chicane, like, I think Vercolini had they both went in side by side, but then, there was a little bit of like sendiness from Kumar as well on the second part, and they kind of both found the gravel a little bit, but Fercolini got ahead still at the end and probably wasn't too impressed.
No, not at all, but Kumar there really showing what he's capable of if he's given the chance. It's just making sure that you keep things neat and tidy, but I think we could be seeing some sort of retaliatory strikes later on from the Indian driver. I would love to keep a pin on these guys, because I think if it goes the way I'd like, we could be seeing at least these two here starting to come to blows later on. Maybe even Monks if he's that unlucky, but with the gap he's already pulled out, that might not happen, although
I think Monks is the quickest driver out of these four. I think he's going to clear all of them practically.
But he's still got to get around Crick. That's the problem. That Nissan there, just a cork in the bottle right now. The gap is about half a second, closer to 6/10. I don't know how well the Nissan is in a straight line, but if I'm a betting man, it's probably nowhere near the Mustang.
No, it's definitely a lot closer than you think. And the thing is, the GTR has a lot of very good acceleration. And to be honest, these cars are kind of a little bit slightly opposite with their gearing. GTR has very short gearing, whereas the Mustang has quite long gearing. And so the GTR finds its speed gets, its acceleration gets a little bit further from the Mustang, but it tends to top out quite severely due to the high drag nature of the GTR. But I think the Mustang, Nathan is standing better in better machinery to get past the GTR than the Ferrari of Kumar, to say the least. And he's got the speed in himself to do it. So he's just going to stay on the tail of the GTR. Trying to put Cricket into a little bit of mistake, whether that's using traffic and stuff like that. We did get past one of the BMWs there, and there is still a few cars up ahead. But he's just got to be there, and he's just got to capitalize. Sometimes you can't lead a horse to water. But this pony isn't getting past on the straights, I will say though.
I actually was about to talk about the horse comment and two, the traffic comment. I would love, I believe with Pitwell, I'd have to check, but I would love to see the last handful of laps from these two.
JC was in the box and he's gone to stop-go 30 for the 716.
That's for speeding.
Oh, Jamie Conboy's Imola ruse strike again. He's not a fan of this place. He's made very apparent to anyone. And I don't think that's going to make him any happier about this place either.
No, you gotta be mindful of your speed. Don't get any sort of infractions for driving too quick. Not that that's ever happened to me or anything.
Yeah.
But
not sure whether that was JC, but it was a driver change. So, may not necessarily been JC. So now Jacob Weburn's in the car, but the whole team loses regardless. Doesn't matter who did it.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's 3 laps to serve your stop go 30. So if they don't come in, they will be disqualified from the race.
Yep.
I mean, it's if it's a drive-through for track limits, that's one thing. But yeah, this is a stop go 30. This is the entire length of the pit lane plus 30 second stationary. I mean, that's a lot of time you're going to lose. It doesn't matter what circuit it is.
Yeah, quite a long pit lane here as well. And very unfortunate, stop go 30, and that's it's going to be at least 60 seconds lost overall.
Thurcolini, hold on, what
it's
happened here? The Porsche has turned around. Oh, this
talk of place. He has got a gap now. He's trying to maybe get it fired up. Unfortunately, he's I think he's up against the wall on the apex, and he can't really reverse. He's having to 3-point it, and he's got it round.
It was more like an 8-point turn.
Yeah.
That drops him only to 20th. He only lost 1 position, so it wasn't like he was sitting there just hemorrhaging positions like we see with
looking for a replay
some teams. But we'll hopefully have a replay of that soon enough. The 716 comes in for that stop-go 30, so we'll see where they end up. They are 14th at the moment. We'll see what that puts, or where that puts them rather. Once things are going. Bab there in the 161 still has 10 seconds. That'll get added on to the next pit stop that team does. We'll see when that happens. I don't think for a good long while at least. And if it is, it's going to be for fuel, maybe tires. We rejoin, though, Nathan Monks and Mike Crick here. The battle for 15th position between the Pro-Am Nissan and the amateur class Mustang. Punching, I would say, well above his weight there for Nathan Monks.
Yes, and yeah. There's a few AMs out there who have got a few AM teams out there who have still got very fast drivers, and this is very much one of them. Nathan Monks is arguably high silver pro level driving as he learns this game. Because if anyone can do a 40 round here, they're definitely not AM, but it's overall team ranking. Completely understand that, and we won't harbour on too much about it. But I'll just say Nathan Monks is seriously quick. as well.
Oh, yeah,
Like a very quick driver as he is in my sprint split. And yes, I'm not sure if he's in my split, but I do apologize. But I've seen enough of him in the practice over to go, oh dear.
Just pretend he's in your split. Just for right now, just pretend.
I don't need any more fast Mustangs. We've got one, and I'm happy enough with that in my split. Around Silverstone, it was playing mental games with me, to be honest. I need to focus on my own driving, but still, you do a really red hot lap, you think, wow, that's the bee's knees in the practice server, and then everyone starts doing the same.
Yeah, and then you realize that you're maybe a little bit off the phases.
I'm going to replay here now.
So Zircolini had well, it wasn't Zircolini actually, it's...
oh, he caught the inside curb and unfortunately went off a Villeneuve.
Yep.
So he did have a bounce. And I think the Super King slow car was coming up, I saw was also up on time.
And that's happened.
Not as bad as I thought.
Lapped himself.
Yeah. And then what? I don't know what happened.
Oh,
here.
he's got to spin up the TC. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he just stomped the throttle. It looked like he's going nowhere fast anytime soon. So the Sofa King BMW there just looked like got away pretty well, but this is just quite unfortunate for this team, all the work they put in right now. And like I said, they only lost a position, but that's not what you want to do at all.
Yeah, damage minimum, it's ultimately just time loss. Whether that will be also sent off to the stewards, I dare say it might be a racing incident. The BMW was ahead, the Porsche was on the inside, but was he far enough alongside? Questions. We can go in circles all day, we'll leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, Cameron, we're commentators, not stewards, come on. They have their
we just
job, we
feed
have ours.
Fire. We don't start them.
No, we just find a nice, fun can of gasoline and throw it in there and see what happens. It's funny.
The voices made me do it.
The voices of my friends made me do it. Very different. Oh god. Well, we've got some interesting news. 30 minutes. The rain is coming back. I don't know how long it's going to stick around for. I mean, if it's only a short shower, then I don't see the point in going onto the slicks, but if it's looking to be one of those hour-long, 2-hour-long rains, we will be seeing everybody coming in. Right now, though, battle between James and Weatherburn, the battle of the two Mustangs, and which horse is out of the stable? Big question right now. Answer, looking like James.
Yeah, and Weatherburn, if they do have to change tires, that's for wets, that's not going to be ideal for them. Not ideal regardless that they got the SG30 when they're having recently boxed, but they would have filled up that tank, and that rain's got to arrive towards halfway through their sort of fuel stint, so that kind of it's a little bit wasted energy and not optimizing that overall strategy. But coming back as well, like Monks, to be fair, I did sing his praises, but he's still got no answer for Mike Crick, who's, to be honest, been a really come on form lately. Lately in sprints, he's been running the same car. He knows the GTR. He knows it forever, to be fair. But he's actually really pegged himself up a notch in terms of his speed and consistency as well. Having gone from AM to Pro-Am and still being right up there, and not cracking under pressure so far.
It's not the man who practices 10,000 punches once. It's the man who practices one punch 10,000 times, and that is exactly what we're seeing here with this GTR. We're also taking a look right now. This is not the battle for P14. This is a blue flag. It's seeing the amount of time and effort and dedication that goes into some of these cars. Some cars that, when you, I guess, sort of look at it and you sort of create a tier list for the different manufacturers in this game, what's good, what's not, even if something like the GTR is considered a bit lower down on the ladder, there are still drivers who can take that, completely ignore every stupid little list you've made, bring it out there and say, this is what I can do, here's my best lap, try and beat it. And that's, I commend that to complete in total, just no end at all. It's insane, and we do see that here with Mike Crick there in 14th. I think if you asked me if we were going to see a Nissan up there at 14th, I'd have to ask a few questions right now. Weatherburn side by slide with James. The door, like you said there, Cameron, it's wide open. Now they're going to be running side by side. It looks like it may be James there with the slight advantage, but he's going to have to make a swing around the outside, and Weatherburn backs out of that one early. The two Mustangs starting to get a bit heated here.
Yep. Had mature driving there from Jacob Weatherburn was right on the tail of the James in the 187, but knew he wasn't really alongside to send it up the hairpin initially, but James kind of left him the gap, maybe went him a little bit wide, got a little bit spooked by him having in the mirrors and left the door open, but ultimately had the better exit, and which paid dividends coming up the hill, and the slight radius as well to curve up the crest did help things a lot. I'm also hearing there's a big battle now between P4 and P3 as well, which is getting quite close. So battles up and down the field all around.
We are moving to that.
But we're also seeing quite a lot.
It's gone around.
It's gone around.
Has got ahead of the GTR.
He has completely walked away from Aaron Lee. I mean, that was pretty close there earlier on, but he has gotten around and completely skipped town at this point, and it's only been what, a lap, if even? Not even.
Absolutely.
I'll look for a replay on that.
Hopefully get a replay of that soon enough. We do have a penalty coming through, but yeah, Aaron Lee, look at that. I mean, I can understand losing a good bit of time, or at least a little bit of time there from an overtake, but this is ridiculous from Sanikas there onto the podium position.
Yep. And I will say I'm not too surprised, given the pace of Jean-Pierre Sanikas. I will say he is blooming quick, even if he doesn't crack a smile every now and again.
What's a smile?
But what's a smile? Oh, I'm fastest driver. I win everything. Gotta be moody. Anyway,
maybe a thumbs up every now and again, right?
Okay.
He's driving and can't call me out for it. I'm sure I'll get that hair later. But if he keeps winning, he can stay that. He can enjoy it, frankly. But doing a good job out there. And we're getting a replay now of what happened.
This goes for a little while, so he was lining him up for a bit.
So this is heading down into turn number 1. Sanikas there in the Porsche. He looks to the inside for the chicane. He doesn't quite go for it. Lee's hanging on as best he can and does not get the best line there on exit. Sanikas sensing a little bit of weakness here into the next set of corners here. Lee still trying to hold on to it. He's going to be a bit slower there. Has to go defensive now. Sanikas, though, every bit of experience he has under his belt, powers it around the outside. It is going to be a drag race. Porsche there in the purple, Nissan in the blue. It's the inside line for the Japanese manufacturer, but at the end of the day, it is going to be the Porsche that comes out on top. Jean-Pierre Sanikas from 3rd to 4th there with a masterclass set of moves, and has done absolutely nothing more than getting away from this Nissan, and is showing why he is one of, if not the most potent drivers here in the OOR.
Yeah, absolutely. Great driving there from both of them. Great job by Peach to get it around the outside. He had the grip underneath him in the Porsche and overall rotation. And granted, the GTR was coming back at him up through the hill, and he wall-adept it round the outside of Piratella. But to be fair, also Aaron Lee knew that he was taking the shallow line, pulled it up early, didn't try and send it, break at his normal point just because he had the inside line, and did a good job for them to both get away unscathed and cleanly. But Jean-Pierre Sanikas just looked like he's just one. The Porsche does overall have a lot more grip than the GTR. That's not saying much, but it just looked like it was so much more in its sweet spot in comparison to the 111 car.
Yeah, it's been a battle, and yeah, the 191's out of here. Now we should be, of course, introducing to the booth Mr. Brad Gosling. Brad, are you there?
Sure am, Nick. and
There
Cam
he
and
is.
Glenn and all the viewers.
Hello.
Oh, what a race this has been. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we just saw the move there from Sneakus. I gotta ask you, Brad, and of course I want to ask Cameron the same question. Do we see the 191 fighting for the lead?
Oh, mate, the way that this Porsche is going, like having some fresh air, I think is the best thing for Sonicus here. Is it won't take him long. Gets in a groove, and he is absolutely blistering pace. If he'll make it quite to, I definitely think he's going to be on the podiums. Like,
Look at the gaggle back up ahead for him, though.
Oh, yeah, that's it. You get the clear air when you can. It doesn't happen very often on a track that's only about a minute 40 to get around, and you've got 35, 36 cars. There's not a great deal of clear air normally in front of you, so definitely making sure that you can take full advantage of that when you can. As you see, that is quite the gaggle of cars there in front of them.
As well. The leaders are heading all of them up, so I'm hoping nothing else goes wrong for that one.
That's good. Yeah, that's it. But I think, as we've seen in the previous two OOR enduro races, Matt Lamb in the other Porsche there in the 992 is going to be a hard task to be able to try and catch up but then get around Lamb there as well. But if anyone's going to take it to him, I definitely think the man on your screen there, camera one, Sneakus, is definitely one of a small handful of guys that would be able to do that, be able to take it to him. So it's still early days, if you could say early days, considering we're now just past the 4th hour, or just about to be. So third of the race down. Everyone's starting to get into finding the good groove now. This is the grind section. These next few hours is just trying to keep your nose clean, and make your way around as many blue flags as you can.
With the rain coming up soon, I think less than half an hour. Yeah, that's really, some of these drivers, you can see Cam 2 right now, the battle for P14 just getting rid of blue flag right now. How close are these guys going to be once the rain starts falling? And even if the rain is falling, how long is the precipitation actually going to be coating the circuit? Is it going to be something quick, maybe 5-10 minutes, or are we talking within or more than say an hour and a half? Because depending on what the weather entails, we could be seeing drivers coming in for a good while. We could be seeing drivers coming in not at all. We could see just regular pit stops coming through. Gentlemen, are we hoping for a longer rain? Oh, it doesn't look like it. It slipped between the 10 and the 30, so it might just be a quick spritz of water before we get back to sunshine.
Yeah, well, speaking from experience, that last little rain that we had there an hour and a half ago, I happened to be the fortunate/unfortunate man behind the wheel when all that hit, and we thought, well, how long is this rain going to last? It's kind of looking 10, and then it's like, then it's 17 minutes. It's like trying to figure out how heavy is it going to be? Is it worth coming in for the pits? Is it worth changing your tyres? I think at the moment, if it's we did the crazy one of going, no, we'll stay out. And looking back, I don't think I've sweated so much behind the wheel trying to keep the BMW facing forward. When you've got slick tyres and it's starting to get the medium rain, and you're losing pressure and you're losing temperature at a rapid rate of knots, and you've got cars coming at you that did end up pitting and putting the wets on, coming at you at a rapid rate of knots. For the moment, I think it's probably not really worth it having only it looks kind of like about that 10-minute shower, and it only looks like light rain. Fortunately now, I think compared to before, is that at least now you're starting to get a little bit of track temperature. Before, when it was like, I think it was 15 degrees, 14 degrees, it took so long to try and get a bit of a dry line, and it took so long for the track to dry out, and by that stage your tyres were so cold and hard, it makes it really hard. But I think fortunately now they do have that extra bit of temperature in the track as well. So for a light kind of 9-10 minute shower stint, I think you're probably almost better off trying to take the deep breath and just kind of be steady as she goes, and try and wade through that one. From personal experience, I reckon that's probably one of the ways to go. Another 15 minutes, that's going to take it down to the 7 hours, 45, 7 hours 40. Oh, here we go, and as it looks like we're on for an awesome little overtake here from Hignett, or is he? Oh, great little power down on the out of the little S's there, and well done. That was a very confident move there from Hignett around the outside. Fantastic effort there. That's definitely knowing your car there. I must say. Looking good racing. Good racing. Great to see.
Apparently a little bit at sea, I think, in the GTI. I think has the best on those tyres. And probably, now that we know that the rain is not here to stay, I think it's going to, simplify a lot of strategies. The rains would have been cranking for a bit, thinking, what do we do if we had to box for wets and stuff like that. I think that's the main way also how Sneakers will be able to catch up a lot of time to the leader, because they are actually a lap down. They're not too far away on track, so it's only just a lap. But I think that's the deciding way of how that's going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
and this is definitely where strategy's got to start playing into it. Oh, sorry, Nick, go, mate.
I was going to say, this is I was actually about to say what you're going to say. It's the strategy, it's the long con. It's about, looking towards those sort of grindy laps we talked about earlier. Yeah, you've got the overtake, and now you got to keep it, but you got to make sure that you're, playing the game properly, playing the race or how you want to play it, because all it takes is one slight misstep, and that's it. Your lead, whatever it is, if you're just trying to hold your position or you're trying to do better than this team or that team, it will all fall away for you, and you have to do all of it again. Some of these teams have been going at it for a few, maybe a little bit of extra time here, maybe half hour, whatever. Some teams have been looking for an overtake since the start of the race, so doing all of that again, if it did take you, say, 4 hours to get through, well, and you fall out, now you got to do it all again. So as you guys were saying, yeah, it's the strategy, it's the long game, it's everything.
Oh, it's P4 here now, unlaps himself from the leader as well. I did apologize from earlier. Peach has put a lap underneath from the leader as well, as Bub now I think is a little bit maybe on the last leg of his tires, but also in the sort of a lot of traffic as well. He's been losing a lot of time, but also now the gap now down 15 seconds between P1 and P2, but I'm sure we're not too far away from the setup stops for all of these guys. There we are, you can see the gap, it's straight, that's all it is. Then just going into Tamburello now for the leader, so that's the visual indication of how far it is between P1 and P2, and the rest of the coming P3 and P4 just got a lap back from the leader as well just now, so they're all coming. It's all gonna come to a head a little bit.
You gotta ask the question, is the team in the 992 relaying these lap times back to their driver about your current leader? Yeah, I mean, if they are, and you can say, oh, you're taking out a few tenths here and there, and oh, maybe it's a second here or so because of traffic, that is great news. And if your 165 Aston Martin is sort of, like you said, on those last legs of tires and they come in, it might be worth it to stay out. If your tires are looking far better than your opponents, why should you go in?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the other tricky part too, now that it's we're looking, you could if they had a zoom out, I'm assuming that you could all but see the rain clouds starting to build up in the background, but it's still kind of hazy looking there at the moment. But like another 10 minutes, you're talking strategy. Do you try and come in if you're the 165, if you're bub now, you go 10 minutes. How are my tyres going to look? If they're starting to be a bit worse for wear now, how is that going to go through when you do get a little bit of the rain that comes? Or you go and do you try and pit slightly earlier so that you can actually get some temperature into some new tyres? Because the last thing you want to do is come out on a brand new set of slicks in the rain. Oh, that would be like ice skating, absolute ice skating.
I think, to be honest, while we know that the rain isn't here to last, given that the fact that it's going away on the far part of the dial, it's still, I think to be fair, judging by Bob Now's pace as well, I think they are fuel saving to see how bad that rain is, because even if it's for 5 or 10 minutes, if it's torrential enough, it's better just to jump on wets with that short period. As I was going to say, like the GTR of Aaron Lee, who we saw was kind of struggling, maybe struggling with tires himself, is already there. It is the Calsonic blue iconic colors of the Japan beast in the background, just with Damiano Fercolini as well in between it. Here's a lap down. He probably wants to be honest, he's showing a little bit more pace than the leader even. So I think Bub now I wouldn't be very surprised to see if he is actually conserving fuel, because that's what's a big killer on pace as well. Ooh, there's Triple Shaker off at the head at the variante onto chicane. Not for the first time as well for the Triple Shaker. I think we saw them go off earlier when we were watching the Mustangs battling on. And wide there from Bob now as well. It's looking a bit scrappy as Aaron Lee now up the inside, and it's going to take a lap back as well, and will power down the straight. So
there's Lamb in the background. It was 15 seconds, I think, by the time we were at this exact point last lap. It's now just under 12 seconds. Bub now has to be looking to pit, and with the rain 10 minutes out, it's not going to be that big of a factor. We should be seeing teams come in for new slicks. I don't think we'll be seeing the wet weather tires coming out. It's not that long of a rain shower, so perhaps the 165 is going to be coming in, and you can see he's even getting hounded by what for him is a blue flag.
Yeah, Ferkley must be getting quite frustrated because he's been right, and I think Bub now is going to just actually let him go, because he was even alongside down the straights and probably just lost out to a little bit. Well, if the Aston Martin was fuel saving, it's still got enough ponies to keep the Porsche at bay, which is a depressing factor. But yes, it's now let him go. And to be honest, regardless of not to say anything on Ferkley, it's just when a car is hounding you, it's just clearly quicker. It doesn't, whether it's a good driver or bad driver at the helm, no one wants to be a bad driver, but it's just the smallest of miscommunications. The best can do it. It just it can, you just don't want that danger potential hanging on. Just let them go. Don't force them into having to follow behind you, having to break you. They have to follow your lines, because granted, even if they're a lap back, it's they're entitled to unlap themselves, and there's no point risking them going into the back of you.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I definitely can say that's a few times in the earlier laps there of the race where there was actually a couple of I think someone ended up with a disconnect, and a couple of the faster guys, scrapping for position, ending up offline and being able to get past them just until they get back on. And it's definitely that case, is that even though you might be I might have been technically you're a lap up, and you go, well, these guys are well and truly quicker. It's not a battle for position. You give it an hour, if they're going that much quicker and you're going that much slower, maybe eventually if they unlap themselves, and then you can fight for it. But if it's not for position, I think it's not worth trying to battle. Everyone's, it's a long, definitely a long race. It's a long way from the from the start to the finish. So I think the best thing that you can do, as you say there, Cam, is let the quick guys through when it's really not the fight for the title.
You really got to be thinking about later on the race. You can't be thinking about what is immediately in front of you. Sometimes you have to absolutely bide your time. And with the second place driver starting to bear down on you, 3.2 seconds, excuse me. It was 12. It was 12, what, a lap or two ago, and you're already down to 25% of that. And I mean, look at look at the conditions outside right now. It's a little bit dark. It is cloudy. The rain is coming very, very shortly. And if you're Matthew Lamb,
medium rain as well.
And medium, yeah, you're right. Medium rain, that's going to be big. That could cause some issues with those slicks. Whoever decides to stay on them, really.
Yeah, that's why I'm believing Bub now is fuel saving like mad to get to this rain stop, just to see whether it is going to require a pit stop or not. Well, he's going to have to pit anyway, but whether it requires what tire it's going to require, and the best way to judge it is when it kind of arrives.
And if he is fuel saving, Glenn telling us 65 minutes, 43 laps. That's a long time. 75, of course.
That's extreme.
I'm wondering. I mean, obviously, Bub now is fuel saving. I'm kind of thinking about if this is sort of a bit of a trap that he's throwing out there for Lamb. I mean, I'm not saying that is, absolutely what it is, but could we be seeing Bub now playing this weird, like, third level of 8D chess on Lamb, get him to really just push that car, push the fuel load, and then end up with less fuel overall? I mean, yeah, it might be a few extra seconds in the pit lane, but I mean, gentlemen, I think we can all agree that a few seconds in a pit stop can be a huge difference between winning and losing a race.
Yeah, don't really have the data right now, but he is coming in. I think he would have left it later if he could, but I think that's probably them dry sipping on the fuel filler. And I wouldn't be surprised, especially if they've gone 75 minutes. And that's, bear in mind they probably weren't fuel saving that entire stint, and only now with the rain. And it is going to dissipate to light, so it is going to go like a little bit medium then light potentially very soon. I think they'll stick it on dries. They have to commit right now. They can't leave it any later.
No, they gotta do it.
They know it is gonna dry out for the majority of the stint. The rain is only here. It's gonna arrive in 10 minutes. It's probably less than 10 minutes now anyway. But it's gonna be gone. It's probably gonna be stopped by at least 20 minutes into their stint.
Yeah, so if there's a time to get those tires on, spend these first few laps getting them up to temp and pressure, and then inevitably when that rain comes, you're better off than your opposition. I don't know what Matthew Lamb and Co. is doing in the strategy room, but
wet for Bub now apparently.
Oh,
yeah, just reading in the chats. Reading in the chats now. I've just seen that too, Cam.
Good to die balls, yep. And oh, a DT!
No, not from Bub. Not now from Bub now. Or no, Keys.
That's so unfortunate.
Now
that's a kick.
I think that is for speeding. There is variation on how much you speed for what penalty you get. We saw earlier JC got a SG30 for speeding. It is a threshold of like how much you speed by with what kind of penalty you get. Don't ask the reasons. We don't make the rules. Yep, that is determined by the game. It's always been in the game as well. So yes, unfortunately for the 165, which is now being heralded by Lucas Keys, and the rain has arrived as well on cue.
It is.
And the wipers start flapping now. But yeah, wet tires. Yep, wet tires looking like. and
there it is.
probably explains why he's been hounded by the Porsche, who's probably still on dries. But there, look, in the background, that is Peach. That is John Sneakers in the 191, right there. I mean, Lucas really struggling to keep it on track. The rain is here, but the track is not wet right now, so does not have the grip of everyone else, and hopefully pulls it up. Doesn't back in this Porsche, gets really close as well. This Lucas, and I think Pete just got to sail past.
I don't know if what's with the call. It's such a short bout of rain. It's really nothing at all. I mean, you can see there he is. He comes in. Yeah, I don't. I mean, that's for the drive-through. But I mean, it's a 10-minute shower. It looks like. I mean, maybe a little bit more, sure. But I'm really doubting the call there for the wet tires. I think they would have been better off just coming in, swapping drivers, slapping a new set of Pirelli slicks on there, and getting back out there. I mean, yeah, the track conditions are going to be less than ideal for a bit, but I don't think that the precipitation is really enough to warrant the change, really.
I think they will still be the quickest car on track unless anyone else takes wets. I reckon it will get wet enough in the next 5 to 10 minutes, but it is going to stop probably in 10 minutes now, as it has just changed over. So it's going to work in the short term, and to be fair as well, it's still not warmed up a lot. It's still a relatively cool midday out there, and that means the track really doesn't dry out very quickly. So I think they're going to be good for the next 20 minutes, and probably in a better state than anyone who takes slicks. It's more so 30 to 40 to 60 minutes from now. It's going to be a deciding factor of when that wet tires are going to punish them. But it'll be very interesting to see what everyone else does. Lamb, Sneakers, Lee, still yet to take pit stops. Anyone else really in the top 10? Only Carpenter now is boxing. I think everyone is still going to feel it out and only going to take wets absolutely when they need to. To be fair, I think the 165 would have waited out as long with everyone else to make sure, because you saw they were scrambling everywhere because the track had just started to rain, but it was still pretty much dry and they had no grip on the wet tires on the dry surface.
Yeah, and the thing I want to ask, you said that the conditions out there, temperature-wise, doesn't really warrant a faster drying track, but I mean, how many cars do we have on track? How quickly does that dry line start to form?
Well, I did catch the broadcast earlier, and it did take a long time for it to actually stop being greasy, as Aaron Lee now comes into the box. And interestingly, he was ahead of Lamb. I don't know. Yeah, it was a little bit odd. No, sorry, my apology. He was already ahead. My bad. But yes, ahead on track, not in poor position though, relative to when they were unlapping themselves from the leader. But yeah, it really doesn't dry out. The curbs really retain their moisture here as well. Granted, a lot of cars, but it's the ambient heat you need to really dry things out quickly as they come now through Varian to Villeneuve. And tippy toe here and there. Babby also in the box. Hearing there's apparently some SG30s for people coming into the box. Not surprising, as there is basically a crater just before the underbraking into the pit entry line, which catches everyone out for sure.
Yep, make sure you guys are practicing your pit lane entries, and if you've ever wondered, the line, if you will, that dictates whether you're speeding or not in the pit lane is the rear axle. This is not just an arbitrary spot put in by the developers. This is actually where it is in real life. So the marker, if you will, that dictates whether or not you're speeding in the pit lane is on that rear axle. So make sure you guys are practicing, especially with certain craters on circuit, as we have so eloquently put it.
It saved me a few times, to say the least, I will say.
Yeah, just looking, coming through that second set of chicanes, you guys do a lot better job of the names. I was just going to say, when we're talking about being a bit greasy and not, I just did see a couple of cars come off there, so I wonder whether or not a couple of them just not quite adjusting to the conditions quite as well. But yes, from when I was talking about dry line, you can still see a little bit of a dry line there at the moment. But driving through and out the back end of the rain in the first lot of rain that we did have, it was horrible how long it took to try and find a decent bit of dry line, and it was so wet to the sides, as you're saying there too, Cameron, that it was you couldn't take a millimetre off. It was like it was just super wet, and as soon as you got even half a tyre off, even well and truly, like this is 10-15 minutes after the rain had stopped, even then it was still damp and greasy and all that wet as well. So it might stop raining, but I definitely don't think it's going to speed up or quicken up the cars for a good 15-20 minutes later, I would say.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. Things are really heating up. That track's already wet, but it's only been
right now. He's like 10 seconds slower than he was on his dries, which only takes about 5 laps, depending on obviously what relative to what the wet runners are doing. That pit stop can come undone very quickly. It's just the duck out. There's a lot of cars trying to stick it out. 474 is also off. I saw 623. Car up ahead of us, about to surf for the leader.
It's all going down the drain here. That wet weather is really making things tricky out there. Lucas Key's getting very lucky to not collect one of the BMWs. We do have somebody stopped here. I don't know if that's in the pit lane or where that was. Lucas Keys, though. Yeah, that was in the pit lane, it looks like. So that is
rain is still falling.
Things are just all over the place. But gentlemen, that is going to be it for me here tonight. Thank you for having me. We will welcome into the booth none other the world famous #1 Sean Muller. Sean, good to see you again, my friend.
Oh, he's coming. Yeah, I've got the when we're talking, Sean Muller, great to see you. Nick, awesome, thank you, mate. Done an awesome job, great stint, and we will look forward to hearing your amazing voice once again in the coming up, mate. So great job.
The next big enduro, wink, wink.
That next big one, absolutely.
My big enduro. I'll be back in a couple weeks' time for the
awesome.
North American Sprint Series. I'll see you later, boys.
The sprints.
Awesome. Cheers. Thanks, Nick. Talking about timing and is it worth or was it worth getting the going for the wets, the call or not the call? And Lucas Keys is absolutely obliterating the rest of the field. His last lap was a 48.8 and Sonicus did a 55. He's now just done a 53. Lamb doing a 53 as well. So Keys currently 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker running on these wet tyres. So yes, it might have been unsure whether or not it was a good call. Short-term wise, absolutely.
To be honest, I'm surprised he's not that Lucas Keys is slow. I'm definitely not saying that, but I'm surprised that they're only 5 seconds quicker watching the onboards sometimes from the Porsche. I think it's on real life here, those slicks would not be able to produce as much grip. They'd be very much struggling in these wet conditions because it is properly wet still. The rain is still falling. Lucas will want this rain to continue for ages, and to be honest, he's right now behind Lamb pretty much, and he will unlap himself. That is pretty much for certain right now, but it's just gone wet to damp, so who knows what's happening, frankly. And it's really started to come back. I was going to say he can get ahead, and if he has the gap, he could pull out the pit stop to reverse, the time lost from taking the wets to come back to a set of slicks. But right now at this rate, it's I I don't think it was a silly call. I think it's a very hard call, which is hence why it's been so split between most people. They're right nose on the gearbox in the exhaust pipes of the Porsche. He's up the inside now for Acqua Minerale, not Minerale, I apologize, and into Variante Alta, and he's got the inside, and it's going to be day done. It's written, one hand behind his back for Lamb. He really can't do anything. He knows it. There's no point fighting it. And now Keys will try and create as big of a gap he possibly can. But to be honest, overall, it's only just dawned on me right now. They are so far behind, mainly also because of that drive-through, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the killer.
So it's damage limitation now. Hello, Short.
Afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Fantastic, mate. Fantastic.
Not too bad.
Well, since
nice
I've
little
come
break,
back
mate.
Yeah, nice little break. Since I've come back and nothing's happened, really.
Yeah.
It's all kicked
Nothing
off.
but a
Rain,
bit-
it's been changed with the lead.
Yeah.
191's in second. How did that happen?
Oh.
Wowee. So I did say it was going to rain again. I did call this.
Yeah.
So, I do feel like the 165. This is an interesting strap jumping on the wets here. And as you can see, the rain now has stopped. So, going to be really key here for Lucas to time this next stop to get back on the dry. It's absolutely crucial because he's going to lose time, but if he can minimise that damage, they're still in with a shot, I reckon. Problem is that 992 of Laundry House are just so consistent. To beat them, you just got to have to be inch perfect all day.
Absolutely. I'm now in the box now, Sean and Brad. I will jump out and have a short little luncheon, as I think I am back in half an hour to an hour. Not too sure on the timings, but yes, I'll leave you right when it just got spicy as well. And I don't really want to tear myself away, but I will enjoy watching from the sidelines and have fun at you twos.
Oh, absolutely will. Oh no. Who was that? Didn't even get to see that one. Oh, well, I'm sure Glenn might be able to do a little replay that one in a couple of seconds. Find out who it was that's come off. But yeah, second last corner there, coming down into those couple of left-handers. I'd say someone's got a little bit excited on the braking line and didn't quite realise that it's still greasy. But so this is going to be the call of the day. Sean, here we go. We've got Keys on these guys on a set of wets, taking the gamble, thinking that okay, it might only rain for kind of 10, maybe 15 minutes, but knowing from conditions from last time, how long it took to actually get a good solid dry line through the whole track and the amount of moisture that actually stayed on the track. These guys are just they're really just getting out on a limb, and it's making a brave call. See how they go. Everyone else looks like they're on slicks.
Very brave call. I feel like the drive-through hurt them. That really hurt.
Big time. Big time.
I love the call. I do love the call. It's brave. It's different. It's out there. It's actually a call that I think our next person in the box to join us for this little stint is the one and only Mitch Hobbs. Top of the afternoon.
Hello, ladies. We're talking about pit strategy.
Why not, mate? It's the topic of choice for all enduros, mate. Pit strategies.
Well,
no.
I'm just gonna put it out there. That's very brave from the 165 team. That's a very bold call because I don't know if anyone else saw it because I've been in VC with another team for the last 20 minutes. The track went damp before the rain finished. Now, that is that's very rare. I've seen that, and I think that's going to really put this team in trouble because that means this is going to dry up really quickly Because if it's drying up when it's light rain, especially in these temperatures, like they're not very. We know the sort of conditions that we've seen in other enduros. You know, we were in the 20s ambient, high 20s, low 30s for track. They're in trouble, I think.
I reckon they'll be struggling. Yeah, no, go, Sean.
I was just going to say, I kind of feel that, but I also just looking at the weather rate. It's cloud, so normally,
yes,
after a rain shower we get sun, but for some reason it seems to stay cloudy. Now, I don't want to predict ACC weather because I like my sanity.
Yes, good luck with that.
I reckon we'll get rain in the next hour.
Yeah. Yes, I can see that. I mean, the temp's just gone up too on the ambient as I say that, but I don't really know what it's gonna do because yes, usually there's sun, but sometimes and it might just stay cloudy for the next 2 hours and not like we saw. We've seen in the Bathurst 12 hours, it's been cloudy and not rained.
Yeah.
So it's one of those ones where it might just cloud over. You don't know, and it's tough. And I know what this team here has done because I was talking to them before hearing them strategise. Has actually been quite an interesting one. It's been good to sort of see what the different teams are doing. You would have seen the 165 team before going a bit slower. They were trying to do some fuel saving to get as close to the. You've jinxed it, Sean. The sun's coming now. They were doing the fuel saving to try and get as close to the rain as possible because the Aston's not as good on the fuel as the Porsche is. I know the Porsche teams, depending on the map, they can make 75 to 90 minutes if they do it right. It's going to knock out.
We saw JP in the start. His opening stint, he went 8 minutes or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, that's crazy,
you telling me Laundry House have a strategy? I thought they just plug in aliens and off they go.
Look, they have a strategy in mind, but there was a good 10-minute conversation of just working out what their tyre pressures are going to be, what tyres they're going to use, do they need to fuel save further, and for a couple of the teams it was a bit unfortunate seeing that they actually had to pit just before the rain shower. That's really going to hurt them regardless of the strategy if they went dries or if they went the wets, because I mean look at the track now, that's not damp.
Yeah.
You can see the odd bit, but like it's going to be greasy in probably 5-10 minutes, and that's going to hurt the 165 car on those wets. It's going to hurt anyone on the wets really, and I think the teams that took the wets that maybe a bit further down the field, that was the right call. They've got to make a bold strategy and try and make up those places. But those that took the dries, the ones that pitted just as the rain was ending, which there were a couple, Laundry House being one of them, they're in a really good spot because they can go dries, just sort of keep them in check while the track gets back to a drier state, and then they can go for the rest of the stint. Whereas those, like your 165s, they're going to have to pit again and lose even more time. So it's going to be interesting to see how it actually plays out later in the race, because obviously we're going to see, the 165 car might end up going almost 2 laps down to, say, the 992 car here. But then later in the race, they might save a pit stop in some more rain that comes, because I guarantee you that's not the last of the rain.
No, definitely not. If you're the 165 as well, you basically just wait till this track goes greasy and then come in, take your medicine, get off that wet tyre as soon as possible, because now they'll be feeling pretty sick.
Yeah, I think you'll be well and truly running out of wet spots to drive and try and cool your tyres. As we look there now, and it all but can't even see the dry line. There's a little bit there on the main straight, but it's all but dried out there now. And they'll definitely be struggling with those tyres. But you got to make the call. If it had lasted a bit longer, if the cloud cover stayed over, things might be different. But you got to be bold, you got to be brave, and that's it can go either way.
As I say, though, the drive-through really hit the 165. Without that drive-through, maybe this could have been a bit of a better call, but some things you just can't control. It's just the way motorsport works, and the more things change, the more things remain the same, and remaining the same is a laundry house leading an enduro. Never seen this before.
No. Has it been? It's been at least a couple of weeks.
Yes. Yeah. No. I think, as Cam Hart's in the chat, the 165 did get a DT, and had to box the loss massively, but this is probably not something a lot would have considered looking at that. That was actually quite a good time for them, specifically them, to get a drive-through. Because they pitted early, went on to wets and got that drive-through for speeding in the pit lane and come in and served it straight away, which was good because it saved them from using the tyres any further in the dry track. So that would have helped them at that point. Obviously, a bit further, here comes Chris into the pits. They went wets by the look of that pit. It's going to have benefited them then because they got to, got back up, unlapped themselves from the 992, and now they're 19 seconds behind, having taken the wets. But obviously now they've got that pit stop to serve again, so it'll balance out as well. Say if the 992 gets a drive through, I'm not going to tell you how many warnings are on. They are on 3. That they, it's going to balance it out a bit. They're still going to be ahead. Keys is still catching at the moment. It's just because they're trying to nurse the tyres a little bit, and Keys can basically destroy those wets, and the wets can take the punishment for quite some time. The track's still damp. I don't think that's going to be for long, though, because the track doesn't look very damp. There's not much glistening left there, but 47.0 on the wets, that's a pretty reasonable time, considering.
I agree with John there in chat. This 100% is the most optimal damn track. Oh, there we go. There
you go.
So now those wets are starting to
Here we go. Yeah, and you can see he's not cocking about. He's taking the dry line and just extending it. Really, he needs to make up as much time as possible because they're going to have to pit reasonably soon. Now, I suspect, knowing ACC and having seen this 500,000 ENT times, that grease is going to become green pretty quickly, and then it's going to go straight to optimal.
Yeah.
That
it's almost like it skips fast, doesn't it? It's green, optimal. Oh, fast. Fast, like, ooh, geez, that's very close.
I mean, that BMW is wrecked, but
yes, that definitely. I have seen those colours. It's a bit of a tear in my eye because that's actually my car, that 333 BMW, and it's quite sad to see the front of it looking as worse for wear as it currently does.
Can we get one order of a box of tissues for Brad, please?
Yes, please. As we've got Rusty Hopkins in there.
Oh, you're driving with Rusty.
Yep, driving with Rusty. Poor old Rusty. He's obviously, I'd say, coming in, looking at the pits, was pretty close to around all of that rain and all that as well.
Please hold, crash for the leader.
Crash for the leader. We got drama.
Oh, dramas.
Huge drama.
Dramas for the 992. Dramas for the 992.
Oh boy.
That's going to make a huge bit of difference.
Oh, that's thrown a construction truck spanner in the works.
Oh, that's a giant mining spanner, that.
Oh no, game crashed. Oh, that's horrible.
Oh,
that's okay. Still 7.5 hours to make that up.
Ever the optimist.
Right. Plenty of time.
Oh, hang on. We've lost it too.
Oh dear, what's happened here?
It sounds, looks like it could be... Yep. We've,
I'm going to pretend I can see what's going on, and then I'm going to talk about the trailer for the last Ventura episode that just came out, since I can't see the race. And I did have to cry when I saw that.
I must say there's a car and it's going around a corner. And we're going to have another car coming up behind the other car. But Lucas Keys, Lucas Keys is now in P1 after that very unfortunate laundry house disconnect or whatever it is. I'm sure we'll get some more.
Yep.
We'll get some more info from one of those guys shortly, no doubt. But
what's interesting is they have a pit stop to come, so that would
here we are, back on,
back live. That
back
will
live.
promote.
Still looking at our very second-hand 333 BMW, and here we go.
Wow, that was an
Lucas.
optimistic turn into the pits. Holy moly!
Oof.
So that might, I'm pretty sure, will allow the 191. We'll keep an eye on that. But if the 191 gets in the lead, that is off the scale.
Oh, that is
Yep,
absolutely
that will be.
here. Here he's coming. I don't think he'll be able to. I don't think he'll be out in time. But this is going to be an absolute monster fight for the last 7 hours.
We've got a race on our hands.
We have got a huge race on our hands. Here we are, coming into the last corner now for Sonicus. Is he going to get out? There we go. His keys.
He's got him. He's got him.
Still in there. He's going to come out in front. There he is. He's coming past him right now. Change for the lead on the as they go over the start-finish line. And as you said, Sean, 191 in the lead. How has this happened? How has this happened?
20th to 1st. Unbelievable. What a drive.
What a drive from that team. Wow, that is just epic. Just
do you want
epic.
to hear something else as well, just to, not scare everyone? They haven't even plugged in Mr. Maloney
Oh,
yet.
here we
And
go.
Laundry House are back. Here we go. So it looks
in.
like they're in 8th position there at the moment. Watch Hollywood numbers. Watch this car absolutely fly now.
Yeah, how many laps? Was that only one lap? Oh, look at that. That they're going
Maybe
down?
2. I'm just going to wait for the...
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the timing
Okay.
charts to come through there now, but...
It's probably not a far off number, actually, because when you disconnect, you only lose 1 lap, and they were a lap of quite a few
They were.
people, so
yeah.
not the end of the world for them yet. I suspect a top 10, maybe. They'll definitely be top 15, maybe still in the top 10. We'll see once Britty comes across the timing lines. There you go. So it is P10, so that's a big loss, but I wouldn't be complaining about a top 10 after a DC.
Definitely
Yes.
not. And with the caliber of drivers they have, they can make spots up. I have no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
But, so, back on screen. Here is our leader. Wow.
That's just...
So we have got a straight fight now between the 165 and the 191, and this is going to go all the way, I reckon, to the. So the gap is currently 9.8 seconds. It's just updated there. So not a lot. So what can Lucas Keys do? Can Lucas absolutely drop the hammer and start to chomp into this gap? And we've got Johnny Chat saying Laundry House will make the podium, calling it now. That's a fair shout.
That's a big shout. In saying that,
So it is
no,
one
no
lap
more
and
than-
1 lap and 21 seconds, I believe. If I'm reading that right.
Yep, that is indeed correct. So they're around 2 minutes-ish, just over 2 minutes behind the leader, but there are some cars ahead that do need to pit. You see the Bartlett 676 car is in the pit, so they will actually jump up into P9 now, the 992, so that's another position gained. They've still got, I dare say they might not risk using Lawrenson again after that crash, but of course they've still got Britty and Gallo and Lamb. I believe Gallo's doing this race.
I was about to say,
Yeah, no, big God. But, only. So
that's a tough lineup. That
it is, yeah, very difficult. I think the only lineup you could get that's better was Bokita and O'Hara from a few years ago.
Yes, I was going to mention those names as well, but you beat me to it. But if anyone's going to take this to the 191, it's definitely going to be Keys in that Aston. He has got a fine-tooth comb over that machine and has worked out exactly how to grab every 1,000th of a second that he can get, and if anyone's going to take the fight to it, is definitely Keys in that Aston. Oh, this is going to be some epic times. I reckon we'll start to see on these for these tracks. And even still, Keys currently holding the fastest lap by almost a whole second. It was very early on, so but would not be surprised to see if some of those times would start to come back as well when you get a couple of these guys between them and the 992. Obviously ain't going to be quality pace, but I reckon we'll absolutely go stonkers at it.
Yeah, there's going to be no messing around. A little insider knowledge here. The Aston is 2 to 3 tenths faster on the straight than the Porsche.
Ooh.
Because Porsche is... Yeah, I was waiting for Muller to go. That's disgusting. Okay, it's going to be interesting in the... Yeah, I know the strategies of the teams will change as well. The 191 car's probably on an alternate one, trying to save some fuel, as you said, go for those longer stints. 165, the Aston doesn't really fuel save that well, so they're just going to go for it. I mean, 8.1 already. They were, 10 seconds out before Keys is certainly putting the hammer down here for his second stint. I'll almost call his stint before probably a half a stint, so he's going to go probably for 1.5. I hope he doesn't go crazy and do a triple like he did at Misano. That would be stupid. Monza trying. So optimum track now after we had wet, I reckon, about 10 minutes ago. So that was it's a big change there, especially given the conditions. There's no wind, so nice and sunny out here in San Marino today. Lucas Keys has got quite a number of cars ahead of him, which is not really going to help his cause trying to catch up to Shady Samuel. And to be quite honest, I think Shady Samuel and Keys are still running their own races, and I don't really Shady probably fight too much. They're running a different strategy. They'll just let the 165 through. I think they're going to do probably one more pit stop than the 191 all sort of goes their way. There's a couple of things standing in their way, and that's the 6 cars here. This is a great run of cars, don't get me wrong, but it's not really going to help Lucas Keys' case, especially with Carl Johnson trying to catch Johnson at the moment for P5. That's 2 separate classes as well, so a great effort from Johnson on the Kodak's car.
So, from what I can gather, the 191's running for the scalp strategy, and the 165 is going for that hammer.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
That was a
just
dive.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Yep, you want to get it done. Also reading in chat too that the 992 looks like it is using map 2, so they could also be doing a tiny little bit of fuel saving, possibly trying now in the next 7 hours to see if they could skip the need for a pit stop. Obviously trying to do a little bit of the extra fuel saving without losing too much time. As a great shot too, that one right on the bonnet can. Really gives you a bit of an idea on the speed that these cars actually go.
Take a lap around Imola. It's a toaster now. Great call. Love toaster. It's one of my favourite hairpins. And we head up towards Piratella. Fantastic corner. This one really maximum commitment through here. Just going to brake it nicely. Clip the apex there. Run it out wide. Don't run it too wide. Make sure you get the nose back in. Drop down the hill and tackle them in a rally. Normally most of these cars 4th gear, some use 5th, then back to 4th, back to 2nd gear. Clip the apex, run it up the hill. Have a bit of a breath, then you think about your braking marker into Grassini. Normally it's the start of that ripple strip, brake it nice and hard, fly it over the curbs, no problem there at all. A little taily on exit, but that's nice. Again, another little spot to take a breath, have a think, adjust some dials, and then we're going to go into Ravazza. Double apex. Clip, run it out wide, and then wait a little bit, and then bring it again. You actually I use that tree as my turn. So, but that is sort of 3/4 of a lap around. Is absolutely amazing on this track. That was fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Oh, mate, I was stoked. I was waiting for you to keep going. That was sounding absolutely fantastic. And you know, everyone has their nice opinions on how much they reckon that the sound of the Porsche is either the best or the worst in the world. But I must say the Aston certainly knows how to throw out a good note as well. But yeah, all right, this is a great little track, and that was a nice little run through for us there, Mull, as well. It's great to let the guys that kind of watch along and really kind of try and get inside the head of guys that are actually racing, and possibly, you know, parts of what they're thinking. Where are they looking? You know, looking at this point here, here's a good chance to have a breather and punching it through your gears, and yeah, it's great to be able to interact with the cars and the drivers as they're going around this absolutely fantastic track, as you say.
I was just having a look at lap times as well. So Shady's responded here. So last lap time for Keys was 1:41.797, and Shady was a 1:41.8. So he's definitely responded. He's like, well, no, I'm going to put up a fight for this. I'm not just going to meek into the distance, which I love to see. But gaps at around 8 seconds. This is I'm getting excited already. This is going to be brilliant to watch.
It's the countdown at 7 hours to go.
We got someone else joining us in the box. More than
yes, we've got Brent coming on for the 3 o'clock stint. He's sitting in the background there, just getting himself prepped and ready, getting a nice little bit of smooth tonic onto that brilliant voice that he has. Is great commentating as well, just like most of you lads do. Full maximum commitment there from Keys. Oh my gosh, he's done well to hold on to that one. That definitely would have felt a little bit like a trampoline going over a couple of those big sausages there. Oh, wowzers. Oh.
Top of the afternoon, Brett. How are you?
Afternoon, guys. Very well. How's everyone else going? How's the race folding out?
Ooh, it's folding, mate. Folding left, right, and centre. Having a little disconnect there from the 992 going back in the highlights over the last hour, I suppose. You could say big things that have happened. We had the nice little bit of rain, which no doubt you were well and truly a part of out there on the track.
I sure was. Yep.
And the greasiness that was, and you know, a few strategies going through. So the Aston Martin here, we've got as we're looking at Keys, you know, they pulled the wets strategy out, and were making up some great time. Unfortunately, getting a drive through for speeding in pit lane. Very unfortunate for them, but the battle is back out between them and the 191, I should say. Unfortunately, the 992, where we've got Brit in at the moment, did have a disconnect a bit early on, so they lost about a lap and a half, and gradually grinding their way back from P10 now in P9. And outside of that, Carl Johnson doing really well in the Pro-Ams, taking that one out from McNeil. And yeah, now the sun's out, and we're well and truly getting into it, mate. Getting into it.
Really great stuff. Been a very interesting race so far.
Yeah.
Even further down the pack where I've sort of been sitting. Yeah, that's been good. The weather's been nice and variable. Nothing crazy, and you know, nice stints of dry and then a bit of wet to shake it up. So it's been great so far.
Couldn't agree more. As Hobbsy was saying, we're definitely going to get rain again. I tend to agree with him 100%. It's just when we get rain again. But just to let everyone know, there's still 7 hours to go. So it's a good time. Grab some lunch. Grab yourself a nice beverage. Just relax for a little bit, because we're into the meat. Oh, drive through for Johnson. Drive through for Johnson, who's currently in 5th position. So
that's going to hurt.
That's track limits.
And that is going to help the 992 car immensely there, I would say. having that really gets them back up into the meat of it as well. Takes out another spot as here they are coming in now. And on that note there, guys, I'll sign off, leave you guys with it. Been fantastic chatting with you and being able to see the race from the other side of the steering wheel.
Thank you, Brad, and enjoy the rest of your day and have a good run.
Yep, will do. I'll be back out there later on. I think I've almost got the last stint. I'm going to be anchorman tonight, so I'll go do some spotting and watch from the other side. Thanks, fellas.
No worries, mate. Have fun with that. We've got Johnson coming out of the pits now, having served that drive-through penalty. And you're going to come out P8. That's Austin McNeil. I think that's just gotten past them there. So they might need to, and it is, I think, so they'll need to start hunting them down a little bit further up the road there. Not too far behind the 700 car. I think it's probably dropped under the radar actually a little bit today. They've had a nice, solid, consistent performance. The MRT cars usually tend to have really just consistent performances. You know, they're not always up the top. We've seen them in, you know, previously in the top 5 and a couple of injury years ago. But, you know, you've got the 500 car just sitting down there, just casually, just consistently sitting in the top 20. You've got the 200 car here as well, sitting in P10 in the moment. That's a very good use of that pun, whoever came up with that. But they're just under the radar a little bit. They're currently second and third in the Pro-Am class, so they're having a ball at the moment.
Certainly are. It's been, but this for me has been the drive of the day. Well, there's been a couple of ripping drives from individual drivers, but in terms of a team, this Kovacs red entry has been magnificent. In the top 5, which is an enormous drive from Carl and the crew down there at Kovacs Red, and of course with Charles Clark and Michael Pickford. So just hats off to them. That's an incredible drive. Of course, they are having a ring-a-ding-dinger with McNeil in the 700. So nice Kovacs versus MRT battle. Classic rivalry. It's what we love. And yeah, just incredible drive. But he's got Spinazzi right behind him in the bin chicken entry. So things are about to get a little spicy here between these two. We'll see what Spinazzi's got for Carl Johnson. He's a level-headed racer. He's experienced. Knows where to place the car. And Spinazzi is proving himself to be very, very quick. So, and here we go. Here's our leader in the AM class. It is number 2, and it is the famous Bender. Good old Dave McNulty behind the wheel, and they are leading AM class at the moment, which is awesome to see. I know they are big fans of the Mustang. So, very good drive from our Rainmaster.
We need to pull out a Bender fact here. Hang on a minute.
I think so.
Well, interesting fact I did actually learn the other day. I can't remember the exact. I think it's around 4% of the French population speak Arabic.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I believe it's 4%. Yeah. No,
4%?
I don't know why, but yeah, 4% of the French population speak Arabic.
And that is a Bender fact brought to you by Hobson. So is it a
Yeah,
Hobson fact?
well, it's a fact. It's not a Bender one because it didn't come from Bender. But what? Hang on. Can I see that? Is that Bender doing a rain dance? Is that what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it is.
Are you sure he's driving a Mustang?
No, he's always doing a rain dance, though, isn't he?
That's fair.
Yeah, one hand on the wheel, exactly. But the Mustang, first gear, he's getting a bit adventurous through there. The Mustang's actually quite a good car here at Imola. It's not a very good I personally don't believe it's a very good endurance car, but for a track like this, can't really complain about a Mustang. It's good over the curb. It's got good torque, which is what good for the drive out of the corners, of course. So they're having a dandy little time there, just leading the AM class. This team last name, they've been team last name as long as I can remember being in OOR, and that's a very long time. So good to see they're still heading up that name, and that'll never change, I hope.
Yeah, I've enjoyed driving the Mustang here. It's been quite good. The tyre wear, I don't know if it's just the setup or the way I drive, doesn't seem to be too bad. I know that it's, a car that's kind of known for being harsh on the tyres, but I guess it's that enduro mentality, not so much a sprint one where you're not necessarily pushing 100% every lap. And yeah, it's a difficult car to pass on the straights, so, pretty
Really?
good to
No. A hard car to pass on the straight. Who'd have thought that?
Don't believe that at all. Oh, here's
No.
the hardest car to pass on the straights right now. It's the Lemon Racing entry of Wesley Yao, currently behind the wheel. Currently 19th, so a fantastic job. Anytime that you're, especially in AM class, you're in the top 20, you are having a very good day.
That's a lovely livery too, I just want to say.
It's quite interesting, isn't it?
I'm always a bit of a sucker for pink on a livery. I don't like the flappy bonnet, but don't worry about it.
That's fun. Yeah, we've got some stars there, so they look very nice. And then we've got the hard black against the pink, which actually quite works. They've had an interesting day. They've been involved in a couple of incidents, but they've kept trucking along and they're in a position here for an AM podium. So it's a great job. And you just heard that. It sounds glorious. Niels Charles Barker for ANZ CRL Blue. And they're currently third in class. Again, another really good job. Solid operators. Now that works. White, blue and red. Classic. And then actually chasing. Is that for position? No, it's not for position. Don't mind me.
No, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited.
Good solid effort. Currently in 26, which is again, I've always said if you're an AM class driver and you can get that top sort of 30 to 25 to 15, you are doing incredibly well. And think of the AM class as well. They have that mentality of sort of just truck along. Don't worry about Hollywood numbers. Nurse the car, bring it home. And back to your point, I think the Mustang's a fantastic hot lap car. Oh, it's incredible. But over a stint, yeah, especially with about 20 minutes ago, it feels horrible. And here is the 700, currently third in class at the moment. That's a bit in position change. The 700 is second in class. So that has been a position change. So the 200 now. So of course, for the championship as well, this is interesting because there's the 200, the 700, the 90 and the 91 are all in a bit of a fight for the Pro-Am Championship. Now the 91's got track position and he's leading the way. And the 200 and the 700 are fairly close, relatively close to each other. So we'll see how that all plays out, of course, towards the end of the race. I'm not going to do maths.
That would be too easy.
Yes, exactly.
We don't need to do maths. That's not our job. I mean, there's 2/10 between 191 and 165 now. Like, that's ridiculous. Keys is not holding back. And they've gotten past. Ooh.
Wow. Lucas Keys has absolutely dropped the hammer.
That was... wow, that's happened quickly. That's quite an effort from him, but I think... I reckon Shady might have let him past just because they're on different strategies. So maybe Shady's not doing as fast times as Keys. Because Keys is... And I think Keys is certainly going for the right strategy of they're sending it because that they're probably going to... I reckon they're going to have to do one more pit stop at least than that Porsche. So they need to pull out some amount of seconds. Let me find the some amount of seconds they need. They need some. Let's have a quick look anyway. onto the straight. And this is going to prove my point of 3/10 faster on the straight. This is going to be hilarious. I hope you've all got your bloody tissues ready after how hard you're crying laughing after this. And this is with a slipstream too, so it's even faster. He'll pull out probably to the left. Yeah, let him go. Yeah, he knew he didn't want to fight that. He wanted to just get in that slipstream, which he's not in anymore because the Aston's hilarious, and just let him go through. Which I think that's the right thing to do, given they're on different strategies.
Very much heads up, right? Shady. He's an experienced operator, knows what he's doing, and you'll have the calming voice of Page in his ear. And I was just going to say, they've got Tom Maloney to drive for him yet. He's no slouch. I like this. This is good. This is two completely different strategies we're seeing unfold here.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Just had a quick look. 71 seconds is the number. So pit stop here for tyres, fuel is 71 seconds. So they've got 7 hours to pull that out, but more rain might throw that in the bin.
I was literally going to say that, and that's assuming it doesn't rain. Just set the attitude of the car here from Lucas. He is wringing the neck out of that Aston. Big fan of hero stints. When you see a driver just pull it like Page's opening stint or Keka's opening stint, which was just mega. Matthew Lamb's stint, just big stints from these top class drivers is just so good to watch. So 6 minutes 54. Good one, idiot. 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 minutes left here. No. Fuck, man, look at the gap already.
Yeah, I know.
He's not holding back. He's getting it in a slide. He's just elegantly gliding that Aston around this track at the moment.
I got a question in chat from Project Delta. What's the Aston reaching before turn 1? Yes.
200 and something. I can tell you that much. I reckon it'd be about 260 something, somewhere around that point, I thought.
So we've got Brent Sykes in here. We've got a...
Let's have a look. Let's get the HUD up, everybody.
Place your bets, come on. Place your bets, everyone.
260 something, I think. Oh, Jesus. Hit some more curb there, why not? 271. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I know it starts with a 2. So,
268.3.
Why are we adding 0.3? Why? We don't see decimal points here. Let's have a look, though. Let's see. Good exit. Yeah, got the TC right. No engagement. So he's going to get 200 pretty quickly, which he does. I think he's going to easily blow 260 out of the water here. No.
Oh,
269. 270? Yeah, okay.
Not bad.
That's pretty fun. If my memory serves me correct, I think the Porsche's just ever so tickling 260. I could be wrong. I think it's about that. We can all have a good laugh at how slow the Porsche is, but the Porsche is much faster in the corners, so it sort of makes up for it for a lot of the drivers.
And the Porsche sips fuel.
And it does sip fuel when you're using the engine map 2, which the Kovacs Purple car is using here, coming through Piratella. It's just getting nice and calm through there, sending it almost on a dance through there. So through Acca Mineral, everybody's least favourite corner on the track, other than the chicane coming up. It's just how it's going to be. It's just 40. I mean, this, what is that? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of curb.
I mean, this is a man who likes Turkish delight, so I can't take it.
Yeah, look, Turkish delights are great. They are. This is looking like a good lap though, a 142, which incidentally enough is about how long Essendon's game will last tonight, Sean.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Yeah, I feel 70 point absolute slaughter. No,
Yeah.
we're both Essendon supporters.
Let's have a look. They could be running a lower wing setup, I admit, on this Porsche, so it could end up getting above 260. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
265.
maybe
Eat that.
265. Wow. Maybe they're running a lower wing setup. That's a good effort there from the Porsche. I can't say I was expecting that.
Good work, Porsche. Well done. I'm proud of you.
Oh,
What it
just
does
the
to
way that slides. Jeez. Yeah, it doesn't. Jesus, are you going to come back and do sprints next season, Sean, and take the Porsche?
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe
Once
I'll
I'm
take
done
the
with
Porsche for
my-
sprints next season.
Once I'm done with my academy
That's not a promise.
warm-up, I reckon I'll be ready to go for the next sprint. So next Enduro, I should be back driving as well, so I'm pretty bloody keen. But
Ooh.
it's all about this race at the moment because Lucas Keys is out to a 5.5 second lead and is growing all the time. Hamilton just did a cheeky third there. Really haven't seen a lot of Hamilton in the Mustang. Now, what do you reckon the Mustang does in this race? 350?
I'd hate to. Yeah, yeah.
I think it's about 270, maybe
No,
a
it hits
little bit more.
290 at Bathurst.
It can almost hit 300 at Paul Ricard with the slipstream.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's oh yeah. No, it's ridiculous is correct, but they've got a Nissan bearing down on them. Only 6 seconds back to Stevie Ty. That's a very solid effort from them in that car. Just been nice and consistent all day. The 161 car's fairway backs. I don't think they need to worry too much. Johnson's actually in pursuit of them now. Look at the 992 car though. They're back to P7 and only 25 seconds behind P6. That is a hell of an effort. I know some cars have pitted and whatnot, but that's a hell of an effort so far. Look, you're right. We've had a quick comment in the chat from a Ferox. Show GTR please. No.
I cop that.
No. Why would we do that?
We like sounding cars, not.
Yes, we don't like cars that sound. Oh, actually, I can't say that. Because then people would go, I was about to say we don't like cars that sound like vacuum cleaners, and then I know someone in the smart ass in chat will go, but you drive the Ferrari.
That is a fair point.
It doesn't sound that bad, come on.
No, the Ferrari doesn't sound that bad. It's just boring to drive.
Oh,
Want to feel alive when you're driving. That's why I drive a Porsche.
you don't feel alive for very long though, because you end up in that wall.
But you feel alive while you're heading towards that wall.
Yes, thank you, Ferrari, better than GTR. And thank you, John. I don't drive the McLaren Ferox. I'm not silly in the head. All right, that's going. I wouldn't go that far, John. That's
a little bit extreme.
That's a bit extreme.
With Shady at the moment, listening to that glorious flat six out.
Uh-oh.
9,000
Are you
up.
about to... Someone is taking the piss out of the Honda sound. Don't you stop that. It sounds great. I don't care what you say.
Oh, well
Maybe
said.
I'll take the
I
Honda
can't agree
first.
with that.
No, it sounds great. It does. I don't care what... No. Who did that?
No,
When?
the BMW definitely does not sound better than the GTR.
Yeah, no, it does.
No, I disagree.
Thank you, John. Honda sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honda sounds amazing. Honda drives a BAP tourist. No. I will take the Honda next Sprint Series season if you're not careful.
So we're on board with the GTR. Let's see what the GTR tops out on.
That's hilarious. That almost was 271. I saw that almost pop up there. Oh, it just munches the curbs like it's nothing. We've got a message for Glenn. John's actually asked Glenn to get his wife to turn off the vacuum. I think that's because we're watching the Nissan. I think we do need to get the vacuum turned off. Oh, Mustang. Let's have a look at the top bit of the Mustang. In the tank of a car. I don't think people realise how huge this car is until they see it on track.
Yeah, it's quite large.
Yes, this is the biggest GT3 car.
But it is American. Now, I'm not implying anything.
No, I'm not going to even go there. 271. Yep, and he had half slipstream there, which is concerning. Car just looks nice and planted. Let's see how it goes over the. Yep. What? Yeah. Now I'm being called a BOP tourist from the event last week. I'm upset.
Wow, Ferox is he's got it in for you.
No, I know he does. Yet he didn't come to the event, did he?
Probably not.
Why didn't you come?
Because I've got triple leg.
But you were at the footy.
Exactly, that's why I didn't come. Look, if I knew that Essendon were going to serve that crap up, then yeah.
I mean, talking of crap, that wasn't crap. The way the Mustang took that chicane, that was lovely. Did you see that?
It was, yes.
I can't, I mean, oh.
Whoa, fair. Okay, now that's too far.
Right.
That's too far.
I don't live in Melbourne, but that's ridiculous.
I think so. That's, yeah, I can.
Really climbing out, yeah.
I can cop a lot of things, but yeah, I'm not copping that.
Please, someone stop.
Wow.
I lose my mind over what Jay-Z just said. That is hilarious. Oh my god. Wet toast. I can't. Because talk about the race, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
114 to 14 at half time.
Oh, that's yeah. Welcome to the AFL podcast here on OOR.
You joined us by two very disgruntled Essendon fans.
That's right. Yes. Who do you support, Brent? We need to know this information. Or is this I live in New South Wales, I like rugby?
Yeah, that's where it's at. I'm in the ACT, but New South Wales. So I'm a Canberra Raiders hopeless supporter, you know. The ups and downs of the seasons.
Yeah, you can be a hopeless supporter like us. Great.
Yeah.
8 seconds to Shady Samuel. Holy Jesus.
He's on it.
Ooh, Johnson and Johnston in the pits. That's Don't get that wrong.
Don't they make baby wipes?
Yeah.
Baby powder, yeah. Johnson & Johnson.
Ooh. There's Johnson. Carl, that is. That's Carl. You're going to have to call him Carl now. That's it's Chalmers anyway. Pickford, I don't know, one of them.
You got there at the end. Well done.
Yeah, it was one of them. Look, they're all Kovacs. They all love each other. They're all the same, almost.
Hey. Leo.
Leo. Yeah. Ooh, best lap 41.7. That's nice.
That's quick.
Here comes. Oh, clean air. That's actually what he's looking for. He's got a couple of cars behind that would be coming up his way. He's got the 992 Laundry House car coming up as well. There's Brent Gosling's team, the 333 car behind as well. Still got that damage that they're driving along with. Don't want to pit in and serve that. Fair enough. Just want to get on with it. And see how drag goes. There is Rusty. Oh, that was close. I think the 992 might have just needed a new pair of underwear there.
No, it's fine.
That sand can be a little bit more slippery than you expect sometimes, getting out on that sand. So
yeah, a little bit more slippery. If you're interested in watching Rusty's point of view, head over to his Twitch channel. He's actually streaming at the moment. If you want to go in and show him some love and support. Man who has got plenty of love and support behind him in this car is Lucas Keys. He's currently flying 42.4 at the moment. Just probably conserving the fuel a little bit. They're going to try and push that car out maybe to try and just maybe extend on this stop a little bit. They might be concerned maybe there is going to be some rain that they believe might come this stint. I don't think it'll be this stint. I'd say we might see it. We're just coming up to the afternoon in game as well. P6 now for the 992 car. A couple of cars, as we saw, did pit those, so not 100% representative, but they're doing 41.5s. I know they're not on map 2 anymore like they were. They're just absolutely going for it to see where they end up. So they're not holding now. Map 8, which is, of course, the fastest map in Porsche because... don't really have anything else to say to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this should be good to watch. Laundry House have thrown the fuel save strap out the window and now are just going full send mode. If you want to see a Porsche driven absolutely on the limit, just enjoy it. Look at that.
Do we need to give Sean some alone time? Like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on here. Welcome to inside Sean Muller's mind. Oh dear! Look at the. Oh.
This is a very good lap.
Can the stream hear you, Glenn? Oh well, that's a shame because they'd be laughing their arse off if you guys could hear what Glenn was saying. You'd be laughing right now. I'm just going to put it out there.
Pork hurts my ears. You're not supposed to put pork up to you.
Oh, God. Thanks, Dad. Jesus. No, it's only a wine once you put into 6th gear. You get the gearbox back. Where does this guy live? I'm going to find it.
Porsche Cup car is definitely the best sounding car. 100%.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, look at the way it just breaks into there, munches the curbs. What curbs, really? It's not the best at taking the curbs. That's the Aston or the Merc or the Mustang, but I mean, just look at just a piece of machinery that I'm not going to drive for Sprint Series next season. But I will watch Sean drive it and laugh as he puts it in the wall.
Vote of confidence brought to you by Hobbsy there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, you're doing fine in rookies. I'm sure you'll be fine in sprints, maybe.
Oh, I've raced sprints before.
Just not for a while.
Just yeah. Brett's driving is beautiful at the moment.
Are you riding down from the Yeah, last week was good. Everyone's going, what are you talking about? Last week was very good. Oh, what? Whoa!
Oh.
Don't look at that, John. Oh.
That's fine.
Now, well, we've got a moment, and we're looking at the lovely driving. I will talk about the lovely Motorsport Australia FIA qualifying LAN event that went on last week. In Melbourne. Those of you probably who follow Motorsport Australia, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you'll have seen all the lovely promotion for that was done, and the event was lovingly at the Fortress last week, and have to say, I've never been to a LAN event. I've never ever, not until then had I ever competed in a LAN event. It was it's not something you ever forget. It's really bizarre. As I said, the hardest part of the day was actually having to get used to the equipment, because they've got 6 rigs there, and it's all the same equipment, but none of the drivers, at least in the ACC side, I don't know about the iRacing side, of course, none of us have any of the equipment that they used. It was your Moser R9 base with the FSR wheel face, Moser pedals, and an NLR rig and seat. And you weren't allowed to adjust the rig position other than the seat. And now we all know we have our own way that we prefer to sit. I sit in my rig reasonably low down, and the steering wheel's actually quite high. And the steering wheel was very low, and the rigs, get this, you'll have a good laugh at this, they were in the F1 style position.
Oh, no.
Because obviously there was the iRacing side was there as well, and they had prioritised them because they were racing Formula 4s for their qualifier. So they had put the rigs in those positions to prioritise the iRacing over ACC, which completely threw all us ACC drivers off, because you're slightly tilted back in the seat, but the pedals are on a bit more of an angle, so it completely threw us all. It was quite hilarious. You should have seen us all. It was quite entertaining. But look, I've got to say, it's quite a good experience if you ever get the chance to even watch a LAN event. The atmosphere was great. You can hear the crowd cheering in the background. It was like, I've never been anything like it. It was quite interesting. But it's good to meet up with some people. We had 2/3 of the grid were OOR drivers. You had me, Matt Pinata, Zach Smith, Ryan Houlihan was meant to be there, but unfortunately couldn't make it last minute. Mia Rose was there, Pete Bokita was there, Jamie Koza and Ethan Carr were all there. So a good 2/3 of the field there were OOR drivers, and the other couple were Gran Turismo drivers, interestingly enough. So figure that one out.
Noticed Noodles and Mint Matt. Both very, very quick in Gran Turismo.
Yes, so it's very quick drivers there, and it was a nice little format they had. You had the 2 quali groups of 6, and then the top 4 overall went through to the final automatically. The next 6 went through to that last chance, and then the bottom driver, because it was only 11, unfortunately, got eliminated there and then. It was quite good. They had the old flashing lights, which I think threw a few people off, but I must say that the weirdest thing, I think, above all with that event, the event was great fun. I won't ever forget it. It was just fantastic. Is the fact that you're racing on track, and that's nothing out of the ordinary. But I was fighting with Koza, and yet he was just sitting to my right. That was the most bizarre thing ever. But no, if anyone ever gets the chance to go to a LAN event, not necessarily ACC, any esports LAN event, if it's CS:GO, iRacing, ACC, Overwatch, Fortnite, I don't know, any of the games, go and watch it, because it's just great. Like when we were sitting there watching the iRacers go for it, it was just really, everyone was getting into it, ACC side, iRacing side. It was just, quite an atmosphere there, I must say. But then you catch COVID like I did. Don't do that.
Yeah, very cool.
But, Sean Muller wasn't there, so I was upset.
Yeah. I
expected Glenn to be there as well, but Glenn wasn't there. Are you still orgasming over the Porsche yet, Sean? Are you okay? Are you good now?
I'm all right. I'm just watching the position.
This has been consistent the whole time. 41s. You're not going to get much better. Best lap 40.3. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's silly. Just nice to watch. Yeah, these top sim races go about their work. Boys, it's not the pace that gets me. Yeah, the pace is quick.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the consistency.
Oh, big time. Speaking of consistency, here's someone that tries to consistently get into the commentator's box. It's Cam Thistlethwaite. Yes, I just piss him off. Yeah, he is.
is, yeah.
Yes, well, we seem to let anyone in these days, hence why you're here, Mr. Hobbs.
Yes, that's right.
And this is a revolving door, so get out. It's
Yeah.
a one in, one out policy.
I was waiting for you to come in.
No. I'm kicking you out.
Oh, okay. Oh, fine.
No, we didn't arrange I'm taking over, but anyway, that makes it sound like we're almost friends or something.
Yeah. You are a funny bastard, aren't you?
Yeah, and I wasn't for just Melbourne, and you didn't sign my T-shirt. I'm very upset.
Yeah. No one asked me to sign the T-shirt.
I was like a small little child, and he just like backhanded me away like he was Kimi Räikkönen or something.
God, I'm not Kimi. God, if anyone called me Kimi Räikkönen, I'd be offended. I'm not a stone cold.
Wow.
I'm not as stone cold as him.
I've seen what you look like. I think that would be a vast improvement on you.
Oh, get a load of this guy. But,
Hey,
he's actually in the box now. I'm going to disappear, and I'll probably come in and out of the box throughout this day. But I'm going to leave you lovely gentlemen to it.
Thank you, Hobbsy.
Thanks, Hobbsy.
It's the one and only Mitch Hobbs. And it is good to welcome back Cam Thistlethwaite. Yeah, this race, she's getting nice and spicy, I reckon.
Yeah, it definitely seems to have dried out since I was last here. It looks like there's been some drama as well, as we saw with the leader, the 992, or what was once the leader. And did we ever get to the end of that hardware failure? I heard, but I don't know. Did we catch a replay?
So it looks like there was a bit of a crash of a game for the 992. So unfortunate, but they are fighting their way back, and podium's not out of the realm of possibility here.
Oh, certainly not.
Yep.
No worries. Yes, the 992 going well. Definitely, yeah. Can be right back in the podium.
You watching chat there? Okay.
Yes, I am. Being slandered by people who couldn't even get an extras roll on Neighbours.
Just before our guest comes in, we've got Luke's. Here's our leader. Lucas Keys currently at the moment. This is a huge pace. 13 seconds. He's opened that gap up now, which is absolutely massive. And we can welcome in the one and only, one of my very good friends, Shawnee Bubdow, aka Noski. Top of the afternoon, good sir.
Good afternoon, peoples. How are we?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, we're doing
So
good.
you've had a busy old experience this whole time.
Look, it's been interesting. Let's not talk about my little stint, but we had to do a little bit of compromise. I know that Cooley and Lucas put our car well ahead in the first little stint, but we realised when that little shower was coming in that we weren't going to quite make the window. So I had to do some massive fuel saving and compromising laps, and it wasn't the best, but we got there. And at the moment, it's sort of, I think it's worked in our advantage because we had sort of a bit of a tyre advantage when we started catching shady throughout the stint, and Lucas did an amazing job on that front.
And drops in a 40.2. Yep.
Yeah, I think that was Kekker's early in the race. That one was a 41.4.
So 41.392. Don't sell it short.
Oh, I'm allowed to a little bit. He's a teammate. Can't say he's that good.
True.
Yep. As we got to keep Lucas down a peg a bit. Don't get him too big for his boots. But yes, great job out there, Sean. now, and we did a.
Yeah, look, I've been driving well. It's been a
Yeah, Imola, you're just killing it, man. Where's your Porsche?
Really good drive. But what it's set up is we've got a proper race on our hands. This is going to be fantastic. Still 6 hours 26 to go. Lucas driving a mega stint here. He's got a bit of traffic in front of him, so we'll see how he negotiates this. If we go off previous form, he's pretty decisive in getting it done. And Shady in second, Hamilton in third. That 17 literally has just trucked along beautifully and sitting in that podium position. I reckon that and the 111 are going to have a bit of a fight though towards the end of the race. Spinazzi for Bin Chicken there in fifth, and Britt for Laundry House there in sixth, and Sasha Death in the 200 leading the Pro-Am category with Michael Pickford in the 91 there in 8th position. So Pro-Am is going to go down to the wire as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting as the race progresses over the next 6 odd hours. We know that we don't have the fuel saving capabilities of what the Porsche does, and that's what the 191 car is currently doing. I think they're doing close to 85-minute stints. So we have to use what we can use to our advantage, which is the pace of the Aston, and try and gap the extra stop that I think we're going to have to take. So if the weather plays a part as well, more rain, who knows what might happen. Hopefully we don't get caught out like we did last time. But the racing, I think, is literally going to come down to the last sort of 20 minutes or so. It's going to be pretty awesome across the field.
There will be rain.
There will be blood.
Guaranteed that we'll get another shower before the end. Look, just watching Lucas here dealing with a bit of blue flag traffic and doing it beautifully. And the blue flag traffic is getting out of the way. They should be able to pass this BMW after chicane here. Yep, beautifully done. Lovely.
Yep, blue flags are very nice. There's been a few interesting ones, but we're all still learning, and that just takes time. I think one of the cars in the field today is actually it's their first ever endurance race with OOR, if I'm not mistaken. So that was it's good to see them on track, and we all learn and adapt as we go through. But yeah, Lucas is definitely managing these blue flags exceptionally well. It puts the old heart in the throat sometimes when you see the fast cars going. Oh, please get out the way. It's going to be okay. But it's all good. Got nothing but confidence in his ability.
You've been a fairly busy bee today, and you're in the comms spot. But I believe didn't you do a bit of a stint of race directing earlier?
Yeah. I race directed from the start of the race until about the 2.5 hour, 3 hour mark when Matty Powell was able to get home and take over the reins. So I've been a bit everywhere, in the car, in comms box, steward's box, just a bit everywhere.
You're gonna be out changing tyres later on.
Oh look, I mean I've got a DT already for the car because my pit limiter didn't work, which was funny. So I mean why not? I'll change my tyres.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate moment, and that call on tyres as well was pretty difficult because, as I said, you were stretching out the stint, but you couldn't really. I'm guessing you had to box because you were going to run out of fuel. You would have left it later until the rain came, but it was such a hard call from that position. I can imagine.
Yeah, even when I went into the fuel saving, I was fuel saving as best as I could to try and extend. We realised it was probably too late to start fuel saving too much. We would have liked to extend it another lap or so, but we just couldn't wipe off that much more speed per lap to get the extra one. When I came into box on my final lap, I had 0.2 litres remaining. So it was tight enough as it was.
Yeah, you got to leave it to the last minute in those instances, and luckily the cars don't splatter on low fuel in this game.
So what's the plan sort of for the next sort of couple of hours here?
I think for the moment I'm due to hop back in the car in about probably 2.7 laps. I don't know how much fuel he's got to go, but I'll be ducking out pretty quickly to jump in. I think for now we might probably just alternate driving time. I know Cooley isn't available until probably the last few hours of the race, so that's when he'll take back over the 165 car. But it's just going to be literally rolling the dice with how the weather and that goes. That is not ideal, Lucas, please. But yeah, I think we're just gonna just alternate for the time being, or I might do a double. I don't know how Lucas is feeling at the moment, so because he's done a little bit of the wet and now a full dry stint, so I might give him a bit of a break, and I might do a double. But yeah, we'll just sort of play it out and see how we go.
That's alright. He's like 15, so he's got loads of energy.
Yeah, unlike us oldies. Trust me, I'm feeling it some days.
Experience, mate, experience.
Yeah, what is the saying? You're 21 plus X amount of years of experience?
That's right.
No worries. I might as well jump in and get situated for another stint. Hopefully I don't bin the car. And yeah, I think from memory, just as a little insider knowledge, we're sitting on 2 warnings at the moment. And an engine that is orange. So we'll see what happens as we go.
Orange engine.
We have an orange engine, but don't
And
tell
you're still
anyone.
doing 270 down the straights.
Maybe.
Lie.
Nah. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't have anything too bad go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're still only on 2. And now the engine's been orange since about hour 2. So yeah, we're not doing too bad.
Yeah, that's what happens
Anyway.
when you drive a couple of esports drivers.
Yeah, that's what happens when you got Keckers and Lucas in there doing some god tier laps. But thank you for letting me duck in, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the race.
And so do you.
Cheers,
Mate,
Sean.
good luck.
Thank you. See you, boys.
Bloody hell, orange engine.
Oh,
Like, you
no.
actually do lose power with that. With having a damaged engine, and yeah, that's a kind of alarming, not gonna lie, and it's 100% due to downshifts.
Yeah, the fact
Yeah.
that they're still able to do 270 down the straight with an orange engine is, yeah, it just shows how strong the Aston is here down the straights. It's quite impressive actually to see.
Definitely one word for it. I'm sure some people wouldn't be too happy to that, especially those in a Stuttgart machine. But yeah, doing a good job. And to be honest, like when I jumped out of the commentary booth, I wasn't really expecting this car to still be leading when I had jumped back in. And it really wasn't that long ago. But they had a drive-through. They went onto wet tires, and you were kind of umming and ahhing whether it was the right or wrong decision. Granted, we had the unfortunate, misfortune that happened to 992. And not too sure where 191 fits in relation to the leader.
Yes, I think it's a little bit of a different strategy. The Shady Samuel was ahead when I first jumped into the booth, and they're doing the old fuel save with the map 2 on the Porsche. So, yeah, trying to get that extra or save a pit stop. And yeah, the Aston's just going hell for leather, trying to mitigate that. I think it's about, Hobbs was saying about 71 seconds-ish for a stop with tyres. So if they can get that sort of lead, then they'll offset that. But like we said, weather, it's the great equaliser, can throw spanners in plans with with strategy and that sort of stuff. If we get a really long wet stint, then it might ruin everything. Or if we get a bunch of small wet stints, which we've sort of seen a little bit so far, yeah, we'll change things up again. So I think when it comes to the end of the race, there's going to be some strategies converging, and hopefully it makes for some exciting running.
Certainly, and while that was all happening, I'm chatting to Sean there, we've actually had a lead change in AM, so Yale's got in front of Wenzel there, so I'm not too sure if Wenzel's had a bit of a moment or there was a pit stop. Yep.
Yeah.
How does think pit stops? Interesting.
So looking at it, Yale's been out for an hour and 3. Wenzel's been out for 20 minutes, so you'd expect that Yale will probably, well, I guess it depends if he's on map 2, but yeah, he should be pitting relatively soon, and it may return to the status quo it was before.
We've got a message in chat. Engine damage doesn't affect performance of ACC.
No, so that makes a little bit more sense. It's a little less scary seeing the Aston do 270 with an orange engine then.
Then what's the point of it then?
Yeah, I'm not too certain. I feel like I had an endurance race with a BMW which had a yellow engine and definitely was felt slower down the straights, but citation needed and all of it. I guess if anything, it's a warning or an engine wear, but like it would make sense for it to have a lot more of a live effect. But engines can blow, so if they start get towards the red and do any more from that, then that will be a complete retirement for them. I'm not sure if it's something that can be repaired. I don't know if anyone's really tested that theory, frankly, but I'm sure Cooley and Keys will be dialing it back on their engine braking, to say the least.
Yeah, you can actually, as long as the engine doesn't blow, you can repair by returning to pits. But you're going to have your controls locked for 2 minutes and you'll lose a lap. So, it's probably not the strategy unless it's really, really bad. But I guess the idea is you just finish a lap just past the start-finish line so you don't lose too much time, return to pits, and then it should repair your engine.
No, they're fine. Just send it.
Yeah.
It's the final round. You got to risk it to get the biscuit. Exactly. Stay out, they'll be fine. Make it exciting for all of us. So.
Here is our AM Championship leader, Rob Windsor, behind the wheel for Team Last Name. They're doing a fantastic job. In the top 20 at the moment. And they're actually chasing. Now, I wonder who behind the wheel of that polygon.
Scarney.
It is Scarney, yes. And for position. This is for position. Oh, exciting. Here we go. We've got some racing happening here. So Scarney, we know, loves the GTR. And I'm pretty sure Wenzel's a big fan of the Mustang too, so...
We did see Nathan Monks, who was in the Mustang earlier, but stuck behind this very car as well when it was being piloted by Mike Cricky, so it's a bit deja vu from earlier in the race. And going well so far with a different set of drivers behind the wheels, so it'll be interesting to see this dynamic. It definitely looks like Wenzel is catching and maybe or just keeping up with Scarney so far. Scarney gets the bounce a little bit badly on the second part of the Variante Alta and loses the run down to Ravazza now, but I don't think Wenzel's going to be close enough for a pass, definitely not. And when we saw earlier as well, Cricky was able to keep this Mustang behind. Like the GTR has enough poke down the straight, arguably probably gets to its speed quicker than the Mustang, and I'd probably argue that GTR is a stronger package here overall around Imola.
Yeah, true. So just to let you know, Ken, did you know that the Variante Alta is not Variante Alta anymore?
Is it not?
It's Grassini.
Well, it is in my mind, in my book.
Don't worry, I do the same Spa all the time.
No disrespect to Mr. Alboreto, but oh, god damn it, the corner eludes me. The final corner of Monza is always going to be that. The name I can't remember.
Parabolica.
It will always be Parabolica. Clearly, such a great name that I couldn't remember it in the moment.
Like Spa, Stavolo will always be Stavolo where I think it's Stavolo. Rivard
is that the no-name corner? That's a thing.
No, Stavolo is sort of the chicane thing down into... So you go through the fast chicane after Pouon, Piff Paff, and then down into the corner. That's Stavolo.
Yes. No worries. Yeah, tricky set of corners, that one. And I feel like I haven't been to Spa for a while, but not since the 24-hour last year. And it's a great event. Yep. Or we'll see what happens, and may not be the only 24 or big enduro this year. There is a certain track that has appeared in the time between. I forget. Everyone either loves or hates it. I can't remember which side of the fence you're down on.
Oh, I'm a love.
Yeah, thought so. You probably would have hated it, but the Mantai's won enough times around there that you have to love it now by law.
I've always been a ring fan, and currently working on a sub 8-minute 20 lap. Now, I know it's not alien pace, but that's sort of my target. So I've got about 3 seconds to find. So that's sort of keep me occupied at the moment. before I go back to work and get back into the real world. So we are watching a lovely battle here between Scani and Wenzel. They're trading sort of laps as well. So one lap Scani will pull a gap, and then Wenzel will try everything to try and catch up.
Yeah, it was getting close in those last few laps, and just little small errors here and there, and that's kind of like, it's what it takes around here to get a pass done. It's not the easiest track to overtake, especially if you've got two pretty evenly matched beasts, such as the GTR and the Mustang. No discrepancy really down the straights, if anything.
Yeah, they both look like they're pretty similar. Take the curbs quite well. The GTR's got a little bit more acceleration early on in the straights, but they're similar sort of top speed towards the end. I have found that the Mustang is a little bit sensitive to dirty air. So, with the GTR pushing that big GTR-shaped hole in the air in front and spitting out some dirty air out the back, might be a little bit difficult for Wenzel to sort of capitalize on the exit into the final left-hand corner and get a run down the straight and things like that. So yeah, he's right on his tail, and sort of just waiting, want him to either make a mistake or gain enough to be able to make a move into a turn. But yeah, it's definitely shaping out quite well here.
Yep. 10 minutes away from the halfway mark, and so we can all do it all over again, which I don't think we'd wouldn't mind too much with a few more rain spells and showers. I think some people are going to be relying on those changes in weather to kind of bring them back in via the different strategies as such. And definitely, I think, that's quite wide from Wenzel as well. That's it's not necessarily worrying about losing the time, but it's also just the track limits here can be quite punishing from what I've seen.
So, a bit of trivia for you. Bologna is home to the world's oldest continuously operating university library.
The more you know.
Yep.
Operating. Wow. Okay. How long's it been operating? If they're gonna spread such a fact.
I knew you'd ask me that.
You can't give the facts out without so it might need some follow up. Yeah. I'm guessing it's probably a few centuries.
1653.
I was gonna say it must have been quite a long time in that case. Yep. Italians, back in the day, quite decisive and discoverer of many of things, and philosophy and things elude me very much because not the brightest of bulbs.
That's bloody old.
It is quite old. I think I think they were still making this GTR back then.
Oh.
Indeed. There's probably not necessarily accurate, but yes, the suspension feels like it. As we got the P2, Shady Samuel comes in for what looks like a routine pit stop.
Oh, Mr. Crick in chat is not happy with that, Cam. Not happy.
Yeah, not happy. And you're allowed to, just because you're a fan of something doesn't mean you can't, take the mickey out of it. That's a true sign of love as well. You gotta take the piss out of it. Oh, I take the piss out of Hobbsy though. That's a thing. Oh shit! I shouldn't have said that. Anyway. And it looks like a car has just returned to garage. Oh, no, and disappeared again. As they're going to tell. Is that shady? No, I think I'll show you. It's just a camera change. Glenn giving me a bit of a scare, and he is moving again, so ignore that. There's Stephen Ty.
Sorry, when ACC spits you into a different car when a driver changes, sometimes that happens.
Yep.
Might happen in spectating as well.
I just want to say, now, so obviously we've got some pit stops happening. Lucas Keys, our leader's in as well. So definitely see a bit of it. This, I'll tell you what, this 111 GTR for Rockets Evolved is playing themselves into this nicely.
Yeah,
So
we
Lucas
know how
is
quick
in,
that
so-
car is, and Lucas is in. Sorry.
Yeah,
Because I
Lucas
think
is
they're
in,
due for
so-
a pit stop soon as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how this all pans out.
Come on, Nissan, give us an Evo or something with the G. Do something.
And listen, I was hoping the 400Z would maybe get a GT3 package, but no, they seem to only want to do a GT4, and for some reason, Nissan is trying to make Nismo into like a EV sort of performance range now, which is incredibly disappointing and no fun at Nissan. But anyway, Nissan no fun, yeah. And yes, so I'm glad that the GTR is still going somewhat, and it's still performance and going well, and at least we can enjoy it in game, even though it's not that used widely outside in real life. Outside of I think really only some Super GT teams in the Japanese give support. It is tough for a lot of some of those Japanese teams to or Japanese manufacturers to run these GT programs, because a lot of factors into running these like GT3 cars. That's a big car. That might be a warning, to be honest, from Stephen Tye on Villeneuve. But a big part of what sells and what makes GT3 cars very popular is the customer support, because it is a customer series, and hence why Audis were very well supported down here. They were used to be down here in Australia. We used to have the Audi Cup, I believe, back in the day. It was pretty much just all R8 GT3s and some TCRs, and yeah, a lot of those factors come into it. And when you try to support from just Japan as well, like with all factory support, that's the thing. You need a lot of, whenever teams have run the GTR, they had a lot of Japanese mechanics out there, just because those are the people who know how to run the things, and that makes things tricky in places.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's also this way Japanese motorsport is. They like to keep things in-house, so it is rare that you'll see a Japanese manufacturer actually fully build a car, as Stephen Tye pops in the pit lane. They'll build engines and that, but it's rare that you see them outside of Japan actually fully invest in a series. So Nissan did, of course, Le Mans a few years ago with their front-wheel drive monstrosity, which very innovative, but incredibly slow.
Yeah, I think on paper it was not a bad idea. Unfortunately, I don't think it ever had its hybrid working, so it was kind of just rubbish, essentially. From the same guy who did the Delta Wings, I believe, as well.
Yes, correct.
Guys, if I can just jump in for a moment. We're at the halfway mark, and we're going to switch over to part 2 of our stream on YouTube, and that's about all I got to say. So there'll be a new there's a part 1 which we've been on, and then there's a part 2 which we'll be on in about 30 seconds. So everybody, up and move. Thank you.
Yep. Everyone transition over.